Chapter 187. The Hall of Heroes was silent. You know, Thales, when Soria died. Guard against theft. Thales adjusted his breathing and heartbeat as he looked at King Nuvan. Anger, madness, hatred. It made me want to unleash the wrath of the Walton family and Dragoncloud City at all costs. The old king's eyes were lifeless, as if he was looking at another world through Thales. In comparison, gaining benefits and even conquering constellations seemed to have become secondary. Thales did not speak. It was inappropriate for him to say anything at that moment. King Nuvan slowly raised his gaze and looked at the grief-stricken Merc. Why didn't you protect him and Soria, Merc? The king's expression was very unpleasant. You are a white blade guard. You should have been by his side to protect him. Merc bowed his head deeply. His expression became even more pained. Alex seemed to be very concerned about this topic. She looked at the grief-stricken King Nuvan, then at the grief-stricken Merc. Her breathing quickened, which made little rascal, who was behind her, less nervous. Merc. The king's granddaughter whispered pitifully. Not now, my lady. Merc shut his eyes tightly. His breathing was rapid as he interrupted Alex. Alex's face turned pale. She curled her lips and trembled slightly. She grabbed little rascal's hand behind her. The latter had a frightened expression on her face. I cannot absolve myself from the blame for Prince Soria's death. Lord Merc clenched his teeth and looked sad. Your Majesty, you were merciful and did not punish me. Nicholas only grounded me for a few days as a token gesture. But after 12 years that kind of guilt tortures me day and night all the time. King Nuvan stared at him silently and sighed after a long while. Yes. The old king swirled the wine glass in his hand. I have no reason to blame you. Not only that, I trusted you even more and promoted you to be the king's administrator. Because I know. King Nuvan's expression was gloomy and his tone was gloomy. You are Soria's most trusted person. He unreservedly entrusted his life, safety, and family to you. Administrator Merc shuddered. He placed his right fist on his chest, bowed, and said with a trembling voice, I will devote the rest of my life to serve you, Lady Alex, the Walton family, and Dragoncloud City. Thales sighed softly. At that moment, many faces appeared before his eyes. King Kessel, Queen Kia, Duke Arund, King Nuvan, Archduke Pofrit, Gilbert and Merc, Lady Gines, the Kingdom's Wrath, the Fortress Flower, the veteran Gened, the new recruit Willow, and so on. It seemed that what happened 12 years ago had changed the fates of many people. Regardless of whether they were stars or colossal dragons, regardless of whether they were nobles or commoners. King Nuvan sighed softly. Soria, you have been by his side for many years, starting from the White Blade Guards. Merc. Just then, Alex's lips trembled. She tugged at the corner of Merc's shirt. I think. Merc tried his best to calm himself down. He turned around and comforted Alex. Don't worry, Miss Alex. Soon. Alex shuddered again. Thales furrowed his brows. In the next second, Alex's eyes rolled back, and her whole body went limp. Asterisk thud. Asterisk little rascal, who was behind her, was startled and cried out. Merc's expression changed drastically. He knelt beside Alex and helped her up. Lady Alex, what happened to you? However, Alex only stared at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. Her limbs swayed unconsciously, and her entire body began to twitch. Thales jumped down from the stairs and stared at Alex's abnormal condition in shock. What happened? Does this young lady have some kind of disease? Epilepsy or something else? Little rascal shuddered in fear. Merc's face was pale. He held Alex in his arms and raised his head to look at the king. He said urgently, Your Majesty. Lady Alex, we have to hurry. Yes. But King Nuvan still seemed to be immersed in the past. His gaze drifted as he pretended not to hear. He continued, I remember that you were the closest of friends and brothers, whether it was on the battlefield or at banquets. Seeing Alex's abnormal condition, Merc was extremely anxious and could not help but shout, Your Majesty! Alex, whose face was pale beyond recognition, opened her eyes and stared at Merc. Her gaze was filled with endless fear. She raised her trembling hands and scratched Merc's clothes in agony, like a drowning person grasping at straws. Thales watched all of this in disbelief. A few seconds later, he came to his senses in panic. King Nuven only stared into the distance with unfocused eyes. Alex's mouth twitched. Her face was drenched in cold sweat and her expression was one of extreme agony. Alex opened her mouth wide and sucked in huge mouthfuls of air, but it was as if she was suffocating. The only sound she made was an indecipherable choking sound. Ah! Little Rascal, who was watching from beside her, covered her mouth with both hands and stepped back in horror. No, no. Merc held Alex in his arms. His eyes were filled with fear. Miss Alex. Alex looked like she was in great pain. Merc's eyes were filled with fear. The administrator no longer cared about King Nuven's reaction. He picked Alex up and turned around abruptly, roaring at Little Rascal. Don't just stand there. Go get the doctor. Little Rascal was startled. Still in a state of shock, she turned around instinctively. But Thales reacted faster than her. The Prince of Constellation clenched his teeth and ran out of the hall. As he ran, he shouted, Is anyone there? Help! I need a doctor. However, a voice that was even colder and more terrifying blocked Thales' words of help from his mouth. Don't bother. It's a poison refined from blue vine grass. It takes effect violently and quickly. It takes effect within a minute. From the beautiful Archduchess of Enlenzo Dukedom 600 years ago to the eldest son of the King of Constellation 12 years ago, they all died from this poison. Thales shuddered violently. He stopped in his tracks and turned around in disbelief. Lord Merc also raised his head in horror and stared at the top of the stairs with the most incredulous gaze. There, King Nuven opened his ice-cold eyes. He stared at Merc and his convulsing granddaughter, as if he was uttering the most vicious curse. She's already dead. As if to prove the old king's words, in the next second, Alex, who was in Merc's arms, jerked backwards, almost breaking her neck. She stared at Merc with her frightened eyes, as if she did not understand what was happening. Then, Alex Walton, the last direct descendant of the Walton family, slowly closed her eyes. Her body gradually became limp, and she stopped convulsing. Her hands hung in the air, swinging back and forth. Her head was tilted to one side, right at Little Rascal. Little Rascal looked at Alex's expression and screamed in fear, falling on her butt. Thales subconsciously took a step back, his breathing quickening. Why? Impossible. How could this be? Thales could not accept the situation at all. He widened his eyes and fixed his gaze on Alex. After a few seconds, he turned to King Nuven, whose face was ashen and gloomy. Especially the ring on his right little finger, which King Nuven was stroking. It belonged to the Emperor of Poison, Kessel Carluz VI, Triumph. And the wine glass in King Nuven's hand. It's you. Thales gasped for air and stared at King Nuven in horror. You poisoned him? Humph. King Nuven snorted gloomily. And you, didn't you? The one who handed her the wine glass. Handed her the wine glass? Thales clenched his fists so hard that they almost cracked. He gritted his teeth and glared at King Nuven. He felt a strange emotion brewing in his chest. Lord Merc's body trembled uncontrollably. He looked at the little girl in his arms. A few seconds later, Merc, whose face was stiff and his mind seemed to be blank, finally reached out his trembling right hand and placed it under Alex's nose. Then, as if he had touched the hottest flame, Merc shivered and withdrew his right hand. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Merc, who was holding Alex, fell to his knees. The administrator raised his head and looked at King Nuven. His eyes filled with despair and pleading. No, no, no. Merc shook his head violently. His face was contorted as he stared at the motionless girl in his arms in disbelief. He looked at His Majesty in panic and fear, then at Lady Alex, who seemed to be asleep in his arms. At that moment, Merc's terrified face was filled with helplessness. Thales stared at the motionless Alex in a daze. Little Rascal, who was sitting by Thales' feet, seemed to be scared out of her wits. She just stared at Alex's body blankly and shivered from time to time. Merc's face began to contort. I beg you, Your Majesty. He knelt on the ground. His voice had changed as he spoke. He sounded like an asthmatic, gasping and pausing. Tears rolled down Merc's cheeks and dripped onto Alex's face. Then came his pleading voice. Why? Why? Thales clenched his fists, lowered his head and exhaled. Merc cried and screamed at the king. Why? Why? King Nuven seemed to have just recovered from his silent contemplation. He stared at Merc, who was trembling and crying, and uttered through gritted teeth, "Burn Merc! Burn Merc!" Thales's mouth fell open. He stared at Merc and the little girl in his arms in a daze. Bloodline? Not the Walton bloodline? Doesn't that mean the Walton family, which has been around for 600 years? And this reminds me of many things, King Nuvan said coldly. Soria loved to hunt, but he never brought a woman with him, not even his wife. Tell me, the old king said in a low voice, what happened in the assassination 12 years ago? Merc listened to the king's words as if he did not hear anything. He subconsciously hugged the little girl in his arms tightly, sobbing, tears falling continuously. King Nuvan seemed to have exhausted all his patience. His face was ferocious, and he roared like a terrifying lion. Speak! Frightened by the roar, the nervous little rascal shrank back with a yelp. Thales tried hard to sort out the situation before him. He exhaled forcefully, walked to Little Rascal, and pulled her up. Little Rascal grabbed Thales' arm tightly, as if she had found someone to rely on. She looked at the terrifying scene before her from behind her glasses with a terrified expression. Merc's eyes were filled with despair and desolation as he cried. He looked at the girl in his arms and snorted, as if he was crying but not laughing. 12 years ago, Soria brought Madame Adele out of the city. Because... His words were mixed with his panting, like the last words of a dying man. Because what? King Nuvan stared at him. Because... Merc stroked Alex's hair painfully. Because Soria found out. Found out what? The king's voice was bone-chilling. Merc's face was filled with pain, as if he was tormented by the biggest nightmare of his life. He found out about us. About me and Adele. Thales stared at the short-haired warrior in shock. Little Rascal tugged at Thales' arm and hid behind the Prince of Constellation. She gritted her teeth and looked at the scene in disbelief. Yes. Merc wailed in despair. Alex. She is... my daughter. Asterisk clang. Asterisk King Nuvan could not take it anymore. He threw the wine goblet on the ground with a force filled with hatred. The iron goblet clanked on the ground, accompanied by the administrator's sobs. Thales took a deep breath and tried to understand the situation before him. Only Merc's sobs and the old king's heavy breathing could be heard in the hall. Ha ha ha. King Nuvan's suppressed laughter came from his throat. There was a hint of sadness in it. You. Soria's most capable subordinate? Best friend? Most trusted brother? Just like that, you repay his trust with betrayal and deception. The king's voice reverberated in the hall. Merc, who was kneeling on the ground, sobbed and raised his head. No. As if his greatest dignity had been violated. He roared with tears and snot in his eyes. I did not betray him. I did not betray Soria. Thales looked at the scene before him with an unpleasant expression. He felt bitter in his heart. Merc looked at the girl in his arms and sobbed softly. Prince Soria Soria was a good brother, and I was willing to give up my life for him. He growled. In the White Blade Guards, we trained under Caslin to become the most valiant warriors. When we were in the 38th century ground, he crawled with a broken arm to block a fatal hammer blow for me. When my mother was seriously ill, and my sister came to Dragoncloud City to look for me, he personally sent a doctor to save my mother's life. When we were surrounded in White Mountain, he and I had our backs against each other. Those sharp-eared arrows pierced through my left shoulder and his right shoulder. We cursed each other's luck and fought back to back as we retreated. We persevered until Caslin came to help us. I still remember the day I went back to my hometown to get married. That bastard, Merc said with a smile through his tears. Soria brought his brothers from the White Blade Guards and came to our village with a tray full of rye wine and roasted meat. He raised the red dragon flag and the cloud dragon spear flag. The local counts and knights all came. The expression on the village chief's face was even more exaggerated than when his son became a tax collector. Mother was very happy. She finally felt that her son had made a name for himself. Soria? I have always treated him as my closest brother, my comrade, your highness. Merc roared angrily with tears streaming down his face. I will never betray him. King Nuvan stood up abruptly, his hair and beard bristling with anger. Bull Shasterisk T. Thales felt his hand tighten. Behind him, Little Rascal began to tremble again. He could only try his best to hold Little Rascal's hand and comfort her. You cheated on my son, the man you were supposed to be loyal to. King Nuvan's eyes were burning with anger. He said loudly, "You cheated on my son, the man you were supposed to be loyal to, and even gave birth to your child. You tarnished the Walton family's dignity and bloodline. Do you think this is not a betrayal? You never treated him as your brother in the White Blade Guards, the man you were supposed to be loyal to with your life and honor. Traitor." Kneeling on the ground, Merc listened to the king's words. He looked at Alex in his arms, his daughter, and roared in grief and indignation. "Ah! No." He closed his eyes in agony. Thales gritted his teeth and frowned as he watched the confrontation between the king and his vassal. He felt a wave of sorrow in his heart. It's not like this. Adele, she was so good. So gentle, so. Merc lay on the ground. He clenched his right fist and pounded the ground miserably. She shouldn't have married into Dragon Cloud City. Shouldn't have met Soria. Should have met you? King Nuvan's words were filled with terrifying emotions. Shameless traitor? Adele. Adele. That was a mistake. Merc's teeth trembled as he caressed his daughter's face. His expression changed several times, as if he was looking at another person through her. Whether it was me and her, or Soria and her. It was all a mistake. She shouldn't have left Camus Union, Vine City, the flowers, and the blue sky that she cherished. She only belonged there. As for Soria, he's a good brother and a good warrior, but he never cared about women. Prostitutes, women he captured after the war, maids in the castle, and ladies of the nobles. None of them made a difference to him. Merc put his face against Alex's and cried, "Soria, Soria, Soria!" In Soria's world, there was only wine and battles, politics and victory. The only people he cared about were warriors, friends and enemies. On the night of their wedding, Soria was dead drunk. I stood guard outside their bedroom. That sound was like sex. I guess Soria thought that it was a celebration after another battle. The next morning, Soria went hunting. He left me to watch over Adele. Her expression was not the expression a newlywed wife should have. Thales listened to Merc's desolate and painful confession with an unpleasant expression. Finally, one day, I saw Adele trying to cut her wrist with a pair of scissors. I told Soria and tried to persuade him to treat his wife better. But Soria thought that she had insulted the Dragon Spear family. Every time, he would only pick up a whip in anger, wanting to teach her a lesson. At that time, I stood at the door, clenching my fists, listening to Soria's roar and Adele's screams. I was angrier than Soria, more in pain than Adele. Merc hugged Alex tightly. His eyes were closed, and tears poured down his cheeks like an unstoppable flood. Since then, Adele wanted to commit suicide more than once, and I stopped her more than once. But I hid it from Soria, because I didn't want Adele to be hurt by him again. Adele. She's like a flower that has been trampled on and abandoned. Soria's attitude towards women is even more terrifying than the most inflexible Northlanders. When he's in the mood, he'll force her. When he's not in the mood, he'll ignore her and be indifferent to her. Thales closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Adele. She was too lonely, too pitiful. Merc stroked his daughter's hair, his eyes filled with sadness. She traveled a long way to come here, while Soria didn't know how to cherish her. He only treated her as a puppet and a chess piece, a bargaining chip to form a marriage alliance with Camus Union. I tried everything. I just tried to make her happy, tried to stop her from committing suicide again. Merc, who was emotional, mumbled incoherently. From magic tricks to flowers, to finding girls from Camus Union to relieve her boredom, to the night when she didn't want to. I tried my best to get Soria drunk. Adele was very grateful to me, and happy that I did these things for her. She stopped trying to commit suicide, and started to smile, even though it was only to me. And my wife passed away in my hometown. When I didn't know how to raise the 5-year-old Croche before me, it was Adele who took care of her. This made Soria's attitude towards her much better. We became more talkative. She teased Croche in the room, and I giggled outside the room. She asked questions in the room, and I answered her outside the room. King Nuvan's expression was cold, but he did not say a word. Finally, that day we won the war against the White Elves and the Alliance of Freedom. Merc sobbed softly. We returned to Dragon Cloud City in triumph, and Soria drank with us all night. But that day, all I could think about was her. Adele. Merc stuck his face close to his daughter's. His tears did not stop, and his right fist was almost crushed. They were all drunk. I went to Adele's room, and I wanted to listen to her voice as usual. But at that time, my wound burst open, and Adele asked me to go in and bandage it. Thales's gaze darkened. Thales's eyes dimmed. A memory surged up from an unknown place in his mind. Hey, Brother Brainiac, you're actually reading a romance novel. What the hell is a romance novel? This is a bestseller written by an American sociologist. This title. Strange, why would you read this kind of book? What are you thinking about? Hee. This. Don't think too much about it, it's just a classmate asking. That's not right, could it be? Hee, why are you blushing? The weather is hot. Ha ha ha. Why are you touching my face? I lied to you. Ha 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 ha, it's so funny. Alright, don't be angry. I'll give you a vitality kiss. Ha ha ha. It's still very funny. What should I do? Hey, don't be stingy, come, tell me about it. How am I supposed to explain this? Alright, the above mentions something interesting. In the Western world, love originates from cheating. What the F***CK? Cheating? That's so cool. For example, in Celtic mythology, the story of Lancelot and Guinevere is like this. The marriage of King Arthur and Queen Guinevere was only a political function, and there was never any love to speak of. True love is the taboo love between a knight and a queen. That is emotional, impulsive, and pure love. Another example is in Don Quixote. One of the dreams of the protagonist is to be a knight and have a true love with the wife of the lord he serves. This originated from the Middle Ages, especially the Crusades. Alright, you can shut up now. I'm still on the side of the king and lawn. Get lost, Ardwulf. Queen Lily, get lost. I'm going to watch it again. Oh right, so we're having an affair now? You can't use this analogy in different social situations, sister. The memory fragment slowly faded. Thales looked at Merc before him and could not help but sigh deeply. Merc continued to sob on the ground. God knows how much I regret it. But Adele. Soria began to suspect not long after Alex was born. Soon, he found out the truth. The administrator gently brushed his daughter's hair aside and said in a hoarse voice, I could see the pain and hesitation in his eyes. I really wanted him to kill me with a sword. That night, Soria told me that he was willing to let me and Adele go. He would clean up and cover up. When Merc said this, he hammered the ground in grief and indignation. Nuven listened quietly. The next day, Soria took us out with him to finally resolve this matter. It was that day the assassin... Thales felt little rascal trembling behind him again. The assassin's first strike wasn't fatal. The assassin saw Alex and didn't stab a second time. But Adele... Merc opened his mouth and howled in pain. Adele didn't know Soria's motive. She thought His Highness wanted to execute us. So when she saw Soria fall, she picked up a dagger. Hearing this, King Nuven seemed to lose all his strength and sat down on the stairs weakly. In the Hall of Heroes, only Merc was left sobbing in grief. At that moment, Thales, who was watching the indescribable scene before him, only felt a chill in his heart. So, are we having an affair now? You can't use this analogy in different social situations, sister. The memory fragment slowly faded. Thales looked at Merc before him and could not help but sigh deeply. Merc continued to sob on the ground. God knows how much I regret it. But Adele. Not long after Alex was born, Soria began to suspect. Soon, he found out the truth. The administrator gently brushed his daughter's hair aside and said in a hoarse voice, I could see the pain and hesitation in his eyes. I really wanted him to kill me with a single stab. That night, Soria told me that he was willing to let Adele and me go. He would clean up and cover up. When Merc said this, he hammered the ground in grief and indignation. Nuven listened quietly. The next day, Soria took us out with him to finally resolve this matter. It was that day the assassin... Thales felt little rascal trembling behind him again. The assassin's first strike wasn't fatal. The assassin saw Alex and didn't stab a second time. But Adele. Merc opened his mouth and howled in pain. Adele didn't know Soria's motive. She thought His Highness wanted to execute us. So when she saw Soria fall, she picked up a dagger. Hearing this, King Nuven seemed to have lost all his strength. He sat down on the stairs weakly. In the Hall of Heroes, only Merc was left sobbing in grief. At that moment, looking at the indescribable scene before him, Thales only felt a chill in his heart. So, are we having an affair now? You can't use this analogy in different social situations, sister. This piece of memory slowly faded. Thales looked at Merc before him and could not help but sigh deeply. Merc continued sobbing on the ground. God knows how much I regret it. But Adele. Not long after Alex was born, Soria began to suspect. Soon, he found out the truth. The administrator gently brushed his daughter's hair aside and said in a hoarse voice, I could see the pain and hesitation in his eyes. I really wanted him to kill me with a single stab. That night, Soria told me that he was willing to let Adele and me go. He would clean up and cover up. When Merc said this, he hammered the ground in grief and indignation. Nuven listened quietly. The next day, Soria took us out with him to finally resolve this matter. It was that day the assassin. Thales felt little rascal behind him start to tremble again. The assassin's first stab wasn't fatal. The assassin saw Alex and didn't stab a second time. But Adele. Merc opened his mouth and howled in pain. Adele didn't know Soria's motive. She thought His Highness wanted to execute us. So when she saw Soria fall, she picked up a dagger. Hearing this, King Nuven seemed to have lost all his strength. He sat down on the stairs weakly. In the Hall of Heroes, only Merc was left sobbing in grief. At that moment, looking at the indescribable scene before him, Thales only felt a chill in his heart. So, are we having an affair now? You can't use this analogy in different social situations, sister. This piece of memory slowly faded. Thales looked at Merc before him and could not help but sigh deeply. Merc continued to sob on the ground. God knows how much I regret it. But Adele. Not long after Alex was born, Soria began to suspect. Soon, he found out the truth. The administrator gently brushed his daughter's hair aside, his voice hoarse. I could see the pain and hesitation in his eyes. I really wanted him to kill me with a single stab. That night, Soria told me that he was willing to let Adele and me go. He would clean up and cover up. Merc said as he hammered the ground in grief and indignation. Nuven listened quietly. The next day, Soria took us out with him to finally resolve this matter. It was that day the assassin. Thales felt little rascal behind him start to tremble again. The assassin's first stab wasn't fatal. The assassin saw Alex and didn't stab a second time. But Adele. Merc opened his mouth and howled in pain. Adele didn't know Soria's motive. She thought His Highness wanted to execute us. So when she saw Soria fall, she picked up a dagger. Hearing this, King Nuven seemed to have lost all his strength. He sat down on the stairs weakly. In the Hall of Heroes, only Merc was left sobbing in grief. At that moment, looking at the indescribable scene before him, Thales only felt a chill in his heart. So, are we having an affair now? You can't use this analogy in different social situations, sister. This piece of memory slowly faded. Thales looked at Merc before him and could not help but sigh deeply. Merc continued to sob on the ground. God knows how much I regret it. But Adele. Chapter 188. The Hall of Heroes was silent. You know, Thales, when Soria died. Thales adjusted his breathing and heartbeat as he stared at King Nuven. Burglary. Anger, madness, hatred. It drove me to unleash the wrath of the Walton family and Dragoncloud City at all costs. The old king's eyes were lifeless, as if he was looking at another world through Thales. In comparison, gaining benefits and even conquering constellations seemed to have become secondary. Thales did not speak. It was inappropriate for him to say anything at that moment. King Nuven slowly raised his gaze and looked at Merc, who had a mournful expression. Why didn't you protect him and Soria, Merc? The king's expression was very unpleasant. You are a white blade guard. You should have been by his side to protect him. Merc bowed his head deeply. His expression became even more pained. Alex seemed to be very concerned about this topic. She looked at the sorrowful King Nuven, then at Merc, whose face was contorted. Her breathing quickened, which made little rascal behind her less nervous. Merc. The king's granddaughter whispered pitifully. Not now, my lady. Merc shut his eyes tightly, his breathing rapid as he interrupted Alex. Alex shrank back, her face pale. She curled her lips and trembled slightly. She grabbed Little Rascal's hand behind her. The latter had a frightened expression on her face. I cannot absolve myself from the blame for Prince Soria's death. Lord Merk clenched his teeth and looked sad. Your Majesty, you were lenient and did not punish me. Nicholas only grounded me for a few days as a token gesture. But after 12 years that kind of guilt tortures me day and night all the time. King Nuvan stared at him silently and sighed after a long while. Yes. The old king swirled the wine glass in his hand. I have no reason to blame you. Not only that, I also trusted you more and promoted you to be the king's administrator. Because I know. King Nuvan's expression was gloomy and his tone was gloomy. You are Soria's most trusted person. He unreservedly entrusted his life, safety, and family to you. Administrator Merk shuddered. He placed his right fist on his chest, bowed, and said with a trembling voice, I will devote the rest of my life to serve you, Lady Alex, the Walton family, and Dragon Cloud City. Thales sighed softly. At that moment, many faces appeared before his eyes. King Kessel, Queen Kia, Duke Arund, King Nuvan, Archduke Pofrit, Gilbert and Merk, Lady Gines, the Kingdom's Wrath, the Fortress Flower, the veteran Gened, the new recruit Willow, and so on. It seemed that what happened 12 years ago had changed the fates of many people. Regardless of whether they were stars or colossal dragons, regardless of whether they were nobles or commoners. King Nuvan sighed softly. Soria, you have been by his side for many years, starting from the White Blade Guards. Merk. Just then, Alex's lips trembled. She tugged at the corner of Merk's shirt. I think. Merk tried his best to calm himself down. He turned around and comforted Alex. Don't worry, Miss Alex. Soon. Alex shuddered again. Thales furrowed his brows. In the next second, Alex's eyes rolled back, and her whole body went limp. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Little Rascal, who was behind her, was startled and cried out. Merk's expression changed drastically. He knelt beside Alex and helped her up. Lady Alex. Lady Alex, what happened to you? However, Alex only stared at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. Her limbs swayed unconsciously, and her body began to twitch. Thales jumped down from the stairs and stared at Alex's strange condition in shock. What happened? Does this young lady have some kind of disease? Epilepsy or something else? Little Rascal shuddered in fear. Merk's face was pale. He held Alex in his arms and raised his head to look at the king. He said urgently, Your Majesty. Lady Alex, we have to hurry. Yes. But King Nuvan still seemed to be immersed in the past. His gaze drifted as he pretended not to hear. He continued, I remember that you were the closest of friends and brothers, whether it was on the battlefield or at banquets. Seeing Alex's strange condition, Merk was extremely anxious and could not help but shout, Your Majesty. Alex's face was as white as a sheet. She opened her eyes and looked at Merk with fear in her eyes. She raised her trembling hands and scratched Merk's clothes in agony, like a drowning person grasping at straws. Thales watched all of this in disbelief. A few seconds later, he came to his senses in panic. King Nuvan only stared into the distance with unfocused eyes. Alex's mouth twitched. Her face was drenched in cold sweat, and she looked like she was in extreme pain. Alex opened her mouth wide and inhaled in large mouthfuls of air, but it was as if she was suffocating. The only sound she made was an unintelligible choking sound. Ah! Little Rascal, who was watching from beside her, covered her mouth with both hands and stepped back in horror. No. Merk hugged Alex in a panic. Seeing that she seemed to be suffering, his eyes were filled with fear. Lady Alex. The administrator no longer cared about King Nuvan's reaction. He picked Alex up and turned around to roar at Little Rascal. Don't just stand there. Go get the doctor. Little Rascal was shocked. Still in a state of shock, she turned around instinctively. But Thales reacted faster than her. The Prince of Constellation clenched his teeth and ran out of the hall, shouting as he ran. Is anyone there? Help. I need a doctor. However, a voice that was even colder and more terrifying blocked Thales' words of help from his mouth. Don't bother. It's a poison refined from blue vine grass. It takes effect violently and quickly. It takes effect within a minute. From the beautiful Archduchess of Enlenzo dukedom 600 years ago to the eldest son of the King of Constellation 12 years ago, they all died from this poison. Thales shuddered violently. He stopped in his tracks and turned around in disbelief. Lord Merk also raised his head in horror and stared at the top of the stairs with the most incredulous gaze. There, King Nuvan opened his ice-cold eyes. He stared at Merk and his convulsing granddaughter, as if he was uttering the most vicious curse. "She's already dead." As if to prove the old king's words, in the next second, Alex, who was in Merk's arms, jerked backwards, almost breaking her neck. She stared at Merk with her frightened eyes, as if she did not understand what was happening. Then, Alex Walton, the last direct descendant of the Walton family, slowly closed her eyes. Her body gradually became limp, and she stopped convulsing. Her hands hung in the air, swinging back and forth. Her head was tilted to one side, right at Little Rascal. Little Rascal looked at Alex's expression and screamed in fear, falling on her butt. Thales subconsciously took a step back, his breathing quickening. Why? Impossible. How could this be? Thales could not accept the situation at all. He widened his eyes and fixed his gaze on Alex. After a few seconds, he turned to King Nuvan, whose face was ashen and gloomy. Especially the ring on his right little finger, which King Nuvan was stroking. It belonged to the Emperor of Poison, Kessel Carluz VI, Triumph. And the wine glass in King Nuvan's hand. "It's you." Thales gasped for air and stared at King Nuvan in horror. "You poisoned him?" "Humph." King Nuvan snorted gloomily. "And you, didn't you?" "The one who handed her the wine glass." "Handed her the wine glass?" Thales clenched his fists so hard that they almost cracked. He gritted his teeth and glared at King Nuvan. He felt a strange emotion brewing in his chest. Lord Merk's body trembled uncontrollably. He looked at the little girl in his arms. A few seconds later, Merk, whose face was stiff and his mind seemed to be blank, finally reached out his trembling right hand and placed it under Alex's nose. Then, as if he had touched the hottest flame, Merk shivered and withdrew his right hand. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Merk, who was holding Alex, fell to his knees. The administrator raised his head and looked at King Nuvan. His eyes filled with despair and pleading. "No, no, no." Merk shook his head violently. His face was contorted as he stared at the motionless girl in his arms in disbelief. He looked at His Majesty in panic and fear, then at Lady Alex, who seemed to be asleep in his arms. At that moment, Merk's terrified face was filled with helplessness. Thales stared at the motionless Alex in a daze. Little Rascal, who was sitting by Thales' feet, seemed to be scared out of her wits. She just stared at Alex's body blankly and shivered from time to time. Merk's face began to contort. "I beg you, Your Majesty." He knelt on the ground. His voice had changed as he spoke. He sounded like an asthmatic, gasping and pausing. Tears rolled down Merk's cheeks and dripped onto Alex's face. Then came his pleading voice. "Why? Why?" Thales clenched his fists, lowered his head and exhaled sharply. Merk cried and screamed at the king. "Why? Why?" King Nuvan seemed to have just recovered from his silent contemplation. He stared quietly at Merk, who was trembling and weeping, and uttered through gritted teeth, "You're right." He gritted his teeth and said, "Burn Merk." "Shouldn't you know that?" Merk shuddered violently. "If it wasn't for Mariah's death, I wouldn't have rearranged the Walton bloodline." King Nuvan closed his eyes and said in pain, "The High Priestess of Bright Moon Temple wouldn't have realized that she wasn't of the Walton bloodline." Merk stared at King Nuvan with his eyes wide open and trembling. Thales' jaw dropped. He stared at Merk and the little girl in his arms in a daze. Bloodline? Not of the Walton bloodline? Doesn't that mean that the Walton family, which has been around for 600 years? "And this reminds me of many things," King Nuvan said coldly. "Soria loved to hunt, but he never brought a woman with him, not even his wife." "Tell me," the old king said in a low voice, "what happened in the assassination 12 years ago?" Merk listened to the king's words as if he did not hear anything. He subconsciously hugged the little girl in his arms tightly. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he sobbed. King Nuvan seemed to have exhausted all his patience. His face was ferocious and he roared like a terrifying lion. "Speak!" Frightened by the roar, the nervous little rascal shrank back with a yelp. Thales tried hard to sort out the situation before him. He exhaled forcefully, walked to Little Rascal, and pulled her up. Little Rascal seemed to have found someone to rely on. She clutched Thales' arm tightly and looked at the terrifying scene before her from behind her glasses with a terrified expression. Merc's eyes were filled with despair and desolation as he cried. He looked at the girl in his arms and snorted with a half-smile. 12 years ago, Soria brought Madame Adele out of the city. Because... His words were mixed with his panting, like the last words of a dying man. Because what? King Nuvan fixed his gaze on him. Because... Merc stroked Alex's hair painfully. Because Soria found out. Found out what? The king's voice was bone-chilling. Merc's face was filled with pain and conflict, as if he was tormented by the biggest nightmare of his life. He found out about us. About me and... Adele. Thales stared at the short-haired warrior in shock. Little Rascal tugged at Thales' arm and hid behind the Prince of Constellation. She gritted her teeth and looked at the scene in disbelief. Yes. Merc wailed in despair. Alex. She is... my daughter. Asterisk clang. Asterisk King Nuvan could not take it anymore. He threw the wine goblet on the ground with a force filled with hatred. The iron goblet clanked on the ground, accompanied by the administrator's sobs. Thales took a deep breath and tried to understand the situation before him. Only Merc's sobs and the old king's heavy breathing could be heard in the hall. Ha ha ha. King Nuvan's suppressed laughter came from his throat. There was a hint of sadness in it. You. Soria's most capable subordinate? Best friend? Most trusted brother? Just like that, you used betrayal and deception to repay his trust. The king's voice reverberated in the hall. Merc, who was kneeling on the ground, sobbed and raised his head. No! As if his greatest dignity had been violated. He roared with tears and snot in his eyes. I did not betray him. I did not betray Soria. Thales looked at the scene before him with an unpleasant expression. He felt bitter in his heart. Merc looked at the girl in his arms and sobbed softly. Prince Soria Soria was a good brother, and I was willing to give up my life for him. He growled. In the White Blade Guards, we trained under Caslin to become the most valiant warriors. When we were at the 38th Sentry Ground, he crawled with a broken arm to block a fatal hammer blow for me. When my mother was seriously ill, and my sister came to Dragoncloud City to look for me, he personally sent a doctor to save my mother's life. When we were surrounded in White Mountain, he and I had our backs against each other. Those sharp-eared arrows pierced through my left shoulder and his right shoulder. We cursed each other's luck and fought back to back as we retreated. We persevered until Caslin came to help us. I still remember the day I went back to my hometown to get married. That bastard, Merc said with a smile through his tears. Soria brought his brothers from the White Blade Guards and came to our village with a tray full of rye wine and roasted meat. He raised the red dragon flag and the cloud dragon spear flag. The local counts and knights came. The expression on the village chief's face was even more exaggerated than when his son became a tax collector. Mother was very happy. She finally felt that her son had made a name for himself. Soria? I have always treated him as my closest brother, my comrade, your highness. Merc roared angrily with tears streaming down his face. I will never betray him. King Nuvan stood up abruptly, his hair and beard bristling with anger. Bull**T. Thales felt his hand tighten. Behind him, Little Rascal began to tremble again. He could only try his best to hold Little Rascal's hand and comfort her. You cheated on my son, the man you were supposed to be loyal to. King Nuvan's eyes were burning with anger. He said loudly, You cheated on my son, the man you were supposed to be loyal to with his wife, and even gave birth to your child. You tarnished the Walton family's dignity and bloodline. Do you think this is not a betrayal? You have never treated him as a brother in your guards, a man you should be loyal to with your life and honor. Traitor! Kneeling on the ground, Merc listened to the king's words and looked at Alex, his daughter, in his arms. With tears streaming down his face, he roared in grief and indignation. No. He closed his eyes in agony. Thales gritted his teeth and frowned as he watched the confrontation between the king and his vassal. He felt a wave of sorrow in his heart. It's not like this. Adele, she was so good. So gentle, so. Merc lay on the ground. He clenched his right fist and pounded the ground miserably. She shouldn't have married into Dragon Cloud City. Shouldn't have met Soria. Should have met you. King Nuvan's words were filled with terrifying emotions. Shameless traitor? Adele. Adele. That was a mistake. Merc's teeth trembled as he caressed his daughter's face. His expression changed several times, as if he was looking at another person through her. Whether it was me and her, or Soria and her. It was all a mistake. She shouldn't have left Camus Union, Vine City, the flowers, and the blue sky that she cherished. She only belonged there. As for Soria, he's a good brother and a good warrior, but he never cared about women. Prostitutes, women he captured after the war, maids in the castle, and ladies of the nobles. None of them made a difference to him. Merc put his face against Alex's and cried, Soria, Soria, Soria. Soria's world was only about wine and battles, politics and victory. The only people he cared about were warriors, friends, and enemies. On the night of their wedding, Soria was dead drunk. I stood guard outside their bedroom. That sound was like sex. I guess Soria thought that it was a celebration after another battle. The next morning, Soria went hunting. He left me to watch over Adele. Her expression, that was not the expression a newlywed wife should have. Thales listened to Merc's desolate and painful confession with an unpleasant expression. Finally, one day, I saw Adele trying to cut her wrist with a pair of scissors. I told Soria and tried to persuade him to treat his wife better. But Soria thought that she had insulted the Dragon Spear family. Every time, he would angrily pick up his whip and teach her a lesson. Soria said. At that time, I stood at the door, clenching my fists, listening to Soria's roars and Adele's screams. My heart was angrier than Soria, and more painful than Adele. Merc hugged Alex tightly. His eyes were closed, and tears gushed down his cheeks like an unstoppable flood. Since then, Adele wanted to commit suicide more than once. I also stopped her more than once, but I hid it from Soria, because I did not want Adele to be hurt by him again. Adele. She's like a flower that has been trampled on and abandoned. Soria's attitude towards women is even more terrifying than the most inflexible Northlanders. When he's in the mood, he'll force her. When he's not in the mood, he'll ignore her and be indifferent to her. Thales closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Adele. She was too lonely, too pitiful. Merc stroked his daughter's hair. His eyes were filled with sadness. She came here after a long journey, and Soria did not know how to cherish her. He only treated her as a puppet and a chess piece, a bargaining chip to form a marriage alliance with Camus Union. I tried everything. I just tried to make her happy, tried to stop her from committing suicide again. Agitated, Merc muttered incoherently, from magic tricks to flowers, to finding girls from Camus Union to relieve her boredom, to trying my best to get Soria drunk at night when she did not want to. Adele was very grateful to me, and happy that I did these things for her. She stopped trying to commit suicide, and started to smile, even though it was only to me. And my wife passed away in my hometown. When I did not know how to raise the 5-year-old Croche before me, Adele was the one who took care of her. This made Soria's attitude towards her much better. We became more talkative. She teased Croche in the room, and I laughed foolishly outside the room. She asked questions in the room, and I answered her outside the room. King Nuvan's expression was cold, but he did not say a word. Finally, that day we won the war against the White Elves and the Alliance of Freedom. Merc sobbed softly. We returned to Dragon Cloud City in triumph, and Soria drank with us all night. But that day, all I could think about was her. Adele. Merc pressed his face tightly against his daughter's. His tears did not stop, and his right fist was almost crushed. They were all drunk. I went to Adele's room, and I wanted to listen to her voice as usual. But at that time, my wound burst open, and Adele asked me to go in and bandage it. Thales' gaze darkened. Thales' eyes dimmed. A memory surged up from an unknown place in his mind. Hey, Brother Brainiac, you're actually reading a romance novel. What the hell is a romance novel? This is a bestseller written by an American sociologist. This title. Strange, why would you read this kind of book? What are you thinking about? Hee. This. Don't think too much about it, it's just a classmate asking. That's not right, could it be? Hee, why are you blushing? The weather is hot. Ha ha ha. Why are you touching my face? I lied to you. Ha 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 ha, it's so funny. Alright, don't be angry. I'll give you a vitality kiss. Ha ha ha. It's still very funny. What should I do? Hey, don't be stingy, come, tell me about it. How am I supposed to explain this? Alright, the above mentions something interesting. In the Western world, love originates from cheating. What the F***CK? Cheating. That's so cool. For example, in Celtic mythology, the story of Lancelot and Guinevere is like this. The marriage of King Arthur and Queen Guinevere was only a political function, and there was never any love to speak of. True love is the taboo love between a knight and a queen. That is emotional, impulsive, and pure love. Another example is in Don Quixote. One of the dreams of the protagonist is to be a knight and have a true love with the wife of the king he serves, the mistress. This originated from the Middle Ages, especially the Crusades. Alright, you can shut up now. I'm still on the side of the king and Lon as a couple. Coyote, get lost. Queen Lily, get lost. I'm going to see it again. Oh right, so are we having an affair now? Different social situations can't be compared like this, sister. The memory fragment slowly faded away. Thales looked at Merc before him and could not help but sigh deeply. Merc continued to sob on the ground. God knows how much I regret it. But Adele. Soria began to suspect not long after Alex was born. Soon, he found out the truth. The administrator gently brushed his daughter's hair aside and said in a hoarse voice, I could see the pain and hesitation in his eyes. I really wanted him to kill me with a sword. That night, Soria told me that he was willing to let me and Adele go. He would clean up and cover up. Merc said as he hammered the ground in grief and indignation. Nuven listened quietly. The next day, Soria took us out with him to finally resolve this matter. It was that day the assassin? Thales felt little rascal trembling behind him. The assassin's first strike wasn't fatal. The assassin saw Alex and didn't strike a second time. But Adele. Merc opened his mouth and howled in pain. Adele didn't know Soria's intentions. She thought His Highness wanted to execute us. So when she saw Soria fall, she picked up a dagger. Hearing this, King Nuven seemed to have lost all his strength. He sat down on the steps weakly. In the Hall of Heroes, only Merc was left sobbing in grief. At that moment Thales, who saw the indescribable scene before him, felt a chill in his heart. Different social situations can't be compared like this, sister. The memory fragment slowly faded away. Thales looked at Merc before him and could not help but sigh deeply. Merc continued to sob on the ground. God knows how much I regret it. But Adele. Soria began to suspect not long after Alex was born. Soon, he found out the truth. The administrator gently brushed his daughter's hair aside and said in a hoarse voice, I could see the pain and hesitation in his eyes. I really wanted him to kill me with a sword. That night, Soria told me that he was willing to let me and Adele go. He would clean up and cover up. Merc said as he hammered the ground in grief and indignation. Nuven listened quietly. The next day, Soria took us out with him to finally resolve this matter. It was that day the assassin? Thales felt little rascal trembling behind him again. The assassin's first strike wasn't fatal. The assassin saw Alex and didn't strike a second time. But Adele. Merc opened his mouth and howled in pain. Adele didn't know Soria's intentions. She thought His Highness wanted to execute us. So when she saw Soria fall, she picked up a dagger. Hearing this, King Nuven seemed to have lost all his strength. He sat down on the steps weakly. In the Hall of Heroes, only Merc was left sobbing in grief. At that moment Thales, who saw the indescribable scene before him, only felt a chill in his heart. You can't use this analogy in different social situations, sister. The memory fragment slowly faded. Thales looked at Merc before him and could not help but sigh deeply. Merc continued sobbing on the ground. God knows how much I regret it. But Adele. Soria began to suspect not long after Alex was born. Soon, he found out the truth. The administrator gently brushed his daughter's hair aside and said in a hoarse voice, I could see the pain and hesitation in his eyes. I really wanted him to kill me with a sword. That night, Soria told me that he was willing to let me and Adele go. He would clean up and cover up. Merc said as he hammered the ground in grief and indignation. Nuvan listened quietly. The next day, Soria took us out with him to finally resolve this matter. It was that day the assassin... Thales felt little rascal trembling behind him again. The assassin's first strike wasn't fatal. The assassin saw Alex and didn't strike a second time. But Adele... Merc opened his mouth and howled in pain. Adele didn't know Soria's purpose. She thought His Highness wanted to execute us. So when she saw Soria fall, she picked up a dagger. Hearing this, King Nuvan seemed to have lost all his strength. He sat down on the stairs weakly. In the Hall of Heroes, only Merc was left sobbing in grief. At that moment Thales, who saw the indescribable scene before him, felt a chill in his heart. You can't use this analogy in different social situations, sister. The memory fragments slowly faded. Thales looked at Merc before him and could not help but sigh deeply. Merc continued sobbing on the ground. God knows how much I regret it. But Adele... Soria began to suspect not long after Alex was born. Soon, he found out the truth. The administrator gently brushed his daughter's hair aside and said in a hoarse voice, I could see the pain and hesitation in his eyes. I really wanted him to kill me with a sword. That night, Soria told me that he was willing to let me and Adele go. He would clean up and cover up. Merc said as he hammered the ground in grief and indignation. Nuvan listened quietly. The next day, Soria took us out with him to finally resolve this matter. It was that day the assassin... Thales felt little rascal trembling behind him again. The assassin's first strike wasn't fatal. The assassin saw Alex and didn't strike a second time. But Adele... Merc opened his mouth and howled in pain. Adele didn't know Soria's purpose. She thought His Highness wanted to execute us. So when she saw Soria fall, she picked up a dagger. Hearing this, King Nuvan seemed to have lost all his strength. He sat down on the stairs weakly. In the Hall of Heroes, only Merc was left sobbing in grief. Chapter 189. Outside Dragon Cloud City. In a small house in a village. It's been 5 years, Cohen, and my dear Miranda. Did the tower send you here? In the dark room, the short-haired girl on the wooden bed, Croche Merc gave them a complicated but peaceful smile. Seeing you now is the best comfort. Thank you, Uncle Caslin. The short-haired girl expressionlessly thanked Caslin, who was beside her. Miranda furrowed her brows tightly. Whether you can guard against theft or not depends on your ability. Whether you want to guard against theft or not depends on my attitude. I have always despised thieves, whether they steal or enjoy stolen goods. Even someone as careless as Cohen could not help but notice that the Northland girl, Croche, had changed drastically since they were in the same period. Compared to the high-spirited Croche Merc when they parted at the Tower of Eradication 5 years ago, not only was she much thinner, she was also much duller. The determination that was once carved on her round face like a seal had turned into bitterness and disappointment at some point in time. Cohen's gaze shifted to her hand, and he immediately held his breath. This girl, who had a determined expression on her face when they were in the tower, trained hard, and never gave up easily. Her sword-wielding right hand. It was tightly wrapped in bandages. Croche. Cohen tried his best to shift his gaze away from her right hand and forced an ugly smile. He carefully and slowly asked, Are you all right? All right. The moment the words left his mouth, Cohen had the urge to slap himself. Croche looked at him slowly, her gaze calm. I'm all right. The girl's hollow gaze made Cohen's heart ache. It's just that my right hand can no longer touch weapons. There was silence. Cohen was so embarrassed that he did not know how to continue. Damn it, if only Raphael was here at this moment. Comforting people has always been that boy in white strong suit. As expected, Miranda walked forward, leaving Cohen to roll his eyes. Then, like countless times in the past, she calmly and harshly stomped on the innocent-looking Cohen. Asterisk hiss. Asterisk just as Cohen was grimacing in pain, Miranda sat on the edge of Croche's bed. Her expression did not change as she said decisively, Who did it? At this moment, any consolation would be futile. Miranda thought to herself, I might as well get straight to the point so that she doesn't have to think about those useless things. Beside them, Caslin coughed. The former leader of the White Blade Guards did not have much to say in front of Croche. He had seen this kind of situation in too many retired soldiers. Caslin sighed deeply in his heart. And they, the soldiers, would never know how lucky they were to be able to retire after being injured. Croche snapped out of her daze and flashed an ugly smile. I think all of you should know some of the causes and consequences. Croche's tone had calmed down. She did not sound like a swordsman who had just lost hope in using a sword. A military officer named Hardy was lurking in Black Sand Region's army, and almost assassinated your prince with a mystic gun under the fortress. Cohen nodded. I saw that scene on Broken Dragon Fortress, but I didn't see it clearly. I thought it was just a test shot to demonstrate, Miranda replied quietly. By the way, Miranda, you are now a capable subordinate of the Fortress Flowering Constellation, right? Croche smiled at her former classmate. She then glanced at her right hand. Her expression darkened and she spat out a few words. She said, Congratulations. Miranda's expression was indifferent. She did not speak. She only silently extended her hand and held Croche's left hand tightly. Feeling the warmth of Miranda's hand, Croche trembled slightly. Cohen, who was scratching his ears and cheeks at the side, was about to speak when Miranda elbowed him with an expressionless face, making him swallow all the words he was about to say. With a face full of grief and indignation, Cohen continued to bare his teeth soundlessly. At the same time, he continued to protest at Miranda with his gaze. Must you do this? Croche snickered. This scene reminded her of what had happened in the Tower of Eradication in the past. Caslin, who was standing by the side with his arms crossed, looked at Miranda approvingly. What an attentive and considerate girl. She has unknowingly lifted Croche's mood. The Arund family's daughter is just a little too cold. It would be better if she could smile more. According to the Archduke's instructions, we tracked down the arms dealer of that officer, Hardy. Croche maintained the smile that had appeared on her face after much difficulty and continued to say, They sold the mystic gun parts that Hardy replaced from the army and were supposed to be destroyed to the south and the west. Hardy used this to exchange for more funds, and then used these funds back on the training of the troops and social relations. In a few years, perhaps His Grace's Mystic Gun Squad would be under the control of those people. Fortunately, we discovered it early and intercepted his underground arms dealer. That officer. What did you find out about him? Miranda asked softly. Not much, Croche said faintly. Hardy came from a small village further north. It's the territory of Archduke Letko in Defense City. He was a person who personally experienced the war between At and Constellation 11 or 12 years ago. He survived the tragic attack and defense of Broken Dragon Fortress, but he lost a hand and half of his face under the bombardment of the Mystic Gun. Miranda's face paled. It was the war from 12 years ago again. Cohen sighed and walked forward. Carefully avoiding the range of Miranda's unarmed attacks, he asked slowly, The Archduke of Defense City, one of the two archdukes in the north of At? The Letko family. So, Archduke Letko was the mastermind behind the conspiracy to murder the Prince of Constellation with the help of the Mystic Gun? Croche shook her head. It's not that simple. Hardy came to Black Sand region after the war and has been living there ever since. He hasn't come into contact with anyone related to Defense City, so we can't be sure that it's him. But there is one thing that makes us very suspicious. We interrogated Hardy's arms dealer and found out that Hardy mentioned once that he had a daughter named Lucy. Cohen's eyes brightened. You found his daughter? Is there something wrong with her? Not only is there something wrong with her. Croche pursed her lips tightly and shook her head. There's no such person. There's no such person? Cohen asked, puzzled. Hardy has been single for more than 40 years. This is what we confirmed from his neighbors. He doesn't even have a wife or a lover, let alone a child, Croche said faintly. We traced the name Lucy, and found that he mentioned her name to more than one person. From the arms market in Black Sand region to the transport team in Prestige Orchid region, when we followed the trail to Dragon Cloud City, we were intercepted. The short-haired girl raised her head, her expression frightening. A group of unfamiliar swordsmen appeared. Miranda furrowed her brows. Disaster swords? Croche lowered her eyelids and nodded. How were they? How many of them were there? Cohen's expression changed. Ignoring Miranda's displeased expression, he rushed forward and asked anxiously, What kind of power of eradication did they use? How did you recognize them as disaster swords? Caslin, who was listening quietly, frowned. There were many of them. Their faces were covered, and it was dark, so we couldn't see their figures and faces clearly. But their power of eradication is just like what Teacher Chartier described, Croche said flatly. It's cold, ruthless, and its power of eradication is turbulent and never stops. I was the only one who managed to escape. Cohen was stunned. But he immediately came to his senses. Is there more information? When and where did they appear? For example, how did they draw their swords? I've told Uncle Caslin about the details of their appearance. But Croche only gritted her teeth and shook her head with a bitter gaze. Go and complete your mission, whether it's for the Tower of Eradication or for your Prince of Constellation. Cohen wanted to ask again, but Miranda grabbed his arm and shook her head. I'm tired, Croche said slowly. She slowly turned over and faced the wall. I want to rest for a while. Cohen and Miranda looked at each other, then at Croche. Finally, under Caslin's gaze, they bade farewell and left. Cohen. Before leaving, Croche suddenly called out to Constellation's guard. Cohen turned around in shock. She turned her head and raised her eyes. There was an indescribably complicated expression in her eyes. You. Be careful. Cohen froze for a moment. Then, he was pulled out of the room by Caslin. You saw what she looked like. To be honest, based on my observation, I don't think she's really injured to the point where she can no longer wield her sword. It's the barrier in her heart that prevents her from continuing to wield her sword, Caslin said flatly. What do you mean? Barrier in her heart? Miranda asked with a frown. Croche is the daughter of my old subordinate in the White Blade Guards. Following the two young men out of the house, Caslin looked at Dragon Cloud City in the distance and shook his head. You met her in the Tower of Eradication, so you should know that she's very ambitious. I guess it's also because you Constellations indoctrinated her. Hey! Cohen protested. What do you mean by, we Constellations indoctrinated her? Croche has always been. Caslin ignored him and continued to speak to himself. She's always been strong since she was young. She always wanted to become a legendary female knight like Heart of the Rain Lorraine. Heart of the Rain Lorraine. I heard that she was in the same batch as Master Shao? Cohen asked curiously. Is she the flag leader mercenary from the Hanbol Succession War in the Eastern Peninsula? Yes. Caslin seemed to have been reminded of the past. He paused for a moment as he reminisced. Then he flashed a smile and said, There are always some women you don't dare to provoke. Immediately, the old Caslin sighed. After going through the training in the Tower of Eradication, Croche became even more ambitious. When she came back, she even recommended herself for the White Blade Guards assessment, wanting to join the White Blade Guards. Miranda raised her head, her eyes burning. But she didn't succeed? Caslin raised his eyebrows. The White Blade Guards rejected her. It was a huge blow to her. Miranda looked puzzled. Blow. As far as I know, the White Blade Guards have very high selection standards. What struck her was not the rejection, Caslin interrupted her and turned his head. It was the reason she was rejected. The reason she was rejected? Miranda stared at him. What is it? Caslin took a deep breath and did not answer. I know. Just as Miranda was about to say something, Cohen answered from the side. The police officer sighed. Because she's a woman, right? Caslin cast Miranda a meaningful glance and nodded. That's right. Because she's a woman. Miranda subconsciously clenched her teeth. Although many people say that we Northlanders are very tough, and when we're fierce, even women and children can pick up weapons, Caslin sneered. But according to my wife, most Northlanders still believe that territories, politics, wars, and aristocratic inheritance are all men's matters. Women should stay at home and wait for their husbands to return. Just like that, Croche brought her sword and went to various suzerains, but she ran into walls everywhere. A woman who had gone through the complete training in the Tower of Eradication, a superclass swordsman, could not even get a position with a count. There were a few viscounts and barons who were willing to take her in, on the condition that she would marry them after her term was up. Without a doubt, it was all because of her father's position in the White Blade Guards. Miranda tightened her grip on the hilt of the sword at her waist. Compared to my smooth-sailing life in Constellation, my father's care, and Sonia's care. Is this what Croche faced in Northland, and what happened to her in At? According to her father, Croche even considered going to the southwest, to Bramble Land, Dragon-Kissed Basin, or even the Great Desert to become a mercenary. But in the end, she went to Black Sand region and used her father's name to work for my good-for-nothing nephew, a viscount named Kent Vida. She got a position in his territory. Caslin sighed. Caslin sighed and said, I suspect that this is one of the methods Chapman Lampard used to draw me to his side, but looking at Croce, and this time, Caslin shook his head. So you know why, little Arund girl. The old man raised his gaze and looked at Miranda. To be honest, your attire is too eye-catching in Northland. Miranda did not say a word. She only stared at the distant Dragon Cloud City. When I was at the Western Front Line, due to the occasional shortage of soldiers, there were some female soldiers there, Cohen said slowly. There were female mercenaries from the southwestern countries who joined the army due to various reasons such as being unable to survive. Most of them were female mercenaries, but they were usually not welcomed. Cohen's eyes sparkled as he said, born with less strength and weight than men, a special requirement for the style of armor on the upper body, and an absolute disadvantage in height. These are often fatal when facing orcs, because you have to jump to attack their vital parts. Of course, there's also the monthly. You know. Their status in the military camp is very low. Sometimes, they often have to rely on. Cohen lowered his head and furrowed his brows. To please their superiors and colleagues. And once they fall into the hands of the enemy, especially the Baron Bone people, they often end up much worse than men. So, even I usually avoid female soldiers when choosing soldiers for the commandos. Miranda still did not say a word. I guess this is also the consideration of the White Blade Guards. Caslin sighed. Learning the sword in the Tower of Eradication is one thing, but women are naturally not suited for the battlefield. Excuses. Miranda raised her head abruptly and snorted coldly. All of you. Men only see the disadvantages of female soldiers on the battlefield and deliberately ignore their advantages. Advantages? Caslin furrowed his brows. Cohen raised his eyebrows helplessly. At an angle that Miranda could not see, he spread his hands at Caslin. Less exhaustion than men, endurance that far surpasses men, flexibility and agility beyond imagination, meticulous and keen observation skills, and calmness in the face of danger. These are all women's advantages, Miranda said indignantly. Even in terms of strength and height. Take the Kingdom's Wrath for example. I saw with my own eyes that his height and strength are not comparable to Lady Sonia's. Besides, we have the power of eradication. And I am also a woman, Miranda said coldly. In the Tower of Eradication, I am stronger than you, Raphael, Miss Adun, and every single one of you who were in the same period as me. Not to mention the legendary Valkyrie like the Heart of the Rain from 30 years ago, Knight Lorraine. Cohen coughed awkwardly. Uncle also said just now that the battlefield is another matter. And you can't compare it with some special people. The police officer spread his hands helplessly. Heart of the Rain is a special case among special cases. Lady Sonia is also a legendary figure under the Duke of Star Lake. And Miranda, you are the daughter of the Arund family. You were born to be trained as a warrior, suzerain, and commander. As soon as Cohen finished speaking, Miranda's murderous gaze shot straight at him and pierced through his heart. It also cut off the second half of his sentence in his throat. I think that Western Desert and Northland are more special. Caslin snorted. Western Desert is the front line of war and chaos all year round, and the Northlanders' views on women have existed since ancient times. I am also a Northlander. Miranda retorted with a cold expression. The old Caslin led them to the stable. Two people who looked like soldiers bowed to him. You are a Northlander of Constellation, and an Arund. You people even allow women to inherit. As far as I remember, you even had a queen a few hundred years ago. And Northland, Caslin sighed and said, is still very far away from accepting a female knight, a female suzerain, or even a queen. It's still very far away. No, even in Constellation, female suzerains are still looked down upon. Miranda silently said in her heart, a few hundred years ago, the Queen of Constellation didn't end up well either. There will be a day. Miranda raised her head, her gaze firm. On that day, female warriors, female swordsmen, female suzerains, and even queens will no longer be the minority. We will prove to the world that men can do it. Women can do it too. Caslin shrugged and walked into the stable. Cohen stuck out his tongue. He thought of his two devilish sisters at home and sighed helplessly. Miranda. Why would Raphael like her? But when he thought of Raphael, his current position, and the power of eradication in his body, Cohen's heart sank again. The army of Black Sand region is stationed in a village near Dragon Cloud City to escort the prince. They will bring Croche back. Caslin led 2 horses over and looked at the 2 young noble swordsmen. I'll leave the next task to you. You're not going. Cohen raised his eyebrows. My appearance is not a good idea. Caslin's expression darkened. It will alarm too many people. Fortunately, I still know some people in Dragon Cloud City, some old acquaintances. They can provide you with information, but when it comes to specific investigations and inquiries, identifying the disaster swords from the Sword of Eradication. Caslin handed the reins to the 2 men. No one is more experienced in this field than you and the seeds of the Tower of Eradication this time. Whether it is the innate insight of nobles, superclass combat power that adapts to the battlefield, or the ability to sense the disaster swords. You know some people in Dragon Cloud City? Cohen revealed a doubtful expression. Uncle, haven't you been running a tavern in Black Sand region for 20 years? About that. Caslin touched his white hair awkwardly. At least I lived in Dragon Cloud City for many years. Are the people still usable after 20 years? Cohen furrowed his eyebrows. I've been keeping in touch. Caslin looked around and chuckled. And for a long time, many of the old subordinates of the White Blade Guard stayed in Dragon Cloud City after they retired. When they were trying to make a living, I helped them out a little. Making a living. Help. Cohen's doubts grew stronger. When some of the retired soldiers were having a hard time, I would act as a middleman for them and find them some work. Caslin coughed unnaturally. You know, there are always some jobs that require people who know how to fight to do. You could have just said that you introduced them to the gang. Miranda had a contemptuous look on her face. It'll be easier for us to understand. Caslin coughed loudly and drowned out Miranda's words. For the past 10 years or so, the gang in Constellation, the Brotherhood or whatever it is, has been causing a lot of trouble. They even expanded their business here. Some of my old friends are always short of manpower and wanted me to introduce them to them, so... What? Cohen widened his eyes. After all this time, Uncle, you're actually the contact and introducer for the gang in Dragon Cloud City? Caslin's coughing grew louder. Under the doubtful gazes of the 2 young men, he raised his head in a righteous manner and patted their shoulders. Anyway, whether it's the mission of the Tower of Eradication, giving Croche an explanation, or the truth behind the assassination of the Prince of Constellation, I'll leave it to you. Miranda and Cohen revealed a contemptuous look, while the other clicked his tongue and shook his head. Remember, your mission is only to investigate, not to throw your lives away for an unverified piece of information. Before they left, Caslin became serious. But all of you have the ability to come into contact with the disaster swords, and even survive their attacks. As long as you don't run into a supreme-class swordsman. I believe in your abilities. The 2 of them looked at each other and nodded seriously. My people will help you. But if you make a big deal out of this, remember to hide yourself well. Although your prince is currently on a diplomatic mission to Xianxia, and the tension between the 2 countries has largely been reduced by his arrival, it is not a good thing for Constellations, especially the family members of Constellation nobles, to recklessly expose their identities here. Also, what you need to pay attention to and worry about is not as simple as the disaster swords on the surface. Caslin narrowed his eyes. The disaster swords may be working with an extension suzerain, such as an archduke. No matter what, to deliberately ally with a suzerain and assassinate the Prince of Constellation, I'm afraid their goal is not simple. I understand. Cohen inhaled and mounted his horse. We'll find out their background and the truth, whether it's a plot to assassinate the prince or an intention to harm the Tower of Eradication. Miranda did not say anything else. She nodded slightly and immediately rode away. Cohen followed closely behind her. Caslin watched the 2 of them leave, then looked at Dragon Cloud City in the distance. There was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Back then, I also stepped into Dragon Cloud City from here. The 2 of them looked at each other and nodded seriously. My people will help you. But if you make a big deal out of this, remember to hide yourself well. Although your prince is currently on a diplomatic mission to Xianxia, and the tension between the 2 countries has largely been reduced by his arrival, it is not a good thing for Constellations, especially the families of Constellation nobles, to recklessly expose their identity here. Also, what you need to pay attention to and worry about is not as simple as the disaster swords on the surface. Caslin narrowed his eyes. The disaster swords may be working with an extension suzerain, such as an archduke. No matter what, to deliberately ally with a suzerain and assassinate the Prince of Constellation, I'm afraid their goal is not simple. I understand. Cohen inhaled and mounted his horse. We'll find out their background and the truth, whether it's a plot to assassinate the prince or an intention to harm the Tower of Eradication. Miranda did not say anything else. She nodded slightly and immediately rode away. Cohen followed closely behind her. Caslin watched the two of them leave, then looked at Dragon Cloud City in the distance. There was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Back then, I also stepped into Dragon Cloud City from here. The two of them looked at each other and nodded seriously. My people will help you. But if you make a big deal out of this, remember to hide yourself well. Although your prince is currently on a diplomatic mission to Xianxia, and the tension between the two countries has largely been reduced by his arrival, it is not a good thing for Constellations, especially the families of Constellation nobles, to recklessly expose their identity here. Also, what you need to pay attention to and worry about is not as simple as the disaster swords on the surface. Caslin narrowed his eyes. The disaster swords may be working with an extension suzerain, such as an archduke. No matter what, to deliberately ally with a suzerain and assassinate the Prince of Constellation, I'm afraid their goal is not simple. I understand. Cohen inhaled and mounted his horse. We'll find out their background and the truth, whether it's a plot to assassinate the prince or an intention to harm the Tower of Eradication. Miranda did not say anything else. She nodded slightly and immediately rode away. Cohen followed closely behind her. Caslin watched the two of them leave, then looked at Dragon Cloud City in the distance. There was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Back then, I also stepped into Dragon Cloud City from here. The two of them looked at each other and nodded seriously. My people will help you. But if you make a big deal out of this, remember to hide yourself well. Although your prince is currently on a diplomatic mission to Xianxia, and the tension between the two countries has largely been reduced by his arrival, it is not a good thing for Constellations, especially the families of Constellation nobles, to recklessly expose their identity here. Also, what you need to pay attention to and worry about is not as simple as the disaster swords on the surface. Caslin narrowed his eyes. The disaster swords may be working with an extension suzerain, such as an archduke. No matter what, to deliberately ally with a suzerain and assassinate the Prince of Constellation, I'm afraid their goal is not simple. I understand. Cohen inhaled and mounted his horse. We'll find out their background and the truth, whether it's a plot to assassinate the prince or an intention to harm the Tower of Eradication. Miranda did not say anything else. She nodded slightly and immediately rode away. Cohen followed closely behind her. Caslin watched the two of them leave, then looked at Dragon Cloud City in the distance. There was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Back then, I also stepped into Dragon Cloud City from here. The two of them looked at each other and nodded seriously. My people will help you. But if you make a big deal out of this, remember to hide yourself well. Although your prince is currently on a diplomatic mission to Xianxia, and the tension between the two countries has largely been reduced by his arrival, it is not a good thing for Constellations, especially the families of Constellation nobles, to recklessly expose their identity here. Also, what you need to pay attention to and worry about is not as simple as the disaster swords on the surface. Caslin narrowed his eyes. The disaster swords may be working with an extension suzerain, such as an archduke. No matter what, to deliberately ally with a suzerain and assassinate the Prince of Constellation, I'm afraid their goal is not simple. I understand. Cohen inhaled and mounted his horse. We'll find out their background and the truth, whether it's a plot to assassinate the prince or an intention to harm the Tower of Eradication. Miranda did not say anything else. She nodded slightly and immediately rode away. Cohen followed closely behind her. Caslin watched the two of them leave, then looked at Dragon Cloud City in the distance. There was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Back then, I also stepped into Dragon Cloud City from here. The two of them looked at each other and nodded seriously. My people will help you. But if you make a big deal out of this, remember to hide yourself well. Although your prince is currently on a diplomatic mission to Xianxia, and the tension between the two countries has largely been reduced by his arrival, it is not a good thing for Constellations, especially the families of Constellation nobles, to recklessly expose their identity here. Also, what you need to pay attention to and worry about is not as simple as the disaster swords on the surface. Caslin narrowed his eyes. The disaster swords may be working with an extension suzerain, such as an archduke. No matter what, to deliberately ally with a suzerain and assassinate the Prince of Constellation, I'm afraid their goal is not simple. I understand. Cohen inhaled and mounted his horse. We'll find out their background and the truth, whether it's a plot to assassinate the prince or an intention to harm the Tower of Eradication. Miranda did not say anything else. She nodded slightly and immediately rode away. Cohen followed closely behind her. Caslin watched the two of them leave, then looked at Dragon Cloud City in the distance. There was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Back then, I also stepped into Dragon Cloud City from here. The two of them looked at each other and nodded seriously. Chapter 190. This was the first time he had recommended a non-fantasy book. Fine, Swordless had to admit that the reason why he hadn't been updating well over the past few days was because he had been catching up to the latest chapters of this book. First of all, this was a supernatural novel, but compared to horror, the author was especially good at creating suspense. This was partly due to the setting of the plot, and partly due to the innovation of the narrative. As the title suggested, this novel revolved around a private law firm that specialized in solving supernatural incidents. However, the main character was not one of the firm's members. Instead, he was a latecomer who reviewed the case files of the firm and used this perspective to narrate the story. These files were all cases that the firm had accepted and handled. Some were completed perfectly, some were left with loose ends, and some were completely clueless with terrifying blanks. Some even ended up with the client's death, which in turn endangered the firm's members. Because of this, when the main character, as a latecomer, read the files, the indirect records created a particularly strong sense of suspense. When he read these files, he had the same interest as reading the stories of the SCP Foundation, and he even felt like he was watching a fake documentary film. Secondly, these past supernatural files were not isolated histories. They were closely connected to the main character's current life, especially the unsolved cases. They revealed the inevitable interactions between the main character and the firm's members step by step, pulling him into the bizarre and often creepy world. The story unfolded using two alternating plots. One was the firm's files with serial numbers and time as the axis, giving a glimpse into the suspense adventures of the people before him. The other was the current main character, first-person narration, which was common in supernatural horror novels and could increase the sense of immersion. Following the clues and instructions given by the firm, he slowly solved the various scary problems that were getting closer and closer to his life. The two lines often intertwined to depict the truth behind the suspense. The plot was very captivating. Every ghost story was an exquisite microcosm of reality. Writing about ghosts is actually writing about people. Every ghost story did not have a perfect ending, and every ghost story had its own sense of helplessness and horror. In terms of writing, the narrative was absolutely smooth. As for the characters' personalities, they were limited by the unique narrative method, so the characters of the main characters' team were not very prominent. However, as the story progressed, they would become more and more prominent. As for the book's toxicity, I haven't found any toxicity that would make me give up on the book. Last night, I caught up to the latest chapter, but I had no choice but to put it down. Then, I nervously started writing. As I wrote, I looked back to see if there was anyone behind me, in the mirror, in the computer screen, outside the window, at my feet, on the ceiling. Chapter 191. Your Grace. Under the morning glow, the disciplinary officer, Vlad, stared at Nicholas and Glee Ward with a stern expression. What are you waiting for? But the Star Killer and the veteran did not move. Then, Nicholas pressed down on his severing soul's blade without saying a word. Vlad, I just asked you if His Majesty had ordered for martial law to be lifted. The Star Killer's expression was cold as he said softly, Your answer is a little strange. Glee Ward let out a faint, cold laugh. Vlad was slightly startled. But martial law has not been lifted. That's not the point, the Star Killer interrupted the disciplinary officer and said coldly. The point is, you followed up without hesitation, word for word. His Majesty has not ordered for martial law to be lifted. Vlad's expression immediately changed. Nicholas' sharp gaze swept past every patrol member behind Vlad. Seeing their sparkling gazes, he continued speaking solemnly. If it's an order to lift martial law, it would have been issued by Prime Minister Count Liesban and delivered to the chief garrison officer of the capital, Viscount Leisden. The disciplinary hall of each district would only receive a warrant signed by Leisden before arranging for martial law to be lifted. He snorted coldly. A mere disciplinary officer in the capital would only receive specific tasks such as clearing the roadblocks and restoring passage. He would not know if His Majesty had ordered for martial law to be lifted. Vlad furrowed his brows. Nicholas did not stop. His gaze made Vlad feel as if he was suffocating. You were in such a hurry to escort us, to the point that you didn't even hesitate to make up an excuse to go along with my words. Behind Vlad, the patrol members exchanged glances. Their expressions varied. And all of this was seen by the Star Killer. It also caused his heart to sink. It's too suspicious. What happened? It was just a slip of the tongue. Vlad sighed. Besides, in this situation, the first order must have been issued by His Majesty. But Nicholas still did not speak. Gleeward, who was supported by him, spoke in a nonchalant manner. I say, Vlad, since when did you care so much about the kingdom's affairs? The limping Lemeter exhaled. It's been more than 10 years. From the time you recruited soldiers to the time you cleared the city, your first reaction would be to hide and avoid any trouble in the capital. You're afraid that your interests will be harmed. As he listened to Gleeward's words, Nicholas' expression became more and more terrifying. As for leading troops to rescue the Emperor in times of danger? Gleeward arched an eyebrow. The expression on his face was as if he had seen a mouse that could fly. Stop joking. Vlad's expression turned extremely unsightly. Old cripple. He gritted his teeth. I don't want to quarrel with you right now. But at this moment, a clear male voice came from the crowd. Enough. They've already seen through us. Vlad sighed deeply and moved to the side, making room for the man who walked out from the crowd. This time, it was the Star Killer and Gleeward's expressions that changed. The newcomer was tall and straight. His footsteps were heavy, and his aura was oppressive. There was a strong smell of blood and iron from the battlefield on him. A ruthless character. Gleeward exhaled. You know him? Nicholas did not respond to Gleeward. He stared straight at the newcomer. It's you. Nicholas narrowed his eyes and his expression was grave. The Fire Knight. Rom Tolja. The person stopped and stood in front of them. It's an honor to meet you again, Lord Nicholas. Tolja, one of Xtet's 5 war generals, said with a cold expression. The knight from Black Sand region had long since taken off his grey helmet, but the grey armor was still on his body. Together with the horse-drawn saber at his waist, he gave off an oppressive aura. Nicholas snorted softly with an unpleasant expression. If the Archduke of Black Sand region wanted to attend the banquet, he could have told us beforehand so that we could send invitations. Tolja met Nicholas' gaze without showing any signs of weakness. Kent Vita mentioned to me that you told him in the suburbs yesterday. The Fire Knight's expression did not change. So, in response to your invitation, we brought more than 1,000 people to take a stroll in Dragon Cloud City. Nicholas sized up the patrol team. His pupils slowly narrowed. You are asking for your own deaths, the Star Killer said coldly. The number of soldiers that can be urgently recruited in Dragon Cloud City alone is 7,000 to 8,000. There are also the patrols and the regular guards of the palace, not to mention the vassals in the suburbs. But Tolja cut him off nonchalantly. Yes, Dragon Cloud City is very powerful. The number of soldiers recruited is innumerable, and the combat power of the regular army is astonishing, the Fire Knight said flatly. But who has the right to recruit them? Nicholas' heart sank. A bottomless chill crept into his heart. He remembered what Vlad had said at the beginning. Someone is trying to assassinate His Majesty. What do you mean? He asked solemnly. There was a hint of anxiety in his tone that he did not realize. Impossible. The people guarding His Majesty are the most valiant White Blade Guards. Every one of them has super-class skills and rich experience. They are also willing to sacrifice their lives. Even the kingdom's wrath can't. How dare they bring so few troops? What does Lampard want? Nicholas and Tolja's gazes met in the air, as if sparks were about to fly. What I mean is that you don't have to worry about this problem. The knight from Black Sand region was expressionless. Xianxia will soon welcome a new life. Nicholas forced himself to calm down. Mole, right? The star killer tightened his grip on his blade. He said coldly, "How long have you been planning this?" To be able to bring 2,000 people into Dragon Cloud City. Be it the chaos caused by the calamities or a mere gang leader, they are far from being able to do this. Who else did you bribe? Chief Garrison Officer Lisden? Even Prime Minister Lisban? But Tolja did not answer his question. Sir Glee Ward. The Fire Knight turned to the lame veteran with a respectful expression. I have heard of your name, and I know that you have always been dissatisfied with the Walton family's rule. Nicholas furrowed his brows slightly. But Gleeward's reaction was faster than he thought. There's no need to say anything else. Gleeward exhaled and said in a relaxed manner, I really don't like that Nuven, and our king is indeed a bastard. Tolja's eyes brightened. Then you. But Chapman Lampard? Gleeward did not give him a chance to interrupt. The veteran flashed his yellow teeth and chuckled like a street ruffian. I may be poor and illiterate, but I am still a Northlander. No matter how dissatisfied I am with my king, I will not lead an army into the capital. Gleeward's tone grew colder. I will also not sell my loyalty at a cheap price to a beast who kills his own family and betrays the king. The Fire Knight revealed a regretful expression. He lowered his head and sighed. Very few people can understand His Grace's painstaking efforts and persistence. Tolja raised his head and said sternly, as if he did not hear Gleeward's sarcasm. But please believe me, his efforts and sacrifices, and even everything he does that the world does not understand, are all for the future of Xianxia and the Northlanders. Gleeward spat on the ground with a look of disgust. For the position of Archduke, he killed his own brother, and when the calamities went on a killing spree and the blood of the commoners flowed like rivers, he seized the opportunity to fight for power and profit? The veteran said fiercely. What kind of future can this kind of ruler bring to the Northlanders? Tolja did not speak. Vlad swung his braids. His expression was sinister. Perhaps we should not waste any more time. The boss of Sword District's bazaar whistled. His gaze was contemplative. According to the Archduke's orders, if we cannot deceive them, we will have to execute Plan B. This might be a little painful, Vlad said eerily. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. It was as if the balance of the scales had been broken. Tolja nodded slowly. You know, Your Grace, I really want to spar with you. To make up for the regret of not being able to wield the sword of reversing light with my own hands. Then your wish will be fulfilled today. Those 2 blows in the snow were indeed not satisfying enough, Nicholas answered flatly as he drew his knife. Nicholas' gaze swept across the patrolmen. Fortunately, there were not many soldiers in Black Sand region, less than a quarter of them. Most of them were just the motley crew under Vlad. Perhaps I can deal with them by relying on the terrain of the ruins. However, the uneven quality of this batch of patrolmen did not make Nicholas' mood better. Where are the main forces of Black Sand region now? Or, do they have a more important mission? Tolja did not have any intention of attacking. He only watched Vlad and waved his hand gently. The expressions of the patrolmen became more and more solemn. Can you still fight? The Star Killer let go of Gleeward and let the veteran stand on his own. Cripple! Stop joking, dead face. Gleeward's expression was extremely pale. He coughed violently and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He gritted his teeth and said, Now? I can still kill 100 calamities. But the veteran's words came to an abrupt halt. As Vlad waved his hand, nearly 50 people came to the front of the patrolmen. They formed 2 rows in a semicircle, squatting in front and standing at the back. The 50 soldiers raised the weapons in their hands and aimed them at the 2 supreme class elites. Nicholas' breathing suddenly froze. Gleeward widened his eyes. Those are 50 crossbow infantry crossbows. Against the 2 of us? All of Gleeward's words converged into one word at that moment. A word that Nicholas agreed with all his heart. F***CK. The man with 8 braids turned his body slightly and retreated into the formation of his subordinates. My lords, brave and famous in the kingdom, please allow me to introduce myself one last time. Child Vlad. I run a small business in Dragon Cloud City. Vlad laughed, as if he was very happy. From infantry crossbows to mystic guns. They are all part of my business. Nicholas and Glee Ward stared at the densely packed crossbow machines and sighed.
Vlad opened his eyes, which had narrowed into slits due to his smile.
His gaze was cold. We have enough in stock. Tolja turned his head around. There was a hint of displeasure on his face. In the next moment, 50 crossbow arrows flew towards the 2 Supreme-class elites without any blind spots. The black arrow rain whistled in the air. It brought with it countless streaks of red. Archduke Lampard lowered his sword. A dozen crossbows extended from the shoulders of the frontmost Black Sand region soldiers. Arrows!
The roars of the White Blade Guards rang in Thales's ears.
Thales and Little Rascal were pinned to the ground, shielding everyone behind them.
However, the Prince of Constellation was currently in a state of confusion. He knew that he could not help in a battle like this. Just like the last time under the fortress.
The only thing I can do is... Thales looked at Archduke Lampard in the crowd. His thoughts drifted away. No, everything is wrong. This is too abnormal.
As he pondered, the dozen White Blade Guards faced the crossbows and quickly formed a defensive formation that resembled a tortoise shell.
They knelt on one knee and leaned sideways against each other. They raised the arm shields on their forearms and placed them diagonally in front of their bodies, blocking their heads and bodies. Asterisk whoosh whoosh. Asterisk the crossbow arrows whistled in their direction. Thales still could not understand. After King Nuven's death, Lampard appeared. He even tacitly admitted that he was the mastermind.
But... Asterisk clang.
Asterisk multiple crossbow arrows collided with the arm shields and bounced off with a sharp, piercing sound. There were also 2 or 3 crossbow arrows that unfortunately pierced into people's bodies, producing the distinctive muffled sound of flesh being pierced.
However, none of the White Blade Guards made a sound. They only exchanged glances with each other coldly.
After the first round of crossbow arrows, the White Blade Guards instantly rose. Their leader let out a furious roar. Charge! 10 White Blade Guards charged towards the soldiers of Black Sand region without hesitation. They were outnumbered. Thales breathed in a daze.
He did not even notice that he and Little Rascal were being carried away by a few White Blade Guards from the battlefield.
His mind was filled with questions. Why? Why did Lampard come to Dragon Cloud City? If it was to resolve the threat from Dragon Cloud City and seek revenge, then Archduke Lampard had already succeeded. The king was dead, and Xianxia would descend into chaos. The Waltons and Dragon Cloud City would no longer have the chance to unite the archdukes and seek revenge on Black Sand region. Black Sand region was safe. Lampard. Even if he was the real murderer, why did he appear on such a suspicious occasion? To silence them? No, Lampard did not need to appear at all. He only needed to stay in his territory and wait for the news of the king's death. The king's assassination would become another headless murder case. Only the Charltons would once again bear the crime of regicide and live up to their reputation as the assassin's flower and the regicide family. Everything was perfect. Lampard could effortlessly get rid of his greatest and most terrifying enemy on this night when calamities were wreaking havoc. Deafening battle cries rang out.
White blade in hand. Die in Northland.
Charge right. The 10 charging White Blade Guards had ferocious expressions on their faces. They shouted their commands fiercely as they charged into the enemy's formation. The momentum that Black Sand region had built up by relying on numbers and a semi-encirclement was instantly destroyed. Archduke Lampard frowned hard. The Dragon's Imperial Guards. What a pity. One of the guards held his shield horizontally and parried an attack from the enemy on his left. At the same time, he stabbed forward with his long sword and cooperated with his comrade on the right to tear open an enemy's abdomen. The enemy fell to the ground in pain, moaning and screaming as he held his intestines that flowed out. However, the White Blade Guards did not have the slightest intention of ending his life. They just stepped over him and continued moving forward. They charged towards the next wave of enemies. The Black Sand region soldiers had no choice but to split up and drag their comrade back into the formation. This reminded Thales of the kingdom's wrath and the scene of his Fury Guards charging forward. Blood splattered among the crowd. The White Blade Guards formed groups of 2. One blocked the attack from the left, and the other tore apart the enemy from the right. The 2 advanced with tacit understanding. They exchanged positions and responsibilities back and forth in a rhythm where one was fast while the other was slow. Even if they were occasionally injured, they did not care. It was as if they only had eyes for the enemy in front of them. Under the unexpected counterattack of the White Blade Guards, Black Sand Region's side instantly lost 5 or 6 corpses. The dragon's Imperial Guards, who were few in number but exceptionally ferocious, acted as the rear guard. The moment they counterattacked, they even forced Black Sand Region's formation to retreat. The White Blade Guards brandished their blades in a frenzy. With their rich experience and valiant combat power, coupled with their exquisite teamwork, they stubbornly held on to and even counterattacked the enemy. They brought up the rear for their retreating comrades. Thales was held under a warrior's armpit. He panted unconsciously. He pulled his attention away from the battle and thought hard about Lampard's abnormality. Lampard brought his army into the city without hiding it. Entering a dangerous place would only arouse suspicion. He even wanted to kill me. Not only would he expose himself and bring trouble upon himself, but he might also be accused of a crime that would be difficult to escape. Everyone in At would not let go of the murderer of the common elected king. The breathing space that Black Sand Region had painstakingly earned would only disappear. This was not in Lampard's interest at all. Thales really did not understand. He did not understand why Lampard would make such an unwise choice. It was just like the ambush at Broken Dragon Fortress when they were caught off guard. Compared to King Nuvan, who was unfathomable, this Archduke Lampard gave him a feeling that he could not fathom and understand. Thales could not help but wonder again, is Lampard crazy? But then he remembered Putre's words. Lampard is not crazy. Chapman Lampard, what do you want? The White Blade Guards who brought him and Little Rascal to retreat suddenly stopped when they crossed an abandoned roof. Thales looked up and his hair immediately stood on end. In front of them stood Black Sand Region's vassal, the Viscount of the City of Halting Light, the tall Elasicant Vida, whom he had met once before. There was also a row of soldiers beside him. They raised the crossbows in their hands at Thales, Little Rascal, and the 4 White Blade Guards present. Thales sighed. Crossbows again. The scene of Yodel facing the Duke of the Northern Territories' assassin and being shot by a crossbow appeared before his eyes. What a detestable weapon! Thales thought in despair. He turned his head to look at Little Rascal. Her eyes were also filled with fear. Archduke Lampard's strategist, Viscount Kentvita smiled and said, as the Archduke said, Your Highness, please choose your enemies and friends carefully. It is a great taboo for a king to fail to see the situation clearly. In the next second, the Viscount waved his arm. Chapter 192. Under the morning glow, the densely packed army stood in the ruins, surrounding the 3 people in the middle so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Full of shock and disbelief, Cohen stared at the most unexpected girl in front of him. Why, Croche? The short-haired girl only stared at him indifferently, not saying a word. Cohen suddenly felt that a part of the girl in front of him had died a long time ago. She was no longer the cheerful, tough, carefree Croche who always liked to tease him with Miranda. At that moment, Cohen felt a little heartache. Don't ask any more, Cohen. Beside the police officer, Miranda looked at the soldiers who were slowly closing in around them and exhaled. Remember the disaster swords we met? Cohen stared at Croche, who was opposite him. When he heard that, he was slightly startled. Even if they are the Tower of Eradication's mortal enemies, they still retain their dignity and pride as swordsmen, Miranda said flatly. Her hands, which were wrapped in black gloves, covered the hilt of her sword and slowly lifted the blade. But Croche said that a group of masked disaster swords ambushed her one night and even crippled her right hand? Cohen frowned. Gu said that he didn't know that such a battle took place in Armor District. Miranda nodded and stared at Croche, who did not move in the crowd and allowed the warriors on both sides to pass her. Also, although they are hiding here, the disaster swords do not care about politics at all. They also despise the mystic guns, the daughter of the Arund family said calmly. They are even used to assassinate the prince. Cohen took a deep breath. In other words, Miranda continued his sentence without hesitation. Yes, the disaster sword did not conspire with an archduke, nor did they assassinate a prince. They were just targets who were framed. The so-called disaster swords are just a pretense, a trap set up by Black Sand Region in the name of the Tower of Eradication to lure us from Constellation to At. And the origin of all this? Miranda narrowed her eyes and stared at Croche, who still had an indifferent expression.
she said loudly. "It's your lie, Croche." In the crowd, a faint, cold sneer appeared on Croche's face. The emotions in her eyes were unclear. "One last chance, surrender, and you'll be spared from death."
Maybe I shouldn't have interrupted you."
Wuxia had unknowingly formed a triangle with the two seeds of the Tower of Eradication. He faced Croche, with Cohen on his left and Miranda on his right. Wuxia, on the other hand, was facing the soldiers who were closing in on him. He said nervously, "But maybe we need to solve the problem at hand first?" The surrounding soldiers in patrol uniforms were getting closer and closer, their eyes fierce and fierce. "Put down your weapons," one of the veterans at the front said fiercely, "or wait for us to unload them." "Have you fought before, boy from the disaster swords?" Cohen leaned against Wuxia's back, his eyes very serious. He said softly, "I'm talking about the kind of battle where you have to face hundreds and thousands of enemies, where you're surrounded by opponents from all directions. I'm not talking about a boring sword duel." "Yes, once," Wuxia said with a pale face. He immediately came to his senses. "Also, I'm not a disaster sword. Once is enough. We'll open a path later." Cohen quickly observed the 100 or so enemies in front of him. He directly ignored Wuxia's second sentence. "Guard the rear and keep up with us." Wuxia cast a glance at the unconscious Ralph in the ruins and sighed. "How do we guard them?" "They're everywhere. Use your brain," Miranda interrupted him coldly. "Use your sword and aim at their legs. Turn them into a burden on the battlefield." Before the swordswoman could finish speaking, Croche roared in a clear and high-pitched voice. "Kill!" Thud, thud, thud. The sound of hurried footsteps rang in the air. They approached at an extremely fast speed. Countless shadows of blades and swords flashed in the ruins. One by one, the soldiers fiercely pounced on the three of them. The tips of their swords were pointed forward, and they attacked in a row. They imitated the formation of the cavalry and charged forward in a standard way. At that moment, Miranda recognized these people's movements. They were not the patrols of Dragon Cloud City. Instead, they were the opponents she had been dealing with at the borders for the past 3 years. Even though they did not have lethal weapons like spiked hammers or triangular spears. Of course, it might be for the sake of better disguise. Asterisk bang. Asterisk asterisk clang. Asterisk Cohen, who was on the right, lowered his body in a very experienced manner. He held his sword horizontally and parried 2 incoming blades. Instead of retreating, the police officer charged forward. He exerted force in his feet and kicked one of the enemy's kneecaps. With the clear sound of bones breaking, he turned sideways and hit another enemy's abdomen with his elbow. As his opponent grunted in pain, Cohen was about to stab him again when he retreated. However, the groaning enemy did not care. As if his feet were rooted to the ground, he did not take a step back and raised his sword to strike again. Asterisk clang. Asterisk a dull metallic sound rang. Cohen blocked the enemy's slash with all his might. The police officer parried the enemy's blade and felt a chill in his heart. Oh no, with this strength and quality, he's at least a heavy infantry. I wonder if he's a heavy swordsman or a heavy axeman. Fortunately, their weapons are only the patrol team's swords, which are not suitable for their hands, or else. Behind him, Wuxia activated the edge of no return and cut open the wrists of the 2 people behind him in an instant. The sound of 2 weapons falling to the ground could be heard. Damn it, save some strength. Cohen carefully parried the long sword that slashed at him again and cursed rudely. Using the power of eradication like this will only result in death from exhaustion. On the other side, Miranda was also faced with 2 enemies. One of them was even brandishing 2 swords. However, Miranda was more skillful than her companions. The edge of her sword magically knocked on the wrist of one of the enemies. The opponent's sword trembled, and the edge of the sword actually tilted downwards, stabbing towards his companion's arm. The enemy who was wielding 2 swords looked at his companion's blade in shock. He could not help but deflect his right sword to block his companion's attack. However, before he could react, Miranda's blade took advantage of the momentum and pierced through his left palm. Then, she twisted her sword violently. As the enemy screamed in pain, Cohen moved to the right, risking his back to be slashed by the blade, and swapped places with Miranda. With inertia, his tall figure knocked the dual-wielding enemy back a meter, causing him to fall into the arms of his companion behind him. Miranda calmly lowered her head and brushed past Cohen's chest, then turned to the left. Taking advantage of the moment when her opponent had switched enemies and the blade lost its target, she swiftly thrust her sword forward, stabbing a deep wound in the enemy's abdomen. Miranda watched as her opponent gritted his teeth and endured the pain, bleeding profusely. However, she did not take his life and allowed the enemy to drag him back into the formation. The two of them took advantage of the momentum and advanced nearly 2 meters. After Wuxia strenuously blocked a slash, he hurriedly followed. The two seeds of the Tower of Eradication had a tacit understanding of each other. The attendant was stunned as he watched. Miranda leaned against Cohen's back and said in a low voice, "Heavy swordsman. His feet are steady, but he's not agile enough." Cohen parried a long sword and reported to him, "Cavalry scouts. Very fast reflexes, but not very sturdy." "Black Sand Region's regular border army," Miranda summarized briefly. "We can't break through directly." Cohen gritted his teeth and forced the two enemies back with a powerful sweep. "There are too many of them, and every one of them is a veteran." Find Croche. Miranda once again displayed her power of eradication, which allowed her to control the rhythm of the battle. She squeezed between two enemies, and when one of them slashed her breastplate, she slashed her left palm horizontally at the enemy's throat, forcing the latter to cover his neck and retreat. The swordswoman then stabbed with her right sword, forcing the other enemy to lower his head and dodge. Alternate attacks. Use words to disrupt her. Fight for an opportunity. As soon as Miranda finished speaking, Cohen activated his power of eradication. The endless glory of the stars spread over his entire body, allowing the police officer to attack with all his might without stopping for more than 10 times. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the continuous sound of metal clashing rang. In an instant, the soldiers of Black Sand Region were forced to take a few steps back by Cohen. Croche. Cohen attacked with all his might. His attack did not decrease, but he was surprisingly full of energy. He roared at the enemy commander in the crowd. "You betrayed us for Lampard's coup? You betrayed the Tower of Eradication?" Wuxia hurriedly followed behind Cohen. He was already injured in 2 places, but he still stubbornly swung his single-edged sword, blocking 2 swords that were aimed at Cohen's back. "What are you trying to say, Cohen?" In the crowd, Croche's eyes were filled with a complicated light. She replied to him in a calm and composed manner. "Are you accusing me of using the Tower of Eradication's name to involve all of you in politics with ulterior motives?" Cohen gritted his teeth. The glory of the stars, which was flashing with a blue light, continued to increase in power. Even if he was injured, he still had to advance. Slashing, slicing and stabbing, the police officer only attacked 3 enemies in a row without defending himself. Miranda, on the other hand, guarded his back tightly. Her long sword was always able to strike at the crucial moment to neutralize the most fatal attacks. "Continue to disturb her," Miranda said in a low voice. "Force her to come up and fight you." "How?" Cohen gritted his teeth and swept away an enemy, but a bloody gash appeared on his arm. "I've never been able to win against that tomboy." But at this moment Miranda suddenly shouted, "Give up, Cohen!" Croche, whom you once had a crush on, betrayed you without hesitation at this moment. It's impossible between you and her. Cohen, who was attacking the group of enemies, was stunned. "What? That tomboy? When did I ever have a crush on her?" As soon as he finished speaking, Croche, who was still 2 meters away, suddenly contorted her face. She gritted her teeth and stared at Cohen, who was in front of her. There was only one emotion in her eyes. Hatred. Cohen suddenly felt a chill in his heart. The next moment, Croche suddenly charged forward. She moved past the layers of subordinates and instantly thrust her long sword forward. She struck Cohen's blade. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Cohen's entire body trembled. He felt that he could no longer launch his next attack. "Immediately lay down your arms and surrender. For the sake of the past." Croche rushed in front of Cohen. Her emotions seemed to be very abnormal. She gritted her teeth and said in pain, "I won't hurt all of you." Cohen was stunned. He blocked the sword from his right. "For the sake of the past? You still remember the past?" A thought came to Cohen's mind. He growled in a low voice, "No matter how much it's for our respective standpoints and interests, we shouldn't have dragged the Tower of Eradication into this." But Cohen's attack immediately froze. Croch's sword hit the side of his blade again. "Don't be naive, Your Excellency Caribbean," Croch said hatefully. Her sword seemed to have a strange aura. She swung her sword and instantly interrupted Cohen's attack rhythm. Damn it. Based on swordsmanship alone, Croch could be ranked in the top 4 among the 8 seeds. She was second only to Miranda, Eklund, and that Nidarian from the Eastern Peninsula. Cohen gritted his teeth and sheathed his sword. He turned around to block another person's attack. At the same time, a wound appeared on his right shoulder. However, Croch's long sword followed him like a shadow. The moment Cohen's attack paused, she chased after him. Clang. Cohen pulled his long sword back to defend himself. He strenuously blocked the attack. The Tower of Eradication is detached from politics? The short-haired swordswoman gritted her teeth. Her long sword did not stop. She swung it along Cohen's blade, and the rhythm of her attacks was like a violent storm. You should have abandoned such childish fantasies on the first day you left the tower. Cohen twisted his body with all his might and broke free from Croch's blade. He felt that his attack was completely disrupted. At least, isn't the time we fought side by side in the tower a memory that we cherish? Shouldn't it be noble and untouchable? Cohen waved his left hand and used his thick robe to block a soldier's thrust. But you! At this moment Croch's eyes were cold. She suddenly activated her power of eradication and attacked 3 times in an instant. Cherished memory? Ha! Croch's words seemed to be filled with endless sorrow and madness. The first attack was a surprise stab that forced Cohen to dodge to the left. I can't believe that I actually liked you. Adorable, pitiful, childish Cohen. Cohen was slightly stunned. The second attack was a slash that did not stop. Cohen had no choice but to raise his long sword to block the other party's horizontal slash. The short-haired Northland swordswoman said shrilly, "From the moment we were born, we were branded by the country and politics. We were stamped with the stamp of our birth and bloodline. It's impossible to escape for eternity. We have no choice at all." The third attack was a bold and unconstrained style. You won't become spotless and untainted by dust just because you entered a tower that prides itself on being noble and otherworldly. You'll become a free man. Croch's words were cold and threatening. She held her sword with both hands. With the spot where Cohen had blocked as the center, she moved the tip of the sword in an arc, past Cohen's block, and pointed it at the police officer's face. "Cohen Caribbean. You damned idiot!" She roared shrilly in anger. The friction between her weapon and Cohen's blade produced a sharp, violent sound. Hiss. The tip of the sword went straight for the police officer's face. Cohen, who was already leaning to the left and was in an unstable position, felt that he could not exert force on the long sword in his hand. His breathing became uneven, and he could not continue breathing. The other party's 3 attacks were like an impassioned and complete movement. The beginning, the turning, and the end trapped him in a predetermined, fatal rhythm. He could not escape. This was a movement that belonged solely to Croch and was completely different from Miranda's. Pegasus music. At this moment, Miranda's long sword was like a heavy note that destroyed the movement. She forcefully thrust it into Croch's body. Clang. She blocked Croch's fatal blow. Cohen, who could not withstand the attack, switched positions with Miranda again to support Wuxia, who was in a difficult situation. "Croch, my former good sister." Miranda's black gloves produced a barely noticeable friction on the hilt of her sword. She coldly questioned her former companion. "Teacher Chartier really taught you for nothing." The next moment, the Arund woman drew her trembling long sword and pointed it at Croch's hilt. "Pegasus music," she said coldly, "emphasizes on resonating with the rhythm of the outside world and even the enemy, not just you singing a one-man show." Miranda's blade slid downwards, and in the midst of the friction, she stabbed Croch's wrist. She chose the best timing and the most tricky angle. No matter how Croch reacted, blocked or dodged, Croch would instantly fall into a disadvantageous position. But before Miranda could react, Croch flicked her long sword in the opposite direction. She neither blocked nor dodged. Instead, she faced the tip of the sword and stabbed Miranda's wrist. "One-man show," Croch said fiercely. "You definitely haven't seen enough dramas." Miranda Arund. The 2 swords collided in the air, twisted, and let out a piercing screech. The 2 female swordsmen, masters of the Pegasus music, who came from the same master, listened to each other's force and rhythm in the midst of the screech. They were ready to seize the opportunity to restrain their opponent's rhythm and deliver a fatal blow.
Cohen's gaze flickered.
It was best for bystanders not to interfere in the battle of the Pegasus music. The situation was constantly changing according to the timing and rhythm, and you would never know who you were helping. But when the enemy's commander was entangled and their attention was attracted, Cohen sensed that the attacks in front of him had unknowingly weakened, and the enemy's footsteps were closing in on Croche.
He made up his mind. Chance.
He gave Wai a hint, and his tall figure dashed forward again. Specks of blue light flickered on his sword and his skin. The glory of the stars, with extreme speed and strength, launched a continuous attack. Blood splattered, some from the enemy, and some from his own.
Cohen instantly broke through 3 people. He even left Miranda and Waya behind.
He was about to break through the heavy encirclement. As long as I break through one spot, then... Cohen gritted his teeth and charged forward with all his might. But at that moment, a huge fist suddenly emerged from the crowd.
Cohen instinctively swung his sword and slashed. But that fist was different. It changed its direction midway and hit Cohen's blade from the side. Asterisk thud.
Asterisk Cohen, who had activated the glory of the stars with all his might, felt that the punch was almost unavoidable.
His long sword paused heavily. It was as if an axe that was smoothly chopping firewood suddenly hit an iron plate. A huge force surged towards him.
Cohen's blade was struck by the heavy blow. The blade let out an ear-piercing groan as it was bent. The blade bent backwards, and together with the heavy fist in front of it, it struck Cohen's left cheek. At that moment, Cohen, who was hit by the heavy fist, only felt a roar in his ears. The entire world before his eyes swayed for a moment. Blood splattered from his face, and his vision turned bright red.
In a daze, Cohen fell backwards. But he had no time to think about it anymore.
That punch. That was... No. Cohen fell to the ground, feeling only despair in his heart.
He instinctively raised his sword-wielding right hand.
But an even more powerful arm pressed down on his hand. The enemy's other arm pressed down on his shoulder, and his fingers twisted and twisted.
Asterisk crack.
Asterisk ah.
Cohen grunted in pain. His right arm had been dislocated. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Cohen's family heirloom sword fell to the ground.
Waya looked at the scene before him in shock.
Cohen was completely defeated by the new enemy in the blink of an eye.
The power of eradication surged in Cohen's body, and he wanted to make a final struggle. But the enemy's elbow was like the most terrifying weapon, and it struck his left back.
Asterisk thud. Asterisk a muffled sound came.
The glory of the stars, which had gathered, was dispersed.
Cohen's expression froze.
His entire body trembled, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood in pain. "No, don't move, boy," the newcomer said coldly with a heavy accent. "The glory of the stars originates from the heart. I don't want to shatter your heart with my next strike." Waya stared at him in shock. Then, he was drowned by enemies who surged towards him from both sides.
Cohen felt dizzy.
He felt his body lighten. He was carried by the enemy on his shoulder.
No, his vision swayed continuously.
No, the figure slowly walked into the battlefield. He came to the place where Miranda and Croche were dueling.
Miranda!
Cohen coughed out blood in pain, but his entire body lacked strength. "Hurry!" In a daze, Cohen struggled and moaned. "Run!" Miranda turned around from the corner of her eye and saw Cohen, who was being carried on a shoulder.
She also saw the figure. She shuddered.
Croche, who was facing her sword, instantly seized the opportunity and swung her long sword.
Asterisk clang. Asterisk a sharp metallic sound rang.
The balance of power in the Pegasus music ended there.
Both sides attacked in an instant. Asterisk shick. Asterisk Miranda's expression changed.
She seized the opportunity when her opponent could not dodge the attack and stabbed Croche's left wrist.
Asterisk thud.
Asterisk the hilt of Croche's sword spun around and hit Miranda's abdomen.
Croche gritted her teeth.
Miranda swayed a little and was about to counterattack. But at that moment, a sword was already pressed down without a sound or a trace. The blade was pressed against Miranda's shoulder.
It was Cohen's long sword.
At that moment, it was held in a huge palm. Miranda could only feel an unparalleled force surging from the sword.
This is an inescapable clamp, Miranda thought. Asterisk bang. Asterisk in the next moment, the swordswoman was forced to kneel on the ground by the great force. She felt the power of eradication in her body become chaotic. The Pegasus music was broken. Croche walked forward with a cold expression. He kicked away her sword with one foot. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Miranda's long sword rolled to the ground. Why? Miranda could no longer withstand the great force. She was pressed to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. But she still stubbornly raised her head and looked at the newcomer. Why is it you? She stared at the strong and tall figure and his head full of white hair. She roared in indignation. Caslin Lampard. In front of Miranda was the pride of the Tower of Eradication, the legendary commander of the White Blade Guards, the owner of Hero Tavern, and the old man nicknamed Earthshaker. He was silent and did not speak. His face was expressionless. He only continued to press down on his long sword and carry Cohen on his back. Then, the soldiers of Black Sand region came forward and escorted the furious Miranda and the unconscious Cohen away. Waya's angry roar rang in the distance. Without batting an eyelid, Croche sheathed her long sword. The Archduke has just sent an order, the swordswoman said coldly. He needs help there. The old man turned around and looked at Croche. An elf broke into the battlefield and rescued the boy. Croche tidied up her clothes, which were slightly disheveled due to the battle. Don't hurt them, Caslin said flatly. His eyes were filled with a deathly stillness. Croche raised her head and looked straight at Caslin. Of course, she said slowly. Uncle Caslin. Of course. Caslin turned around and disappeared into the hazy dawn. Croche also turned around and gathered her troops. Soon, the army of Black Sand region left the ruins. It was as if nothing had happened. A few minutes later. Asterisk crash. Asterisk the sound of a pile of rubble falling to the ground could be heard. As the sound grew louder, a hand finally reached out of the ruins. A silver-masked man covered in wounds flipped over the rubble covering his body. He held an arm that had yet to recover from its fracture and crawled out, still in shock. The phantom wind follower, Ralph, widened his eyes and panted violently as he stared in the direction where the people of Black Sand region had disappeared. Chapter 193. Kid, I know what you're thinking. But if you continue to look at me with that strange gaze. Ida rode beside Thale's mount. She clenched her fists, the knuckle of her index finger sticking out. Her tone was extremely impatient. You know what will happen. All right. Thales, who was bursting with curiosity, stuck out his tongue and turned his head. Forget it if you don't want to answer. Anti-theft. At the same time, you might as well read this chapter. The prince sighed softly in his heart. Ida exhaled softly and sealed the memories of the past in her heart again. Jade Star. Damn Jade Star. Speaking of which, Ida, how did you become a secret protector of the Jade Star royal family? Thales looked at the blurry mountain range that gradually appeared in front of him and asked faintly, how could an elf be employed by the human constellation? I heard that they are all extremely arrogant, and that they are the only ones who serve humans. Ida lowered her head a little. Hey kid. The elf's voice sounded a little awkward. I've said it before, I am not your family's protector. And, Ida crossed her arms and said disdainfully, as a brat, how much do you know about the elves? Thales could only stick out his tongue and shake his head helplessly. This elf with many suspicious points, this elf who may have lived for hundreds of years and met the former virtuous King Mindes and Prince Kira, must have a rich and colorful story. But her personality. After the group crossed a snow-covered hill, Putray rode his mount to Thale's side. The thin vice diplomat had a solemn expression as he raised his finger and pointed in the direction they were heading. We're here. Thales reacted and quickly raised his head to look down the hill. In his blurry vision filled with snow, a silver-black giant appeared in front of the mountains. No, it's not a giant. Its silhouette in the snow appeared hazily in the distance. It was a majestic city built against the mountains. A red and black flag could be vaguely seen fluttering above the city. Its grayish-black walls were dotted with silver-white snow. The highest point of the city was at the peak of the mountains. From afar, it looked like a giant leaning against a snowy mountain, surrounded by many villages and small towns, standing tall on the northern land. Thales gestured for Waya to stop his restless steed.
He took a deep breath of the cold wind unique to the north and quietly looked at the majestic and powerful city in the distance. A little excitement surged in his heart. This is the great dragon of the north, the capital of At? Unknowingly, they had already crossed the prestige orchid snowfield and entered a new territory. It's the first time you've seen such a grand sight, right? Nicholas rode to their side. The corners of his lips curled up, and his face was filled with nostalgia and reverence. A huge city with mountains on its back. It's the biggest, most majestic, most beautiful city in Northland. It's also the city with the longest history. The holy land in the Northlanders' hearts. Dragon Cloud City. At this moment, an untimely snort came from the side. It was originally not called Dragon Cloud City. Nicholas cast his gaze at the guest from Constellation who interrupted him. It was established during the age of ancient kings, and it was one of the human settlements in the north. During the era of the ancient empire, it was the central provincial capital of the original Northland province of the empire. Putray continued Nicholas' words expressionlessly. That fortress built against the mountain was originally known as Arund Castle. It was the residence of the Arund family, who ruled Northland under the emperor's orders for generations. After the empire collapsed, this place sank into 300 years of chaos and alternation of power. Until one day, Raikaru and Tormund's armies met nearby and won the first victory in the Battle of Eradication. It was Raikaru who led the army and rushed to the aid of Tormund, who was in imminent danger. Nicholas shook his head nonchalantly and used his own understanding to correct the Constellation's words. That's why that battle was called Reverse Cold Wind. It was said that in an empty space near here, Raikaru's troops marched at lightning speed, as if they had descended from the sky, and defeated the enemy from the rear. Thales pursed his lips in resignation. All right, it's another small difference of opinion between extensions and Constellations, Northlanders and the Empire. Besides, even though we're both Northlanders, Nicholas seems to be more stubborn than Kent Vida. As expected, Putray exhaled with a disapproving expression. So, how did this place become At's capital? Thales immediately spoke at the perfect timing, interrupting the two men's intense discussion that was about to begin again. Nicholas gestured for them to continue moving forward. The commander of the White Blade Guard started to act like a real receptionist while he rode on his horse. This piece of land with Dragon Cloud City as its center belongs to the Walton family, the family from which Nuvan VII was born. It is also the most famous ruling family in At, and has the title of Archduke of Dragon Cloud City passed down through generations. The hero of mankind, Raikaru At, became the suzerain of this place more than 600 years ago. He formed an alliance with the 9 knights here and swore that in the chaos after the Battle of Eradication, they would guard Northland and their homeland together, and regain the pride of Northlanders. From then on, the proud Northlanders called the new kingdom At, and the At alliance was born. The following year, the 9 knights, who had expanded the territory and were unstoppable, returned to this place. Together, they elected Raikaru At as the king whom the Northlanders trusted wholeheartedly and swore to follow until death. The 9 knights led their respective territories and guarded Dragon Cloud City. The history of the alliance ended here, and the history of At began. In the spirit of taking turns to rule and ruling fairly, the supreme ruler of At, the common elected king, was chosen from among the 10 archdukes. The rest of the people obeyed his authority and orders. This was Raikaru's oath to rule together in the past. It shows that his prestige and influence continue to this day. Because King Nuvan holds the title of Archduke of Dragon Cloud City, Dragon Cloud City has become the capital of all of At. At this moment, a messenger from Black Sand region passed through the heavy obstacles of the White Blade Guards with great difficulty and came to Nicholas' side, inviting him to meet Viscount Kent Vida. After Nicholas left, Thales turned his head and looked at Putray. You have something to say, the prince said with certainty. Of course. The vice diplomat shook his head in disdain. Don't believe our hot-blooded Northlander friend. His nonsense about taking turns to rule and ruling fairly can only be used to deceive the Northlanders. In fact, in Northland or anywhere else in the world, it has always been power that speaks and strength that rules. Thales chuckled softly. Since that hot-blooded Northlander friend has left, do you mind telling me a little more, my knowledgeable assistant, the versatile Northlander? Putray reached into his bosom, wanting to take out his pipe. However, The former bard hesitated for a few seconds, then withdrew his hand with a pained expression. It was unknown whether it was because he regretted that he did not have much tobacco left, or because he found his conscience. He then said to the second prince, I don't know if you have noticed, but the first ruler of Dragon Cloud City, the first common elected king of At, was At. But the Dragon Cloud City we see now is under the rule of Walton VII. Thales quickly came to a realization. At and Walton are two surnames. In other words, after Raikaru's death, the one who inherited his title was not his direct blood relative? Putre raised his eyebrows and nodded. The real history, or rather the history recorded in the records that Constellation can find, is that Raikaru died young and did not give birth to any children. After he passed away, the suzerain position of Dragon Cloud City that he left behind was inherited by his nephew, Walton. That was the first Nuven after the Walton family became the suzerain of Dragon Cloud City. From then on, the Walton family, marked by the Cloud Dragon spear, entered this land and this city, and has ruled it ever since. But Nuven I's bloodline caused the suzerains to question his legitimacy. It also evoked the suzerain's desire for the common elected king's throne. No matter how many times he emphasized that his mother was Raikaru's older sister, and that Nuven himself was the rightful heir closest to the late king Raikaru, he could not extinguish the ambition of the 9 suzerains, even though they were all model knights who were loyal to Raikaru in the past. Thales furrowed his brows slightly. At this moment, he did not think of Raikaru and his 9 knights. Instead, he thought of the huge portrait at the center of Mindy's hall. Under the setting sun on the battlefield, a young knight covered in wounds charged fearlessly, accompanied by 6 people. Constellation's King of Renaissance, Tormund Jadestar I, and the 6 knights beside him. They were the illustrious duke families and the 6 great clans of today. Arund of the White Base Eagle, Cullen of the Sun Sword and Shield, Covendier of the Tricolor Iris Flower, Fakenhaz of the Four-Eyed Skull, Nanchester of the Great Deer Horn, and Tabark of the Blood Moon. They, and even the ancestors of the 13 distinguished families, fought beside Tormund in the past. Back then, were they also loyal to the King of Revival? Just like the 9 knights and suzerains behind Raikaru? For the legitimate right to inherit the throne of At, Dragon Cloud City's Nuven I had a violent conflict with the 9 knights and their descendants, Putre continued. After the war, the stalemate and confrontation between the suzerains lasted for decades. At that time, At was almost like 10 fragments. They were a kingdom in name, but in reality, they were enemies and could not tolerate each other. Putre continued to speak. During this period, the survivors of the final empire built a new, insignificant country by the Shepherd's River in the south, on the territory of the former chauvinistic province. It began to rise slowly and continued to expand to its surroundings. Thales understood tacitly and replied, Tormund I, the King of Renaissance? Yes. Putre nodded. His eyes shone with a strange light. Constellation. In the end, under pressure from the new constellation, Nuven I and the 9 suzerains reached the final and most awkward compromise. With the support of the 9 suzerains, Nuven Walton inherited the common elected king's throne. In the name of the great former king, Raikaru, Nuven I redefined At's territory and conferred the title of the 10 suzerains, including himself, as the 10 legitimate archdukes of At. However, after Nuven I's death, the 10 archdukes had to choose a new common elected king. They would vote for the new common elected king, who would rule for the rest of his life. Thus, the system of At's King Selection Congress was established and implemented for 600 years. This is the so-called Raikaru's Joint Ruling Pledge. It was an oath made by 10 people in Raikaru's name with Raikaru's signature. Ironically, it has nothing to do with Raikaru at all. Wait a minute. Thales was dumbfounded as he listened. The King Selection. I only saw a rough outline of it in Mindy's hall. 10 archdukes voted together and chose one of them? Thales was stunned. What if someone happens to have the same number of votes? Is there a mature system and style to determine the smooth selection of the common elected king in the King Selection Congress? Thales remembered a magical movie from his previous life. In the movie, pirates elected a pirate king, but in the end, every candidate voted for themselves. Yes, and it is simple, direct, effective, full of the romance of the Northlanders, Putre said in a low voice. It is a custom inherited from the Empire and the Knight's glorious era. It continues to be used in At to determine who the king belongs to when the archdukes are in a dilemma. A custom inherited from the empire to determine who the king belongs to? Thales tightened his grip on the reins. He remembered what he heard in Caslin's Hero Tavern, and could not help but be shocked. You mean? Yes. Put-Ray nodded. With a complicated gaze. He softly uttered a word that was rather forceful. Duel. Thales was stunned. When the Sacred King Selection Congress cannot make the final decision, the candidate with the same number of votes, regardless of age or status, must prove himself in the duel. They must prove that they have the bravery worthy of being the common elected king, the boldness to lead the Northlanders, the fearlessness to face life and death in the duel, and the final victory in the duel. When he heard this, the Archduke of Black Sand region, Chapman Lampard's flickering face in the firelight and the old, worn sword on his table suddenly appeared in Thales' mind. After all, they are Northlanders. Thales suddenly realized that even though he had set foot in At's territory in the north, his understanding of them was still at a rudimentary stage. The Northland, a country known for its toughness, was much more complicated and peculiar than he had imagined. And he was about to face them. Continue. Thales frowned solemnly. Before I meet them, I want to understand the Archdukes of At. For example, their relationship with the common elected king? Put-Ray only paused for a moment before he nodded and continued. The Archdukes of At have absolute autonomy in their own territories. They only have the obligation to obey the common elected king and send troops during times of war, but they do not have to pay taxes to the common elected king. Territorial affairs are purely up to themselves. As for whether to accept and implement the king's orders throughout the territory, it is entirely up to the archdukes themselves. Isn't the power of the Archduke of At a little too much? Thales was surprised. He inhaled slightly as he walked. Can it be said that it is a miracle that At has not been divided until now? Yes, this is why they are called archdukes and not dukes, as they were during the age of the empire. Put-Ray sighed. To a certain extent, At, which was born from compromise, is even more divided than Constellation. Put-Ray sighed. They have much more autonomy in their own territories than the Dukes of Constellation. At least, no matter how stingy and unwilling Duke Cullen is, he must allocate a sum of money from Eastern Sea Hill every year to pay a sufficient amount of taxes to Eternal Star City and His Majesty. The appointment and dismissal of Constellation's important officials and the demotion and demotion of nobles must comply with the Holy Constellation Covenant. They must even be reviewed by the Supreme King's warrant. Therefore, if the dukes want to interfere with the kingdom's politics, the fastest way is to interfere with the Central Department of Eternal Star City, or use the influence of their territories to infiltrate the local officials of the kingdom. Thales shook his head. Then what is the meaning of the common elected king's existence? If he cannot even restrain the archdukes under him, why does he still want to become the common elected king? Put-Ray thought for a moment and answered him seriously. For the sake of high prestige, the suzerain's obedience, and the name of orthodoxy. Thales frowned again. This stuff is much more useful in Northland than in Constellation. No matter how uncultured a Northlander is, he would know that the common elected king's authority is inviolable, and Rikaru's oath is inviolable. Put-Ray recalled his own knowledge and continued. In history, the archdukes of At rebelled 3 times because they were dissatisfied with the common elected king, but each time, they failed. Because no matter how the archdukes who raised their flags against the common elected king tried to justify themselves, once they openly flouted Rikaru's oath, they would lose the hearts of their people. Even the most greedy Northlanders were unwilling to fight for them. Some archduchy families even withdrew from At's ruling history because of this. Thales gazed at Dragon Cloud City in the distance. He slowly exhaled a breath of hot air between his cold hands and thought carefully. High prestige. The name of orthodoxy. The people's loyalty. Northland's traditional culture? It's too simple, Thales said faintly after a few seconds. Put-Ray revealed a puzzled expression. I mean, attributing the power to maintain At's stability and unity to Rikaru's prestige and the Northlanders' character and tradition. This attribution is too simple. Thales lowered his head and thought carefully. Human behavior and the structure of social power always affect each other. It is impossible to have a situation where one's behavior strengthens the structure while the social structure has no effect on human behavior. No matter how noble the Northlanders are, how they revere their ancestors, and how they revere their traditions, They cannot maintain such a state system. A power structure that is destined to split and collapse will only bring the same effect to the Northlanders. They are destined to be under different suzerains, different interests, and different institutional structures. As generations of people die and are born, and as society changes, they evolve behaviors and motivations that fit the structure of the times. Under At strange split system, it is very difficult for the Northlanders not to be enemies and kill each other.
Right. Thales nodded secretly. This was the society he knew. But At. Do you have more ideas?
Putre narrowed his eyes and thought about Thales' words carefully. He asked, "Why don't you tell me?" The second prince pondered for a moment before he said, "Constellation." Thales raised his head and said with certainty, "Constellation." Putre's gaze flickered as he waited for the prince's answer.
Chapter 194.
Early in the morning, on the deserted street, Thales panted heavily as he passed through an alley and arrived at a larger road.
Ida should be fine. Even though she looks unreliable, she single-handedly captured a supreme-class bloodclansman in the birch tree forest. I can't be distracted. There's no point in thinking too much, and I can't help either.
Thales desperately shook off the worry in his heart.
He suddenly felt a little thirsty.
Thales grabbed a handful of snow, rubbed it, and stuffed it into his mouth, just like how child beggars used to spend the winter on the streets. The prince, who was grimacing from the cold, trembled his chin in pain. He raised his head and asked Little Rascal, "Is this
West Express Avenue?"
However, the latter only lowered her head gloomily and did not say a word. Thales finally melted that mouthful of snow into water and swallowed it. He stared at the dazed Little Rascal, feeling extremely worried. From the tragedy in the palace to the calamity of the calamities, to the assassination of the king and the blood spilled right before her eyes, this terrifying night had frightened the poor child. For her, this was too. Forget about Little Rascal, even he was on the verge of breaking down. All of this, how did it all start? Did Lampard plan everything from the moment he sent his troops to escort me north to Dragon Cloud City?
Was his goal to assassinate the king and start a coup? How did he do it?
An army of 2,000 people. If they set off in the name of escorting me, so they were not noticed. Then when he led the army into the city, would the vassals, nobles, civilians, soldiers and bureaucrats inside and outside the city not notice?
King Nuven seems like a very shrewd king.
That unsettling old lady Kalshan does not seem to be a simple character either. How could she allow such a fatal flaw in the security of their capital city? Unless... Thales thought of that terrifying answer.
It can't be. He gulped slowly and continued walking with Little Rascal. At the same time, he decided to think from a different perspective. I lured the mystics here, didn't I? The accident caused by Giza and Asda directly destroyed the entire Shield District and took away most of Dragon Cloud City's energy. Yes, that's why King Nuven left Heroic Spirit Palace and came to Shield District. So, the one who has to take the blame for the king's assassination is me?
Thales was shocked by his own thoughts. If it's really because of me and Giza, then Lampard is really lucky. The second prince looked at his pathetic appearance as he fled for his life and sighed. Is this what they mean by the evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear? Thales rubbed his forehead fiercely.
Even his brain, which was usually super efficient, felt a little uncomfortable at that moment. He sighed and had no choice but to put these things aside for the time being. Despite his extreme fatigue, he forced himself to stay awake and explore the path forward. This should be the West Express Avenue. If he remembered correctly, this winding and empty street was the Armor District. Ida said that as long as they passed through it, they would reach the blockade set up for the calamities. They should be able to meet the people from the capital there. Thales hesitated for a moment when he thought of this. But she also said that the patrols, or the guys wearing the patrol uniforms, were all very suspicious. She didn't know how many of them were loyal to Lampard. Best not to believe it. Even those who were loyal to the Waltons could easily expose their information to Lampard. The once majestic King Nuven could no longer protect them. Sigh. How ironic. He had the granddaughter of the King of At with him, but he had to struggle to escape from the capital in Northland. He could not even find anyone he could trust. The most important thing now was to find someone he could trust, ask for help, return to Heroic Spirit Palace, return to Putre's side,
and inform the people in Dragon Cloud City who were still loyal to the Waltons. Thales stopped in his tracks. He looked at a signboard at the corner of the street not far ahead. His expression changed as he remembered something. When King Nuvan can no longer protect us. The signboard in front of him was painted with a black dagger with a short handle. Under the signboard was a large wooden window that was tightly shut, and on one side was an extremely narrow door. Thales narrowed his eyes. A conversation from the past floated into his mind. If you run into an irreversible crisis in At, when even King Nuvan can't save you. Thales' eyes brightened. It's here. The next moment, he pulled Little Rascal towards the signboard. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk Thales knocked hard on the large wooden window under the dagger signboard. Although the residents had been evacuated due to martial law, if the owner of this place was really like what he heard, a person who often violated the law, no response. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk Thales knocked 3 more times. Still no response. The prince frowned and extended his hand again. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk as the knocking grew louder, Little Rascal seemed to come to her senses. She asked in a daze. Where are we? A butcher shop on West Express Avenue, Thales said briefly. Is anyone there? We need help. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk he knocked on the window a few more times. However, there was still no response. Thales' original hope slowly faded. Sigh. He looked at the signboard and sighed. They've probably been evacuated. Under Little Rascal's strange gaze, Thales pulled her up in disappointment and turned to leave the butcher shop. However, he had only taken 1 step when he froze and stopped. What's wrong? Little Rascal asked woodenly. Thales spun around abruptly and yelled at the dagger signboard. $6.50. No response. Thales gritted his teeth and yelled again. Hey, $6.50. $6.50. Perhaps because he yelled a little too loudly, Thales panted and patted his own chest. However, there was still no response. There were only the 2 of them on the empty street. Thales lowered his head in disappointment. Forget it. Perhaps he. At this moment, the sound of wooden boards scraping against each other was heard, followed by the sound of a door bolt being unlatched. Asterisk clack. Asterisk Little Rascal instinctively hid behind him. Thales looked up in shock. The wooden window was opened. Someone's there? Through the window, a man with black hair, black eyes, and a flat face stared at them with an unfriendly expression. It made Thales' skin crawl. Wait a minute. This is a Far Easterner? Who are you people? How do you know this? The Far Easterner's words carried an obvious Northland accent. His tone was slightly impatient, as if he was facing a huge problem. $6.50? Thales was slightly stunned. Someone. He stared blankly at the Far Easterner. It was only when the man was about to close the window that Thales reacted and said agitatedly, Wait! We are Caslin's friends. Caslin was the one who told us this word. He said that when we need help, we should come here and say the secret code. The Far Easterner narrowed his already small eyes, as if he wanted to scrutinize them. Are you that? Thales scratched his head and desperately tried to recall their encounter in Hero Tavern. After a few seconds, he finally managed to squeeze those words out of his mind. It's Mr. Gu, isn't it? We need help. The Far Easterner Gu said nothing. He remained in the shadows behind the window and watched them quietly. Please. Thales was a little anxious. After a moment, Gu grinned. Caslin's friends, is it? The Far Easterner snorted softly and said slowly, Come in. At the border between the Armor District and the Shield District, a thrilling battle between 2 Lemeters had already begun. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the wind from the blade was fierce. Ida leaped into the air and pounced at Caslin. Her scimitar drew an arc and swept past the tip of his nose. The former commander of the White Blade Guards leaned back steadily. The expressionless Caslin calmly dodged the blade that was aimed at his head, even though the blade was only an inch away from his nose. Jumping up in battle is suicide, Caslin said flatly. He instantly brandished the 2-meter-long Soul Slayer pike, but it did not feel clumsy or sluggish at all. The pike even bent from his swing. The wind howled. As if it had a life of its own, the tip of the pike swung horizontally at the elf. Just like many battles between supreme-class fighters, in just a few seconds, the offensive and defensive positions switched. "That's for humans," Ida said disdainfully in the air. In the next second, with incredible agility, she climbed up the front part of the Soul Slayer pike with one hand and exerted a little force in her hand. The dark tip of the Soul Slayer pike brushed past her ear in a dangerous manner. Ida hung her entire body on the pike like a fleeting piece of clothing. She danced with Caslin and fluttered in the wind. Caslin's arms surged with unimaginable strength, and the pike shook. Ida was sent flying from the pike as if she had suffered a heavy blow. Caslin's pike did not stop at all. Like a venomous snake that had launched another attack, it pierced through the air and attacked Ida's waist in the air. But Ida once again displayed the agility of a bat. She leaned back in the air, pulled her legs back, and bent them into a C shape. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the pike pierced through the air and let out an explosive sound. However, Caslin's deadly pike pierced through the empty space in Ida's C shape and swept past her back. But the sword missed its target. Caslin furrowed his brows and shook the pike again. Ida stretched her left hand backward again and placed it on the Soul Slayer pike's handle. She swung her supple body like a slingshot in the direction where Caslin had shaken the pike. With her left hand as the center, she swung around the Soul Slayer pike like a swing. Then, using the centrifugal force, she floated backwards. If Thales were here, he would probably be dumbfounded and shout, "You know how to swing on the horizontal bar." The elf somersaulted in the air and landed steadily. Asterisk bang. Asterisk only then did Caslin's pike tip land on the ground and plunge into the stone bricks. This thrilling round ended. Ida raised her machete and stood up. Her cloak had fallen to the nape of her neck during the violent maneuver just now, revealing her braided silky bright white hair. Caslin spun his pike. His expression did not change. He was calm and unruffled. "I fought against the enemies of White Mountain and met the envoys from late Twilight Kingdom," the old man in the tavern said slowly. "But your skin color is neither that of a white elf nor that of a nightmare elf." Ida raised her head, revealing her delicate girlish face and a pair of beautifully curved pointy ears. "You're a sacred elf, aren't you?" Caslin exhaled softly and adjusted the posture of his spear. "Of course, I've never seen the high elves and gray elves in the Eastern Peninsula. But I think that you're probably from the Sacred Tree Kingdom. That's why you're protecting the Prince of Constellation." "Good guess," Ida sneered. She looked at the Soul Slayer pike with fear in her eyes. "Northland brat." Caslin nodded and flashed a smile. "The Sacred Tree Kingdom is indeed Constellation's ally and royal in-law," the old man said with a sigh. "They even provide supreme-class guards for them?" Ida's expression changed. "Bah bah bah." The elf waved her machete in annoyance. "What guard?" "I'm a supreme-class elite that bunch of brats begged their grandfather, grandmother, father, and mother to hire. They paid a lot of money to hire me." Caslin's eyebrows twitched. "The lifelong honorary instructor of the Royal Guards of Constellation." The elf pointed her machete at herself and said loudly and arrogantly, "Ida Rorikit Giselle Doritos." But Ida's words seemed to be stuck and she stopped midway. Her silver eyes darted around, but in the end, she lowered her head dejectedly. "Ah, I can't remember my name. Just call me whatever you want." But Caslin's expression became solemn. "I see. You're the instructor of the Royal Guards." The old man raised his pike. The way he looked at Ida was different now. "The White Blade Guards used to say that other than the Glacier Sentries, if there was any other troop in the world that could fight against the elite White Blade Guards and the Dragon's Imperial Guards head-on," Caslin sighed. His eyes were filled with nostalgia. "Then there's only you, who are commonly known as the Emperor's Praetorian Guards, the Royal Guards of Constellation." "Ayaya." Ida waved her hand, seemingly disdainful. "So you still remember that you're a member of the White Blade Guards. Just now, when your people fell one by one, did you see it?" Hearing that, a pained expression appeared on Caslin's face. He furrowed his brows tightly. "They're all competent warriors, good children," the old man said sorrowfully. "They just encountered the worst era, the worst fate." Ida snorted coldly. "You really dare to say that? It seems like the famous Groundshaker is just a traitor." Caslin shut his eyes tightly. "Let us finish this battle.
If we drag it out for too long, our people will arrive. By then, there won't be a chance for a fair fight. His voice was extremely tired. Ida did not say a word. She only stared at him coldly. The Dragon Guards and the Imperial Guards have not met many times in history.
When I was young, I fought against your Zacriel once, so I was very honored.
Caslin opened his eyes and said solemnly. His white hair shone under the faint light of dawn. Instructor Ida. Zacriel? Aida's expression changed. She seemed to be recalling something. Was he a snot-nosed, donkey-faced brat who slacked off on the training field every day?
Speaking of which, I used to punish him often. He was Constellation's famous Knight of Judgment.
Caslin revealed a nostalgic smile. I haven't heard any news about him since 12 years ago. Aida's expression darkened. That fellow is in the Western Desert's prison of bones. The elf sighed. I reckon he won't be able to get out of there in this lifetime. That silly child. Caslin was slightly startled. Is that so?
The old man murmured.
What a pity. Caslin closed his eyes regretfully. He was really a good opponent. The next moment, the battle resumed. Caslin's spear moved without warning. He thrust it 3 times in an instant. All of them were aimed at Aida's legs. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk the tip of the spear tapped the ground 3 times, stirring up countless gravel. But Ida seemed to be dancing in a strange and elegant manner. She took 6 steps in a row, and each step perfectly avoided the Soul Slayer pike's thrust. Amid the flying gravel, Ida did not retreat. Instead, she moved with evasive steps and closed in on Caslin. She switched between offense and defense. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk while the spear could not be pulled back in time, Ida slashed at Caslin's head with a bold and unconstrained slash. The legendary commander of the White Blade Guards calmly turned around and dodged. His experienced eyes never left Aida's shoulders. As expected, following Aida's movements, the flash of the blade turned 3 times in the air. Each time, it turned in the direction where Caslin was about to dodge. But Caslin still relied on his superb eyesight and intuition to dodge the 3 dangerous turns of the blade. The wind from the blade swept past the old man's face. It took away a tuft of his white hair. Caslin finally pulled back his spear. The old man raised his arms high and the spear drew a big circle around him. Asterisk rip. Asterisk the sound of the spear's tip being dragged on the ground was ear-piercing. But Ida had already done 2 backflips and leaped out of the Soul Slayer pike's attack range. The tense exchange of offense and defense ended. The 2 Supreme Class fighters stopped again. Good flexibility and agility. Caslin sighed. Good battle awareness. Steady swing of the blade and light footing. You've really brought out the dual advantages of being an elf and a woman to the fullest. Ida chuckled and carefully observed her opponent's face. You'll be at a disadvantage if you underestimate a woman. The 2 of them stood on both sides of the street and stared at each other quietly.
The wariness in their hearts was raised to the maximum as they calculated the upcoming battle.
I wouldn't dare, Caslin said respectfully. After all, I'm also someone who lived in the same era as Heart of the Rain. But these are all qualities that an elf should have. It's not surprising, the old man said flatly. Aida's pupils constricted slightly. Caslin observed the ground, his gaze focused on the 3 holes he had just made. What surprised me the most was that you were able to respond to each of my attacks and defenses perfectly. You didn't hesitate at all. It was almost perfect. Ah! Ida shrugged. Her pair of pointy ears moved slightly. I'm very powerful.
Haha, is that so?
Caslin's expression changed and he revealed a hearty smile. I attacked your legs to suppress your agility.
I stirred up the gravel to hinder your dexterity.
I swept my spear at the end to seize the opportunity when you got close to me to launch an attack.
The old man nodded approvingly.
But you cleverly avoided the thrusts on your legs, and even rushed over. While cleverly dodging the gravel behind you, you launched a counterattack. You even dodged the final sweep at the right time.
Caslin raised his head and looked straight at Ida.
My 3 goals were interconnected, but I didn't achieve any of them. This can no longer be explained by reflexes or experience. He shook his head slowly. Even Xiao and Heart of the Rain couldn't have faced my attack so easily. Then there's only one answer left. Aida's expression did not change, but she slowly tightened her grip on the machete in her hand. The 3 sets of consecutive attacks just now were indeed very experienced. But Caslin sighed with emotion. His voice rose and fell as if he was sighing. You knew my next move and plan beforehand, so you responded perfectly, didn't you? Aida's expression changed. No way.
This old man. How long have we been fighting?
Caslin chuckled.
In that second, it was as if the legendary Earthshaker had returned to the battlefield when he was young. I heard that the probability of psionic abilities appearing among the elves is much higher than that of humans.
It's an interesting phenomenon, isn't it? The old man swung the Soul Slayer pike again.
His eyes burned with a fighting spirit that he had not felt for many years. There are also many types of psionic abilities, and there are all kinds of strange abilities.
Aida's expression completely darkened. Previously, she had only focused on the infamous Soul Slayer pike. But now, compared to the Soul Slayer, she had underestimated Earthshaker.
In the past, she had only heard of his legendary reputation as the leader of the White Blade Guards after he left the Tower of Eradication. But, Caslin's eyes sparkled, but he said calmly, but I really didn't expect that there would be such a magical psionic ability.
Ida sighed. Instructor Ida, you are a psionic? No, you are in supreme class, so I must address you as a psionic warrior.
Caslin stared at Aida's silver eyes and spoke with certainty in an unquestionable tone.
Chapter 195. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Gu slammed 2 big bowls of steaming meat soup on the table.
Thales and Little Rascal, who were washing their faces in cold water, raised their heads in a daze and stared at the expressionless Gu.
The hunger that was previously suppressed by panic and fear suddenly returned to the second prince's stomach. I used eternal oil to heat it up. The smoke will disperse indoors, no one will notice us, Gu said flatly. He sat opposite the 2, his thick right eyebrow slightly raised, as if there was a hidden meaning behind it. Of course, it's not cheap. I'll put it on the tab. Little Rascal's stomach growled at the perfect time.
The girl glanced at the boy beside her timidly.
Thales gulped. What's wrong?
Gu looked at the 2 dazed children, frowned and said impatiently, Are you waiting for me to respectfully offer napkins and wine, my esteemed young master and young lady?
As soon as he finished speaking, Thales and Little Rascal exchanged glances and winked at each other. In the next second, like horses released from their reins, the 2 of them pounced on the chairs, picked up their respective bowls of meat soup, and gulped it down. Don't be hasty. Gu looked at the 2 of them wolfing down their food and sighed. We'll talk business after you've filled your stomachs. In just a few minutes, the 2 extremely hungry children finished their bowls of meat soup. They leaned on the chairs, rubbed their bloated bellies, and panted.
Little Rascal even burped and lowered her head timidly.
Thales exhaled contentedly. So. Gu placed his right hand on the back of his left, his fingers tapping slowly like waves. Before Gu could continue, Thales, who had caught his breath, raised his head and said hurriedly, We need help.
Yes, I can see that.
Gu sized him up, his eyes showing disdain. Tell me something I don't know.
Under Thales' gaze, Gu said nonchalantly, For example, on this chaotic night. It's midnight now. Why are the 2 children wandering aimlessly in the armor district, which should have been evacuated a long time ago?
More pathetic than stray dogs?
Thales was slightly startled and subconsciously said, We, but his words came to an abrupt halt. The prince hesitantly opened his mouth and closed it again. Ever since he became a prince, his experience and intuition told him that revealing all the information he knew might not necessarily bring him sincerity and understanding. Just look at Serena and Black Sword. We are in trouble.
Thales took a deep breath and said seriously, We need to go to Heroic Spirit Palace without attracting attention. Can you help us?
We will pay you.
Gu's fingers did not move.
He clenched his fists and stared at Thales without moving.
The man's gaze was very calm, like the surface of a lake without wind or ripples, but it made Thales panic for no reason. He had no choice but to sit up properly. This Far Easterner. Why does it feel so weird? Just when Thales felt that he could not hold on any longer, Gu finally spoke slowly. Heroic Spirit Palace? Another drama of the nobles killing each other for power?
The corners of Gu's lips curled up into a thought-provoking sneer. The Far Easterner's black eyes were so deep that Thales could not see his pupils clearly. Do you know how difficult it is to secretly go to Heroic Spirit Palace from Armor District? The distance, the slope, the gatehouse, the forbidden roads, and the cordon that has been in place since yesterday. Gu stared at Thales in the dim light. I can make room for you, but to send you to Heroic Spirit Palace quietly and get involved in the political struggle of the upper nobles? The Far Easterner shook his head. The coldness at the corners of his eyes made Thales shudder.
Sorry, Caslin's favor is not that great. He refused.
Thales turned his head and glanced worriedly at Little Rascal.
They could not just stay here and wait for death.
Lampard's operation, Nuven's assassination, the accident they encountered, all these things needed to. What about contacting them? Thales raised his head and said anxiously, You can't send us there, but can you help us contact someone?
Under Thales' worried gaze, Gu smiled.
Although it will not be easy, it is not impossible.
Gu narrowed his eyes.
To whom?
Thales' eyes brightened.
However, just as he opened his mouth to speak, he was interrupted by Gu.
Choose carefully, child.
Don't choose those whom I have to stand at the entrance of Heroic Spirit Palace and shout to reach. Also, Gu lowered his head slightly. Due to the light, his eyes were shrouded in darkness.
He spoke with a profound tone.
He said meaningfully, If your situation is really dangerous, then it is best to find someone trustworthy and inconspicuous. After all, I don't want to get into trouble.
Hearing Gu's words, Thales was stunned. The first person he thought of just now was Put Ray.
Ida said that the vice diplomat mobilized people to look for him, then perhaps he could send someone. No. The prince shook his head in his heart. Thales did not know how strict Lampard's control in Dragoncloud City was, but if the situation was as bad as he expected, then the Constellation Diplomat Group, led by Put Ray, would definitely become Lampard's main focus. Especially after the calamity wreaked havoc and now that all districts were under martial law, they would be very conspicuous. Even if they found this place, there was a high chance that they would be intercepted by the enemy halfway.
Similarly, the people loyal to King Nuven, such as Nicholas, were the same. He needed another candidate. Thales frowned.
A person I can trust, a suitable candidate who has a secret agreement with me and King Nuven, but is neutral on the surface, so he will not attract attention. It would be best if he had some means and connections, so that he would not be powerless after receiving the news.
Thales' pupils gradually focused.
In fact, Thales took a deep breath and met Gu's gaze. I happen to have such a candidate. His information network is also very wide.
You definitely have a way to contact him.
Gu's gaze stopped on him. After a full 5 seconds, the Far Easterner nodded slowly.
Thales breathed a sigh of relief.
A few minutes later, Gu changed into a cloak and stood at the door.
I don't know how long I will be gone.
After all, it takes time to find a way. Maybe tens of minutes, maybe even longer, the Far Easterner said sternly. Before that, stay here and don't touch anything in my shop.
Thales could only nod to show that he understood. Gu observed for a few minutes by the wooden window.
After confirming the situation, he held the doorknob.
Mr. Gu.
Light flooded into the butcher's shop. Just as he was about to leave, Thales suddenly said, Thank you. Gu revealed a strange expression and turned to look at him. The Far Easterner nodded with a faint smile. But Gu's last words before he left made Thales pale with fright.
Please wait patiently.
Gu turned around and said faintly, Your Royal Highness. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu closed the small door, leaving the butcher's shop in darkness again. Thales was the only one left, stunned on the spot. The prince turned his head and looked at Little Rascal, who was sitting by the table.
So, he knew my identity long ago? That's why I didn't ask.
As he watched Gu disappear through the small door, Thales held his forehead and sighed in pain. Is it very eye-catching to see an unkempt kid running around the street?
Asda, Black Sword, Gu.
Why do I feel like everyone knows me at first sight? Thales turned around and looked at the chopping board and boning knife around him.
He shrugged helplessly and dejectedly.
He climbed onto the chair by the dining table with difficulty, picked up his wooden cup and drank a mouthful of water. He caught a glimpse of Little Rascal from the corner of his eye. The girl was staring blankly at the table, her face expressionless. Thales sighed silently in his heart. Sleep for a while. Thales put down the cup and said, You should be very tired. Ha! Little Rascal snapped out of her daze and stared at Thales blankly, as if she had suddenly woken up. Thales pursed his lips and shook his head helplessly. You need to rest. We may have to hurry on with our journey later. Thales tried his best to speak in the most gentle tone when he saw the absent-minded girl. However, Little Rascal only stared at him blankly. Thales, the little girl said dejectedly, I feel like I'm dreaming. Little Rascal lowered her head. A nightmare. A never-ending nightmare. Thales held his breath for a moment. Little Rascal's voice was a little shaky. First it was Lady Alex, then the monster in Dragon Cloud City, and now King Nuven. The girl's eyes behind her glasses were suddenly filled with tears. All of this. When will it end? Thales closed his eyes. There was an indescribable gloominess and sadness in his heart. She was just a child. Only a few years older than Korea, Ryan, and Sinti. She was forced to witness everything. Soon. Thales heard himself say faintly. Soon all of this will end. Everything will get better. However, in his heart, a dark voice spoke another sentence for him. No, from the moment you become a Walton, all of this will never end. He heard himself saying against his will, when we return to the Walton family and those loyal to the Waltons, we will be safe. Regardless of their motives, they will definitely protect the bloodline of the Dragon Spear family. Little Rascal trembled when she heard that. Her sobbing became more obvious. Thales, I don't want to become Saroma. I'm not a Walton. I can't do what King Nuven said. Thales did not speak. He only clenched his fists and stared at the ground. Really? Little Rascal sniffled. Her eyes were red. I'm just a little servant girl picked up from a pile of orphans. I'm not Lady Walton. Thales still did not say a word. Also, I'm a girl. This is Northland. Never in history. Neither the nobles nor the commoners will allow me, a girl, to become an archduchess. Little Rascal took off her glasses and shook her head in pain. Let me go. I can't do what His Majesty said. With you, I'll mess it up. I don't know anything. Watching Little Rascal sob incessantly, Thales slowly raised his head. All right. Little Rascal's sobs stopped abruptly. What? She raised her head and asked in confusion, her sobbing voice still lingering. Thales said flatly, You can go. Little Rascal was stunned. King Nuven has passed away. We don't know if Nicholas is dead or alive. As for Merc, Thales looked at her calmly. He jumped off the chair and strode forward. Now, no one will force you to become Saroma Walton. Thales approached her slowly. Little Rascal shrank against the back of the chair in slight surprise. You still have a chance to stay away from all of this. Dragon Cloud City is in chaos. A missing maid will not attract attention. Thales continued under Little Rascal's bewildered gaze. Not to mention, so many things have happened in Heroic Spirit Palace. Little Rascal sniffed sharply. Really? There was a hint of bewilderment in the girl's voice, but this bewilderment soon turned into panic and timidity. But, why are you? Thales stopped and stood a few steps away from her chair. He unclenched his fists and stared straight into the girl's green eyes. The corners of his lips curled up. Because you are you. Perhaps there are times when the margin is very small, but everyone can, and should, choose who they are. Thales gently closed his eyes and quickly opened them again. You will become the person you choose to become. At that moment, Asda's questioning words, the story Lady Gines told him, Yodel's confession in the Shadow Realm, Gilbert's agitated expression when he stood in front of the portraits of the three kings, and Kessel's lonely figure in the Jade Star family tomb flashed past his mind. With a myriad of thoughts in his mind, he continued, somewhat subconsciously. Although we are always forced by life, others, society, and omnipresent power to become what they want us to become. Little Rascal stared at Thales in a daze. She stared at the strange boy with a bitter smile. The girl who had cleaned herself blinked and asked subconsciously, such as becoming a prince? Thales' gaze froze. He stared at Little Rascal quietly and sighed. Yes, such as a prince. So if you want to escape, give up, and leave, I will not stop you. I will even help you. Little Rascal seemed to be scared out of her wits.
She stared at Thales without moving. The second prince sighed.
Kessel's words rang in his ears. From the moment you were crowned with the Jade Star name, you fought for Constellation, died for Constellation, and lived for Constellation. He refocused his gaze and stared straight into Little Rascal's eyes. But before that, have you thought about who you really are and who you want to become? Little Rascal's eyes widened slightly.
What?
Thales shook his head and ignored her puzzlement. He continued to speak, minding himself. He continued. Are you Little Rascal?
The little maid who does your homework on your behalf? The fan of books in the library? Saroma Walton? The unlucky girl who was innocently dragged into all this? Little Rascal froze on the spot. Her breathing slowly became irregular. In Alex's eyes, you are her humble maid. In King Nuven's eyes, you are the last descendant of the Walton family.
In the eyes of the Queen of the Sky, you are an interesting girl who wears her glasses without realizing it, Thales said calmly. But what about in your own eyes?
Who are you? He asked the question he had when they first met.
Little Rascal's gaze became more and more confused. Choosing to turn back into Little Rascal because of a moment of fear or past habits, choosing to become a noble lady of the Walton family because of a moment of vanity, or choosing to escape because of a moment of pressure. In my opinion, these are essentially the same.
They are not what you really want. You are forced to become someone you are completely unprepared to become. In an instant, silence enveloped the small butcher shop.
Little Rascal sat on the chair in a daze and stared at Thales, who stood before her. Her eyes were filled with confusion and fear.
What about you?
A few seconds later, Little Rascal looked like a person who struggled out of the water. She raised her head blankly, looking for a life-saving straw.
Who do you think I am? Shouldn't I be a little maid?
You.
Thales smiled. He shook his head.
You are unlucky. You are an unlucky girl who was dragged into these troublesome matters with me.
Little Rascal's gaze darkened.
She lowered her head and pouted. Thales looked into her eyes and exhaled softly.
But you are also a brave and strong girl. You have experienced nightmares and hell with me, and you have persevered until now.
Thales revealed a bitter and gratified smile. If you become an Archduchess, in my opinion, whether it is King Nuven or Archduke Lampard, you are much better than them. Little Rascal raised her head again. Her eyes shone with surprise and amazement.
In my opinion, you are not completely unprepared to become a Walton.
Under Little Rascal's stare, Thales continued to speak.
You have read in Rikaru's library for many years. You can recite the books inside like the back of your hand. You are very familiar with history and illusions. You completed Alex's homework for her, and perhaps you were even more competent than she was. Moreover,
Thales recalled yesterday's events in a daze. It was as if it was years ago, and the images in his memory had already turned yellow. Faced with such a monster, even in my most desperate moment, when I was in the most dangerous situation, you never abandoned me, even if the final outcome might be a painful death.
The prince looked into Little Rascal's eyes.
Little Rascal pursed her lips and wiped away the tears on her face. Let me tell you another secret, Thales said.
Little Rascal blinked. A strong and muscular figure appeared before Thales' eyes, along with a pair of intimidating sky-blue eyes.
When I became a prince, my father asked me a similar question.
Thales' gaze was unfocused. His thoughts were no longer in this butcher's shop, but drifted to the faraway Eternal Star City.
Are you ready?
That's what he said. He chuckled subconsciously. How did you answer? Little Rascal asked expectantly.
Thales turned and looked back at her. I said, no.
And then?
The girl's eyes lit up.
What was your father's reaction?
Thales stared into Little Rascal's eyes quietly and did not move. Then, the latter turned her head away in embarrassment.
A few seconds later, Thales sighed. He said, it's okay.
Because fate will prepare you.
That's what he told me.
Little Rascal was stunned. Thales exhaled through his nose, as if he had just removed the biggest shackle. The prince flashed what he believed to be his most confident smile.
So, don't be anxious, don't panic. You have many choices.
Thales held Little Rascal's hand gently and said sincerely, when we escape this place, you can choose wisely who you are and who you want to be. Whether you want to leave or stay, I won't stop you. Little Rascal stared at him blankly. Before that, you don't have to think about anything. You're just a loyal companion who's running for our lives with me. Thales fixed his gaze on her. That's enough. Little Rascal stared at him in surprise. It was as if she was meeting him for the first time. Little Rascal sniffled and said, as if she understood something, "Okay."
Thales raised his eyebrows. "Now, sleep for a while. We need strength and spirit." Little Rascal nodded obediently. Thales sighed.
Finally, I've comforted her. Thales turned around and climbed into his chair.
Gu's chair was a little soft. He did not know what kind of wood it was made of. "Thales," Little Rascal said softly behind him. "Thank you." Thales paused. "No."
He lowered his head, a little disappointed.
"I was the one who got you into this. Otherwise, she would still be a little maid who only had to worry about Alex in the library, reading books. Isn't that right?"
The two children lay back in their respective chairs and temporarily closed their eyes in peace.
"Thales."
In the darkness with his eyes closed, Little Rascal's timid voice rang again. "Are you really only 7 years old?
Why do you know so much?" Thales, who was adjusting his lying position, burst into laughter when he heard her.
He opened his eyes and saw Little Rascal lying sideways on the chair with her eyes closed. This reminded Thales of the time she was sound asleep on his bed in his room.
"Who knows?"
He slid down the chair gently and walked to the corner of the wall.
"Maybe I'm already 37 years old." As usual, Thales lay against the wall in the corner with his hands as a pillow. Feeling the double protection of the floor and the wall, he felt much more at ease. "I just don't look old."
Little Rascal's laughter rang beside him.
Thales laughed too. "Choose yourself. Choose who you want to be," he repeated to himself in his heart.
At the same time, he recalled what he said to the mystic before Asda left.
"Yes. I will get through this disaster. I will live. And then choose who I want to be. No one can force me. No one can stop me." He closed his eyes gently. Chapter 196.
In his long-awaited dream, he felt as if he had returned to that strange and dazzling world. There, the girl with a blurry face but a gentle voice hugged him from behind, which was a rare sight. She whispered, "Why?
"Are you sad?"
He closed the laptop and smiled bitterly.
"No, this result was expected. Maybe I'm not good enough."
He lowered his head, feeling a little dejected.
"You know they have high expectations. It's okay."
The gentle voice breathed into his ear.
"I have a way to make this less sad."
He raised his eyebrows and shrugged.
"Because there's something even sadder waiting for you." He blinked, feeling a little confused.
She said gently, "Let's break up."
He shuddered. The girl behind him did not say anything. He turned his head stiffly. "What?" "Yes, you heard me right. Because you're a failure now," she said flatly. "So I want to break up with you." His brain stopped working. He just stared blankly at her blurry face, feeling lost. Why?"
The voice behind him sighed.
"All right, it's a deal."
He breathed absent-mindedly.
He could not accept it. He wanted to explain, but he felt that it was unnecessary.
At this moment, "Okay."
The voice snickered and rang happily.
"Now, 10 seconds after we broke up, I announced that we're back together."
"Tada! Let me introduce you to my new boyfriend, Wuxia."
He could not think straight.
"What?" But a few seconds later, his heart started beating again.
He panted and looked at her in surprise.
How is it? Compared to the pain of being dumped just now, is it less sad now? When you encounter a setback, you have to cherish your crotch." The voice giggled and blew into his ear, making him feel a little itchy. "My name is Lei Feng. You don't have to thank me." He was a little speechless. The voice said happily, "Very good. If you're a tragedy again in the future, I'll continue to comfort you like this." He took a deep breath and shouted angrily, "Damn woman! Can you not break up and get back together in such a serious manner? Are you joking about breaking up and getting back together? I'll take it seriously, okay?" He felt as if someone's chin was smashing into his back. "Oh, this is nothing," the owner of the voice poked Zhang Heng's back with his chin and said loudly. "You don't know this, but there's a serial author on the internet. Every time the plot reaches its climax, he would write the book is over, and say that he's done with the book. Then, he would update the next chapter without saying a word, insisting that he's writing a new book. That's the peak of perfection. Then don't learn from him, okay?" In his memory, that voice laughed happily. His voice was full of exasperation and relief. Finally, the noise stopped. She lay lazily on his back and wrapped her arms around his chest. "Hey, Chiron, don't be afraid," she said in a low voice. "No matter what happens, I'm here for you." He bowed his head and closed his eyes. "I know. I have you to protect me." The voice did not speak, but the arms around him tightened. But in the next second, everything in the dream was shattered by a sudden wave, like a reflection on the water's surface. The girl disappeared before his eyes. While he was puzzled, he heard a cold and unhappy female voice. The tone was low and contained an inexplicable emotion, making his hair stand on end. "I'm watching you. I warned you." The next moment, Thales woke up with a start. He gasped for air. That voice. That voice. At this moment, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Thales turned his head, still in shock. It was Gu, the man who had just shaken him up from his sleep. The Far Easterner squatted beside him and looked at him with a displeased expression. Little Rascal stood beside him with a sleepy face. "Wake up, Prince of Constellation," the butcher said flatly. "The person you're looking for is here." "So fast." Thales forced himself to stay awake and temporarily suppressed the scenes in his dream. He rubbed his eyes and got up from the cold ground. He has a lot of connections, so it didn't take much time. Goose stood up and shook his head. "Besides, he's here to pick you up." Thales was stunned. He shook his head and woke up from his sleepiness. "He's here to pick me up?" Thales and Little Rascal followed Gu out of the butcher's shop after he gestured. A two-wheeled carriage with a carriage was parked on the empty street. The carriage was made of cheap transparent glass. The coachman on the carriage bowed respectfully. Beside the carriage stood a middle-aged noble with a golden ponytail. The latter exhaled. "Your Highness, thank God. Thank you for your help." Thales nodded. "Time is of the essence. Please get on the carriage immediately." The middle-aged noble was obviously relieved when he saw Thales. He took off his hat and bowed to Thales. "After we entered Armor District, we were interrogated by a patrol team. Although they acted very well, I can swear that they were definitely not from the city. They were not even locals." Thales nodded with a solemn expression. "Of course, they are from Black Sand region. Lampard has been planning this for a long time." While the middle-aged noble was stunned, Thales looked at the carriage. "It's too conspicuous." Thales frowned. "A carriage? Transparent glass? Can we get out?" "And we have to return to Heroic Spirit Palace." The middle-aged noble digested Thales' information, and then raised his head to answer the prince's question. "I used the name of Good Flow City's caravan to urgently unload important goods from Armor District. In addition, His Majesty gave me a special permit." The nobleman raised his cane and knocked on the wheel of the carriage. "And I happen to know a disciplinary officer who takes bribes. I've got some connections. He'll turn a blind eye if you leave through the blockade line he's in charge of. No news will get out. As for the glass, please don't worry. This is a custom-made carriage. You can only see me from the glass outside. You can hide in the dark compartment if necessary." Thales looked at the carriage and exhaled. "Then let's go." He raised his head and looked at the blonde noble from Camus Union. "Marquis Shiles Bamra." Shiles nodded. He opened the carriage door and his gaze lingered on Little Rascal who was hiding behind Thales. "And this is?" He narrowed his eyes. Little Rascal shrank back in fear. "My maid. She saved my life on the way." "I can't leave her behind," Thales said calmly. "Very well, then let's talk on the way." Shiles did not ask any more questions. "I also need to hear your explanation of what happened." Thales and Little Rascal boarded Shiles' carriage. Shiles sat in front while they hid in the space behind him. They could not be seen from outside the carriage at all. Just as the carriage door closed, Thales poked his head out. "No matter what, thank you, Mr. Gu." The Far Easterner tilted his head and looked at him with a strange expression. He flashed an inexplicable smile. "No need to thank me." Gu rubbed his hands and smiled mysteriously. "Go thank Caslin. Thank him for the 6.5 loaves of bread he gave me back then. That's enough." Gu turned around and walked to his butcher shop. 6.5 loaves. I see. Thales smiled. The carriage door closed and started moving. Shiles watched Gu's figure disappear behind the door. He frowned and said, "How did you get involved with the famous intelligence peddler in Dragon Cloud City?" "An accident," Thales said briefly. "A lucky accident. Now, it's time to get down to business." The carriage drove through a stretch of streets. He raised his head and looked at Marquis Shiles in front of him. "Please tell me, are Heroic Spirit Palace and the other districts still in Dragon Cloud City and under the control of the Walton family?" Marquis Shiles frowned. "Before I entered Armor District, the White Blade Guards, the Palace Guards, the patrols, and even the officials were all normal. Of course, when the king led his team away from the palace, the ravaging calamities and the return of the Great Dragon, some of the guests, including the archdukes, were emotionally unstable. But Prime Minister Leespan tried his best to calm them down. But..." He changed the topic and said in a low voice, "My informants in the disciplinary hall and the channels of my peers told me that His Majesty has not shown up, nor has he given any orders. Only a few White Blade Guards have appeared after resisting the calamities, but they have found nothing. Everyone from the chief garrison officer to the disciplinary hall is anxious. Not long ago, the Prime Minister was still discussing whether to ignore the king's ban and send a large number of patrols into Shield District." Thales breathed a sigh of relief. "So, Heroic Spirit Palace and Dragon Cloud City are generally safe?" "Safe." "After we met the patrols who interrogated us, I expressed my doubts about this." Shiles shook his head and said worriedly, "First of all, you have to tell me, what happened to Shield District after the calamities ravaged it? What about His Majesty? And how did you appear here?" Thales took a deep breath. He looked at Marquis Shiles, who had turned his head around, and enunciated each word clearly. He enunciated each word clearly. "King Nuvan was assassinated. He died." Shiles froze on the spot. His expression changed subtly, rising and falling along with the bumpy carriage. "The murderer is a man with the surname Charlton, and the person who hired him is Lampard," Thales finished his sentence quietly. Little Rascal looked at them timidly. "So, it seems that this is true." After a while, Shiles came back to his senses. He caressed his gloves and staff and said subconsciously, "The king is dead. At is going to be in chaos." The crystal drop mine contract. Marquis Shiles stared at his staff in a daze, as if he was urgently calculating the gains and losses. Thales remained silent and did not speak. Soon, the carriage drove out of the boundaries of Armor District. In the winding streets of Dragon Cloud City, they entered a roadblock formed by soldiers from the patrols and barricades. They had arrived at the cordon of martial law. Thales watched nervously as the coachman conversed with the disciplinary officer who was the leader. The coachman stuffed a letter and a pouch of money into the disciplinary officer's hand. The disciplinary officer glanced at the window of the carriage. Marquis Shiles waved at him in a friendly manner. The carriage was let through without a hitch. Thales, who was lying flat on the ground with Little Rascal, heaved a sigh of relief. "Don't worry." Shiles smiled stiffly. "The merchants have a lot of connections, and they are very useful. It's not a problem to deal with these people at the bottom of the hierarchy." The people around the carriage began to increase. Everywhere were the citizens of the capital who were whispering to each other. They were either disheveled or dressed in rags as they stayed on the streets. Quite a number of kind-hearted people brought out food supplies and gave them to these pitiful people living on the streets. These are the evacuated citizens. They have been homeless for a few hours, at least not before the king's ban expires. Marquis Shiles looked outside the window and shook his head. "Of course, I heard that compared to the people in Shield District." But at this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the window. A man ran over from the street with an anxious look on his face. As he ran, he shouted loudly. Thales and Shiles frowned and looked at each other in bewilderment. The crowd began to gather in one spot and followed the man's figure forward.
The discussions around them became louder and louder. Soon, it became a clamor that filled the air. Immediately, the crowd's emotions began to go out of control. Some of them roared in grief and indignation, some were hysterical, and some were cursing angrily. Their carriage had no choice but to slow down as well. Soon, the man disappeared into the crowd. But the people did not disperse. They still gathered in circles and discussed enthusiastically in twos and threes with their loud voices. There was no lack of people who were so excited that they even started fighting. The Northlanders' personalities could be seen clearly.
What's wrong? An ominous feeling rose in Thales's heart.
I don't know, Marquis Shiles answered solemnly.
But we will find out.
Hence, at the next street corner, Marquis Shiles deliberately stopped the carriage.
Under his signal, a patrol soldier who was maintaining order but was arguing with his colleague in an agitated manner was invited by the coachman to the carriage.
Marquis Shiles opened the carriage door halfway and stuck his head out. I am from Camus Union, King Nuven's business partner. The blonde, ponytailed noble handed over a silver coin and flashed a friendly smile.
May I ask what happened just now?
The soldier seemed to have just experienced an intense argument.
He panted and stared at the silver coin in his hand.
He was slightly stunned. He raised his head again and saw the golden wheat ears and the dagger symbol on the carriage.
Sir, it's such an important matter.
The soldier calmed down his agitated emotions. After he came back to his senses, he seemed to be a little reserved and stuttered, You still don't know. Marquis Shiles took out another silver coin and said gently, So I need you to clear up my doubts. Just tell me what you know. The soldier looked at the silver coin in his hand again, and subconsciously put it into his pocket. It's like this. The soldier straightened his armor, shook his head and exhaled.
His expression became a little unpleasant.
His Majesty, King Nuven was assassinated. Shiles' expression changed at the same time. What happened? How did you know? Thales hid behind the marquis. He gritted his teeth and listened quietly. I heard it from someone.
The soldier looked at the marquis' reaction and seemed to have received encouragement.
His words began to flow smoothly. The whole of Dragoncloud City is saying that the murderer. Thales was shocked. Marquis Shiles frowned.
Who is the murderer?
It's those people from the Empire. The soldier raised his head and shouted angrily. They want to cause civil strife in At. The soldier's words became more and more indignant. There was anger and hatred in his tone. Those damned remnants of the Empire, that prince of constellation from the south, they colluded with the calamities, and even secretly ambushed people and assassins. They murdered the great-born king in Shield District. Those constellatiate be asterisk stards. Shiles sighed in silence.
Behind him, under Little Rascal's terrified gaze, Thales leaned against the carriage in a daze and panted absent-mindedly.
Chapter 197. Early in the morning in Dragoncloud City, a two-wheeled carriage drove along the messy streets, shuttling back and forth skillfully. As the carriage moved forward, the indignant shouts outside the window gradually lessened.
In the carriage, Marquis Shiles turned his head and looked at Thales, who did not say a word.
The Marquis shook his head silently in his heart. After all. Are you all right, Your Highness? The Marquis of Camus Union asked tentatively.
Thales raised his head as if he had sensed something and glanced at Shiles in a daze.
Little Rascal, who was beside him, sensed that the atmosphere was not right and secretly inhaled.
Under the Marquis' subtle gaze, Thales sighed after a while.
Yes, I'm just a little tired. Shiles gripped his cane. His expression was solemn. What are your plans, Your Highness? Thales closed his eyes and took a deep breath, expelling all the fear and uncertainty in his heart. I have to pull myself together.
At times like this. The prince clenched his fist and felt the wound on his palm caused by the dagger.
It hurts.
But I seem to understand a little. He opened his eyes and his gaze was firm. We must hurry to Heroic Spirit Palace as soon as possible about why Lampard dared to take the risk to assassinate His Majesty, and even brought his army to Dragoncloud City.
It's war again, right? Marquis Shiles sighed. He turned his gaze to the street outside the window. At first, he looked hesitant, then worried. Is there any other circumstantial evidence about His Majesty's assassination? The figures of the white blade guards charging forward one after another appeared before Thales's eyes. He remembered how they used their bodies to block the arrows for the two children. He remembered the last white blade guard's twisted face as he struggled to turn around to face the enemy. The dragon's Imperial Guards. Thales snapped out of his daze and shook his head. Maybe not. With Lampard's personality, he will probably handle it very cleanly. Is there any news about Nicholas or the others? The people in Shield District? As far as I know, there isn't. Marquis Shiles tugged at his cuff gently and sighed slightly. It seems that things are a little troublesome. Yes. Thales' voice was low as he quickly thought about the situation before him. No one expected Lampard to use such a swift, intense, and extremely effective method. I'm afraid there aren't many cases of the At king being killed by his subordinate archdukes. Not one. A young female voice rang out in the carriage. Thales and Shiles were stunned. They turned to look at Little Rascal. About 200 years ago, the Tannen family of Prestige Orchid attempted to assassinate the common elected king at that time. In the end, their plot was exposed. King Kosa gathered the armies of the other archdukes and marched to the Tannen family's castle. They erected the Rockney family's Knights Cannon flag. After Little Rascal said this, she blinked and touched her head, as if she was trying to recall. On the seventh day, mourning Archduke Amos Tannen, who violated the joint ruling pledge, was tied up by his subordinates and the disgruntled people and taken out of the city. The girl raised her head and said with certainty, in front of everyone, King Kosa personally pierced the traitor's chest with the Soul Slayer pike. Jacob Alcius was the first person to escort the mourning Archduke out of the city. Later on, he became the first Archduke of Prestige Orchid with the surname Alcius. Thales and Shiles frowned as they listened to Little Rascal with strange expressions on their faces. Only then did Little Rascal notice the other two's expressions. She blushed and immediately lowered her head timidly. They exchanged a glance. You said that she's your maid? Marquis Shiles was a little puzzled. Yes, that's what I like about her. Thales touched his head, feeling a little awkward. He secretly poked Little Rascal, causing the latter to lower her head even more. Hee. Is that so? Shiles cast a profound glance at Little Rascal and flashed a sly smile. I see. Thales quickly changed the topic. So whether it's regicide or rebellion, it seems to be a terrible crime in Northland. Shiles nodded and sighed. If that's the case, the Northlanders will not allow a regicide. How did Lampard have the guts to do so? Thales put his hand down. His expression was solemn. He thought of Viscount Kentvita of Black Sand Region and the Fire Knight, one of the 5 war generals. I'm afraid we've all underestimated Lampard, he said quietly. Thales suddenly raised his head. But Lampard still has a barrier that he cannot bypass. The prince narrowed his eyes. If his intentions are indeed what I think they are. Shiles' gaze rested on his staff. Such as. Too many things are still shrouded in mystery. There's a need to reorganize the clues. Thales shook his head. His expression became more and more solemn, and his brain worked frantically. When did Lampard start planning, and how did he carry out all of this? The carriage turned a corner. Is this important? The situation has already worsened to this extent. Marquis Shiles took out an exquisite pocket watch with a copper chain. Forgive me for being blunt, other than clarifying the truth, perhaps you should consider how to escape. I can provide some ways. This is very important. Thales nodded slowly, arranging his thoughts step by step. The reason why the situation is so bad is because we've underestimated Lampard. I'll ask you again. Shiles' expression was serious. Now, I can send you out of the city quietly, and even back to Constellation. Are you sure you want to return to Heroic Spirit Palace? Return to that unfathomable vortex? Thales did not seem to hear him. He continued, we still don't know the full picture of Lampard's plan. Then, we might as well go back to the beginning of his plan. Shiles silently observed the young prince. His evaluation of him rose slightly in his heart. Under such circumstances, how many people can still restrain their fear and think calmly? What a pity! The Marquis sighed silently in his heart. The prince's gaze suddenly froze. Your Grace, Thales thought of something and asked subconsciously. Why did King Nuvan look for Poffret and Lampard's collaborator? Ha! The Marquis of Goodflow City raised his eyebrows. Why did King Nuvan look for Poffret? Is there a need to ask this question? Because Archduke Poffret coincidentally killed his son? Shile's eyes turned, as if he did not quite understand the prince's question. With a strange expression, he answered tentatively. And King Nuvan coincidentally discovered this? Thales shook his head. Because King Nuvan obtained information about Lampard's investigation. Disaster sword, remember? Thales' gaze became clearer. This information linked Prince Mariah's assassination and my assassination in front of Broken Dragon Fortress together. That's why you concluded that Lampard had a collaborator, and why King Nuvan wanted revenge. A world of ice and snow appeared before Thales' eyes. It was what Nicholas and Shiles told him a few nights before he arrived at Dragon Cloud City. Shiles did not answer immediately. He paused for a moment and said thoughtfully, "You mean?" Thales exhaled slowly. There was a solemn look in his eyes that had never been seen before. "I'm afraid that when I set off from Black Sand region, when Nicholas received news from the disaster swords, and when King Nuvan decided to take revenge, we all fell into Lampard's trap." He lowered his head slightly. His expression was unpleasant. Beside him, Little Rascal saw his expression and did not dare to breathe loudly. "No, not enough. We still lack some clues, some crucial clues. To be able to carry out such a large and long-lasting plan," Thales murmured, "from planning to execution, from Black Sand region to Dragon Cloud City, from assassination to troop transport, from operation to secrecy, it's definitely not something a remote archduke can do alone. Lampard must have a mole as a helper." "Regarding this, I agree with you." Marquis Shiles nodded with a solemn expression. "I think Lampard does have a helper to pull off such a big thing. You have a wide network of connections. Do you have any clues?" Thales' eyes brightened. "In your opinion, who is the most suspicious?" At this moment, Little Rascal suddenly raised her head as if she had sensed something. She stretched her head out to look outside the window. Her face paled and she nudged Thales. Thales only noticed that their carriage had stopped without them noticing. Marquis Shiles put the pocket watch that he had been stroking for a long time into his pocket and sighed. "Your Highness, we've arrived." Thales thought of something. "So fast." "I remember that Heroic Spirit Palace is still a little short," Shiles interrupted him and blinked. "For the rest of the journey, another lord will escort you." Thales was slightly startled. "What?" In the next moment, their carriage door was opened. A rough voice that made Thales' expression change traveled into the small carriage. "Your Grace, thank you very much for your help." A middle-aged nobleman in military attire, whom Thales was very familiar with, held the carriage door with one hand and pressed his saber with the other. Under the protection of a dense group of soldiers, he boarded their narrow carriage. "Otherwise, we would have to spend a lot of time looking for this guest." The newcomer sat down heavily. His sharp, sword-like gaze swept past Thales and Little Rascal. Thales felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His heart felt as if it had fallen into an ice cave. Little Rascal was so frightened that she covered her mouth. Her eyes were filled with terror. The ruler of Black Sand region, Archduke Chapman Lampard, sat next to the smiling Marquis Shiles and closed the car door in a calm and composed manner. Marquis Shiles put on the friendliest smile in front of Archduke Lampard, just like the first time he met Thales. The Marquis leaned forward slightly and said respectfully, "It's my honor." Lampard snorted softly. He turned his head and glanced at Thales with a pair of cold eyes. "You're really good at running, Your Highness." Little Rascal recalled the bloody scene just now and was already shivering in fear. The prince only stared blankly at the Archduke of Black Sand region in front of him. He did not move. Fear and panic instantly climbed into his heart, but he forcibly suppressed them. "No Chapman Lampard. Shiles Bamra." This means... A few seconds later, Thales snapped out of the shocking scene in front of him. "Shiles Bamra, you." He turned his head and looked at the Marquis of Goodflow City in disbelief. "You betrayed us." Lampard did not say a word. His expression was as cold and stern as ever. "Don't be so surprised, Your Highness." Marquis Shiles sighed regretfully and shook his head slowly. "This does not match your usual genius image. Besides, I did not betray you. You did not betray me? Thales was so angry that he laughed. Don't tell me that from the beginning you... Thales paused and his expression changed. It can't be. At that moment, he realized that he might be right. You are the helper. Thales looked at the smiling Marquis Shiles and said in disbelief. From the beginning, you were in cahoots with Lampard? You came to your senses very quickly, Your Highness, Lampard said sarcastically. A second later, Thales bellowed in shock and anger. Shiles, you betrayed King Nuven.
Little rascal trembled slightly. Lampard chuckled disdainfully. Marquis Shiles frowned.
Thales clenched his trembling fists and stared angrily at the soldiers of Black Sand region, who were dressed in patrol uniforms outside the window. They fell into Lampard's hands again. This time, it was more hopeless and worse than the last time. Tisk, tisk. The Marquis of Camus Union shook his head as if he disliked Thales' words. Don't say that. I hate betrayers and despicable people the most. I have never betrayed King Nuven. Thales desperately suppressed his impulse and anger. I thought you had an agreement with King Nuven. Of course, he needs to take revenge on the culprit who betrayed Mariah. Shiles shrugged as if he did not care. For this, he needs a third-party candidate like me, who can move freely among the archdukes without arousing suspicion. The Marquis blinked. Using the crystal drop mine contract in exchange for revenge, this is very fair. Thales panted and glanced at the unsmiling Lampard. But you betrayed Nuven. No, Your Highness.
Shiles sighed, raised a finger and shook it gently. You misunderstood.
Shiles opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with shrewdness, but there was a hint of indisputable sincerity in them. I am a man of integrity and I keep my promises. The spirit of a contract is my first creed. The spirit of a contract. Thales clenched his fists and gritted his teeth in anger. Yes. Shiles nodded and spread his left hand. I faithfully fulfilled the agreement with King Nuven and helped him find and kill his enemy. He was very satisfied, and I was also very happy. Shiles raised a finger, raised his eyebrows and shook his head, as if he was blaming Thales for doubting him. The spirit of a contract. The Marquis' gaze was very clear. There was not even a hint of guilt or awkwardness. It was as if this was his true nature.
Thales took a deep breath.
The sin of Hell's river surged into his head at the right time. Finally, Thales slowly slowed down his breathing and his brain began to calm down. Marquis Shiles continued to smile amiably and winked. As for now, I am only fulfilling another contract with Sir Lampard. As always, I keep my promise. Look, it's still the spirit of a contract. Thales unclenched his fists and looked at Lampard's hand, which was placed on his saber. He gave up on the idea of touching his dagger. How much have you done for Lampard?
Thales said coldly. Help him prepare resources?
Or directly kill the king? Shiles exhaled and met Lampard's gaze. The latter's eyes were filled with coldness. Let me think, it's actually not much. The Marquis drew out his staff and smiled faintly. Provide the Archduke with some news from Heroic Spirit Palace, regarding the king's whereabouts and the progress of his plans. Mobilize some of Camion's business connections, use conventional channels to deliver information and items, and cover up some news. Prepare some weapons and send some manpower into the city with His Majesty's special pass. Of course, as for disguising and replacing them with the patrol team, that's Mr. Vlad's task. As he listened to Shiles spew out one chilling news after another, Thales raised his head abruptly. Since when?
When Nicholas came looking for me.
When I entered Dragon Cloud City. The prince said indignantly. Or were you Lampard's spy from the very beginning? Marquis Shiles smiled and said nothing. Enough, Lampard said from the side. His tone was cold as he glanced at Shiles mercilessly. Our time is tight. But Thales did not have the slightest intention to pay attention to his enemy. What did he give you to make you risk the greatest taboo to work with a king's slayer? The prince said angrily. Contract? Money? Power? After deducting the price you paid, could it be more than what King Nuven gave you? Shiles shook his head. No, the problem is not what Sir Lampard gave me. The Marquis smiled apologetically at Archduke Lampard, then turned to Thales and said, You can't just look at profits and numbers when doing business. Sometimes you have to build up some reputation and connections. King Nuven is a good collaborator, But even if it's the most surefire business deal, you have to leave a backup plan. Thales was stunned when he heard that. Then he sneered. So, Lampard and Black Sand region are the backup plan you prepared outside of King Nuven and Dragon Cloud City? Marquis Shiles turned his head. He pushed open the carriage door and tapped his cane on the pedal. You're wrong again. A backup plan is not a prepared person or thing. It's a concept. Shiles turned around and smiled faintly. He gestured at Lampard with his palm. The Archduke has proven his value and potential. So when he appeared in front of me, even if we didn't agree on it beforehand, he would naturally become my backup plan. Thales sneered disdainfully. Shiles Bamra. His gaze moved back and forth between Lampard and Shiles. He gritted his teeth and said, What about after Lampard? Have you prepared a backup plan for him? Lampard raised his head slightly and cast a chilling gaze at Thales. It was as if he was looking at a dead man. Thales' heart tensed up. If I were you, Your Highness, Shiles stepped down from the carriage without turning his head and said with a smile, I would start thinking of a way to get out of this, instead of trying to sow discord in vain. Lampard snorted coldly. Very reasonable. Thales clenched his fists and said no more. Once again, his gaze swept past the densely packed soldiers outside the window. At that moment, his heart was filled with despair. Behind him, Little Rascal hugged his arm tightly. Then I'll leave the rest to you. Marquis Shiles turned around and bowed slightly to Archduke Lampard on the ground. He then flashed a smile at Thales. Please rest assured, Your Highness. As I promised, the Archduke will send you to Heroic Spirit Palace. Thank you. Thales snorted in disdain. Thank you for the spirit of the contract. Marquis Shiles had a smile on his face. He did not look offended at all. Lampard extended his hand and slowly held the handle of the carriage door. After I'm done, I'll send someone to send the carriage back. Lampard exhaled deeply and nodded slightly at Shiles with a cold expression. I'll remember the friendship of Goodflow City. Shiles exhaled a hot breath and watched as his coachman stepped down from the driver's seat. Another soldier from Black Sand region took his place. No, there's no need for that. The Marquis shook his head. With a profound gaze, he swept past Lampard and the two children. His tone was full of pity. I think I don't need this carriage anymore. The few of them were silent for a few seconds. Farewell, Your Grace. Marquis Shiles tidied up his luxurious clothes, which were wrinkled from getting up and down the carriage. He straightened his top hat and said respectfully, I wish you all the best and that all your wishes come true. Lampard was about to close the carriage door when he suddenly stopped. The Archduke of Black Sand region paused for a moment. He turned his head and stared at Shiles with a stern gaze. All my wishes come true? Do you think I'll succeed? Lampard said flatly. Thales thought of something. Succeed? What do they want to do? Of course you have a unique vision and bearing. Marquis Shiles exhaled with a rather emotional sigh. To be able to witness such an important, crucial, and magnificent history, I share the honor. Lampard sneered. Holding his cane with both hands, Shiles nodded slowly. The smile on his face was as humble and respectful as ever. I have no doubt about your future. The Archduke of Black Sand region's gaze was complicated. He stared at the Marquis with a subtle expression. After a few seconds, he nodded in response. Good day, Your Highness. Shiles turned his head and looked at Thales, who had an unpleasant expression. He also gave his blessings respectfully. I also wish you and your maid. But his words made Thales feel extremely sarcastic. All the best and that all your wishes come true. The carriage door closed and the carriage moved. But this time, the person who stared coldly at Thales in the carriage was Chapman Lampard, who had a cold expression on his face. Little Prince, I still don't know. Under Thales' murderous gaze and Little Rascal's fearful gaze, Archduke Lampard gently drew out his old saber. He turned his frightening gaze towards the prince and the girl beside him. Since when did you have a maid? Facing the cold gleam of the blade, Little Rascal trembled slightly. Chapter 198. Thales stared blankly at Lampard's half-unsheathed sword.
This was not the first time he was in danger. Based on Thale's understanding of this world, it might not be the last either.
However, he really did not know what he could do when he was in the same carriage as the murderous Archduke Lampard, and there were countless soldiers outside the carriage.
Could he use his so-called mystic energy again? Thales reached out and held Little Rascal's hand tightly. "You're Nuven's granddaughter, aren't you, little girl?"
Lampard flipped his sword over and said flatly.
Both of them froze. Thales' palm was ice cold. For a moment, he did not know how to react. He realized it.
The Archduke of Black Sand region stared fixedly at the old sword in his hand.
His eyes were filled with a strange emotion. When Nuven went to war against the Calamities, he brought you and her, the two most important bargaining chips, with him. "This is really unexpected," Lampard said to himself. Little Rascal was so frightened that she could not even speak. Thales took a deep breath. What should he do? No. Since it was already the end, he had to at least figure out some things.
Thales slowly raised his head and stared straight into Lampard's eyes.
"I think your actions are probably out of Nuven's expectations as well." The King's Slayer. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk there was a crisp sound of metal scraping against metal. Little Rascal trembled slightly. Thales was also startled. Lampard turned his head.
The sword in his hand had already returned to its sheath.
"Don't you understand? Whether it's Nuven's death or the current chaotic situation."
Archduke Lampard's gaze was very complicated, but Thales could not read much emotion from it. He only heard the Archduke say, "All of this was brought about by you."
"Me?" Thales looked up in shock. Lampard's expression fluctuated on the bumpy carriage. It brightened and darkened as the light changed.
"If everything went smoothly and according to my and Arun's plan," the Archduke said flatly, "Constellation and the dragon would both welcome a new life."
"Until you destroy everything."
Lampard's gaze became sharp and cold as he directed it at Thales.
"In Constellation, you turned Arund, who was destined to be king, into a prisoner. In Broken Dragon Fortress, you cut off my final path of retreat. In Xdet, you used Nuven's rage to force Black Sand region to the brink of destruction." The Archduke of Black Sand region's words became exceptionally cold, causing Thales to shudder. "It was you who forced me to use the most drastic method."
Thales gritted his teeth.
"A coward's excuse."
The prince tried his best not to look at the old scabbard, which had been polished until it was shiny.
He did not take a single step back and said, "Why don't you ask yourselves, why did you assassinate Prince Mariah and covet the throne? Even after the plan failed, it wasn't that you didn't have any other way out, but you chose the most extreme one."
Thales shot Lampard a cold glance.
"A regicide Grand Duke."
Lampard stared at him without moving. Then, a rare sneer appeared on his face.
"When I was your age, my mother brought Harold and I back to Dragon Cloud City. At the city gate, I saw a criminal being executed with my own eyes."
Lampard's lips were slightly tilted to the side, and his eyes sparkled.
"The moment before the execution, my grandfather's warrant arrived. He wanted to pardon the criminal." Thales frowned.
He glanced out of the carriage with a corner of his eye.
"No, there's still no chance."
"In the end," Lampard continued, "before the warrant was read out and the king's order had yet to take effect, the executioner swung his axe and chopped off the criminal's head."
Little Rascal was still terrified, but as she listened to Lampard's story, she subconsciously put on an attentive expression. The executioner was a valiant warrior. His methods were clean and efficient, without any hesitation. Even now, I still remember the head that was raised high and the blood that spilled. I also remember the scene of him casually receiving the king's warrant with his bloodied hands. The Archduke paused for a moment.
He lowered his head and looked at the sword in his hand.
"In the carriage, Harold kept comforting me, who was crying out of fear." Lampard seemed to be in a daze. He said quietly, "That was the first time I understood what death and slaughter meant."
He raised his head and turned towards Thales.
But this time, Lampard did not look at Thales. Instead, he looked behind him. At the little girl. Thales' heart clenched. He could not help but tighten his grip on Little Rascal's hand. "Later, my mother told us that the executioner was her biological brother, our uncle, Prince Nuven Walton."
Lampard said expressionlessly, his sharp eyes fixed on Little Rascal.
"Nuven Walton the Seventh,
Your grandfather, my uncle, was born a murderer. He was ruthless, tenacious, and stubborn. He could not tolerate weakness and hesitation, especially after he was crowned. Little Rascal only stared at Lampard blankly. She did not even dare to breathe loudly. He always liked to deal with his enemies in a simple, violent, and swift manner, Lampard said flatly.
Thales's gaze shifted.
The scene of King Nuven killing Pofret, poisoning Alex, and banishing Merc without hesitation in the Hall of Heroes was still vivid in his mind. But the scene that left the deepest impression on him was when the old king took out Triumph and placed it in Little Rascal's hand. He did this to the glacial orcs, to White Mountain, to the Alliance of Freedom, and to Constellation. Lampard cast his gaze out of the window again. There was a heaviness in his tone that Thales could also sense.
It's the same for Black Sand region. The only way to deal with him is to be faster than him. Before he destroys me, destroy him first. Lampard's fingers tightened on the scabbard. His tone suddenly turned cold. At the same time, Thales sighed.
I understand, the prince suddenly said.
His words were filled with exhaustion and emptiness. Start with the fortress.
Lampard looked at him and raised his eyebrows slightly. What?
Your plot. Thales leaned against the carriage, feeling a little down.
It started when I was assassinated in front of the fortress and then entered your military camp, right? At that time, you knew very well that if you couldn't take down Broken Dragon Fortress, what awaited you would be King Nuven's terrifying, storm-like vengeance. Thales raised his head and met Lampard's eyes. He said with certainty, from then on, you made up your mind to destroy Nuven completely, before he destroyed you.
Lampard's eyes narrowed slightly. He seemed a little surprised. Tell me about your plan.
Thales raised his eyebrows and exhaled through his nose. You've schemed and schemed to complete an unprecedented feat, but you have no one to talk to.
It must be very boring. Tell me, how did you accomplish all of this?
Lampard's gaze was still fixed on him.
He did not move. The carriage turned a corner. The inertia caused the prince and Little Rascal to lean slightly. Thales decided to take the initiative and let him lead the conversation. Just like the countless fieldwork and interviews in the dreams of his past life.
So when you proposed to form an alliance with me in the tent, the prince said flatly, you actually had ill intentions?
Perhaps it was to arrange something through me?
For example, it would be more convenient to push the blame for King Nuven's death onto him. Just like what Lampard was doing now.
Thales remembered the days in Black Sand military camp. An ally's sneak attack was always more effective than an enemy's face-to-face. He thought of Serena Corleone, the vicious beauty who taught him to be wary of his ally. Finally, Lampard snorted softly. No, at that time, I really wanted to reconcile with you. I even thought of sharing my plan with you. The Archduke shook his head and his tone turned cold. Unfortunately, Thales' brain began to work.
He had already determined the beginning of this plot.
So, Pofret.
Thales' gaze flickered.
When you were investigating your Mystic Gun unit and my assassination, you claimed that you found the disaster sword, but King Nuven found out about it. Now, it seems that you deliberately leaked this information to King Nuven, right? You knew that King Nuven would first deal with this close enemy. Thales recalled the thrilling duel in Heroic Spirit Palace. Pofret was actually betrayed by you to Dragon Cloud City.
Lampard snorted coldly. Caslin, he said flatly as the carriage wheels scraped against the ground. My uncle used to be in the Tower of Eradication.
He was very interested in the disaster sword, and at the same time, he had a good relationship with Nuven. So I leaked the information to him, and Nuven would naturally find out from him. At the same time, he could also accomplish some other things. Caslin didn't know that you planned to kill the king, did he?
Thales looked at him quietly, trying to find something from Lampard's gaze.
I heard that he had a bad relationship with you.
Lampard glanced at him thoughtfully. Thales could only avert his gaze.
Lampard shook his head slowly. When you were assassinated, I knew that Pofret was trying to set me up. That selfish and cowardly fellow was naive enough to think that we were just playing a game where he could take back his chips at any time and quit the game to cut his losses. Thales sighed. He paid the price. He betrayed his ally, and in the end, he died because of his ally's betrayal. As you said, investigating this matter was only to leak this information to Nuven. Of course, it was also to fill in the gaps in my troops. In fact, it was this investigation that gave me an unexpected discovery. Lampard's fingers gently stroked his sword. Thales raised his head. What discovery? Lampard gave him a mysterious look and shook his head. Thales looked at him quietly, but the other party had no intention of explaining at all. The prince could only sigh in his heart. So, you used Pofrit as a sacrificial pawn to attract King Nuven's attention. Based on his experience in the interview, Thales chose to skip this point and continued the topic. And you were busy preparing your conspiracy. For example, you used my assassination as an excuse to brazenly send troops to the north to escort me. You even contacted an ally like Xianxia, right? Lampard stared at his saber. His gaze was cold. This was the last use that coward from Beacon Illumination City could play, the Archduke said slowly. To divert some attention and buy some time. The meeting, the banquet, the duel. I heard that Nuven had a great time in Heroic Spirit Palace. Thales' tone became low. At the same time, he lost his vigilance against you. Lampard nodded. His eyes were filled with a piercing glint. In the half a day given to me by Pofrit's death, I had to secure victory. Betraying an ally, diverting the enemy, seeking an ally, seizing the opportunity to dispatch troops, preparing a plan, and the final thunderous strike. Thales sighed. Unfortunately, it happened to be a chaotic night caused by the calamity. You really are a lunatic. He raised his head and stared at Lampard in disbelief. Do you know that no matter which part of this goes wrong, you will be consigned to eternal damnation? Lampard paused for a moment. The carriage drove over an uneven ground, and the carriage shook violently. Little rascal, who was already nervous, could not help but scream. Lampard suddenly raised his head. Consigned to eternal damnation? The Archduke of Black Sand region raised his voice. Lampard's sharp gaze was chilling. Child, you don't know anything. I don't know anything. Thales furrowed his brows. Lampard locked his gaze on him with unprecedented firmness and seriousness. His tone was full of suppressed emotions. In order to complete that grand plan with a rund, we started preparing many years ago. From the communication of intelligence to the mobilization of the territory, from the bribing of connections to the search and cultivation of talents. In order to take down the fortress, I issued a rarely seen draft law in the history of At. I used up almost every copper coin, every drop of blood, and every man in the territory. The day before the bitter cold winter was imminent. I did not reserve supplies, did not cultivate wastelands, and did not transport rations. I bet everything on this plan. Thales was slightly stunned. Lampard continued, his tone becoming more and more urgent. For this plan, Black Sand region has long been unable to make ends meet, be it in terms of rations or funds. It is impossible to repay the money I borrowed from the Camian merchants. Our finances are about to collapse, and the coming year will only become more and more difficult. I don't have a lot of trustworthy regular soldiers. 2,000 is the limit. There are even fewer who are willing to fight against Dragon Cloud City. After the Great Dragon appeared last night, I secretly executed a group of waivers. Even so, I can't directly order them to surround and kill the king. I can only use vague orders to let them fight against At's enemies. And in Dragon Cloud City, the counts in the suburbs can recruit an army that is several times larger than ours. As for the Walton family's own recruits, once they discover us, we will be destroyed in Dragon Cloud City's encirclement at any time. We won't even be able to cause a splash. For last night, I braved the impending day before the bitter cold winter, gnawed on dry rations, and brought the meticulously trained army all the way here. Their gazes when they looked at me were filled with fatigue, dejection, and confusion. They only relied on the instincts left behind from past training to maintain the most basic combat power. My people, from Levon to Kent Vida, from Tolja to Bits, all bet their lives and heads to restrain the army to follow me into this bottomless abyss. And we didn't even think about the supplies and warmth on the way back. Lampard tightened his grip on the scabbard in his hand. His expression was terrifying and fierce. Because I know that it is very likely that we won't even have a way back. This is an expedition with no way out. Thales stared at Lampard in a daze. The Archduke of Black Sand region, who was unsmiling and ate venison in the tent, whose face flickered with the light from the fire,
who pushed a wine glass towards Thales, only to be rejected by him in mockery, began to become three-dimensional in front of Thales' eyes. Do you understand now, young prince? When you were sitting comfortably in Renaissance Palace, receiving the royal family's name, and when your father was helping you eliminate enemies like a Rund, the Archduke of Black Sand Region said slowly, Black Sand Region and I were already beyond redemption. What I did was to seize the last chance of survival in a hopeless situation that was already beyond redemption. I racked my brains to manipulate the situation and atmosphere, mobilized all possible and impossible manpower and connections, made countless promises, from the Marquis of Goodflow City to the gang leaders, from Camus Union's merchant group to the Armor District's information peddlers, from Shadow Shield to the Charlton family. I even asked Shiles to urge and intensify the conflict between you and Poffret at the fastest possible speed, and Lampard stopped talking. He took a deep breath and adjusted his emotions. Also that I could rush forward and deliver the final lightning-fast, fatal blow before Neuven realized it. The Archduke's eyes flashed. I can only sit here after experiencing all this. I have the future of our two kingdoms firmly in my hands. Thales stared at Lampard in a daze. It was as though he was getting to know him for the first time. The carriage drove through a street. The soldiers of Black Sand Region cleared the way for them in a low-key but effective manner. Thales suddenly noticed that compared to the last time they met, Lampard's hair had turned much whiter, and he looked more haggard. His lips were pale, and his eyes were sunken. Black Sword's words before the battle with Giza resurfaced in his mind. They seek hope in hopeless situations, seek to turn the tables in the midst of losses, sublimate favorable situations into certain victories, and turn unforeseen and unexpected situations into their own support. Thales exhaled deeply. I understand now. The prince closed his eyes. Powerful people, so that's how it is. Lampard narrowed his eyes. What? Thales opened his eyes. Under Little Rascal's curious gaze, he said flatly, in your game, in the confrontation between Dragon Cloud City and Black Sand Region, you are undoubtedly the weaker party. You are at a complete disadvantage and in imminent danger. The prince sneered softly. Do you know, after Neuven killed Poffret, he even threatened to send troops to Black Sand Region at the beginning of spring in exchange for a satisfactory Archduke of Black Sand Region? Lampard lowered his head and snorted. As I expected, my dear uncle. You know your uncle, your king, and your opponent very well. But he doesn't know you, doesn't know his nephew. Thales heaved a long sigh. You gambled everything, not even leaving a way out for yourself. You schemed, plotted, and did everything you could to gather chips. For the sake of survival, you risked your life. Lampard did not speak. Thales chuckled softly. His voice was full of sorrow. In comparison, Neuven Walton was the common elected king. He controlled Dragon Cloud City, held supreme authority and great power. Even though you killed his son, he still treated you as a weak vassal. Thales sighed softly. Because of his own strength, he was confident. He treated you as someone like Poffret, as an insignificant existence that he could easily destroy with a flip of his palm. In this game of life and death between Neuven Walton and Chapman Lampard, you were the truly powerful one. The second prince raised his head and stared at Lampard calmly. And King Neuven's failure and death. It was already destined. At that moment, Thales noticed that Lampard's gaze on him was different. Very well. The conversation has begun. Thales took a deep breath. So there is still one last question that I still can't figure out. Under Lampard's complicated gaze, Thales slowly enunciated each word. Aside from being an assassin, why did you come to Dragon Cloud City personally? And Chapter 199. How are we going to end this? In the moving carriage, Lampard lowered his head and absent-mindedly fiddled with his saber. His expression was subtle, but he did not answer. King Neuven is dead, but Dragon Cloud City is still powerful. There are still 4 important archdukes in Heroic Spirit Palace. I don't think they're fools. Thales observed the archduke's expression and said cautiously, and the Prince of Constellation assassinating the common elected king, this result will definitely not satisfy everyone, especially when the army of Black Sand Region suddenly appeared. Thales stared at Lampard's face and said softly,
How are you going to explain this to them? Or do you want to kill them all and be done with it? Lampard did not say a word. His expression was wooden. Thales clenched his fists slightly. The carriage was still moving forward. He did not know how far away it was from Heroic Spirit Palace. He also did not know how far away he was from the end of his life. There's no other way. I have to take a drastic measure. Thales took a deep breath and said flatly, if nothing goes wrong, once the news of Nuven's death spreads, the King's Selection Congress will be held soon. Do you think you still have a chance? As expected, Lampard's gaze moved and he looked at him. Thales suppressed the nervousness in his heart and responded with the calmest expression. Not to mention that you're Nuven's enemy and have a terrible reputation for killing your brother, Thales said word by word. The archdukes will not let you become king. Lampard's gaze was fixed on his sword. King. The archduke raised his voice and uttered the word in a questioning tone. Then, he snorted softly and repeated it sarcastically. King. You were born in the Jade Star royal family, a descendant of the emperor, the natural, legitimate, and legal ruling family of Constellation, Lampard said faintly. Of course you don't have such concerns, do you? Thales' heart skipped a beat. At that moment, he seemed to have caught on to something. Concerns? He asked naturally. Lampard ignored him. His sharp gaze was still fixed on his old sword. Since Nuven's grandfather, they viewed Black Sand region as a thorn in their side. At that time, the Walton family had already monopolized the throne of Dragon Cloud City. Little Rascal blinked. When it came to Nuven's father, the Walton family began to attempt to control Black Sand region, Lampard continued. His gaze was a little dazed. For example, recruiting the youngest son of the Archduke of Black Sand region into the White Blade Guards, or marrying his daughter, the noble princess of At, to her father, the heir of the Archduke of Black Sand region, in the name of the king. Thales furrowed his brows slightly. He seemed to have heard a similar story during the duel between King Nuven and Pofrit. That's how my parents got married. Lampard sighed. Then, a rare smile appeared on the Archduke of Black Sand region's face. Unexpectedly, this marriage, which was purely based on the king's will, turned out to be a good one. According to the old servants, my mother did everything she could to make my father fall in love with her. She gave birth to 2 sons and 3 daughters for him. This love lasted until my father became the Archduke. The carriage entered a narrow alley. It seemed to be taking a shortcut or taking a detour. Lampard continued to speak. Just like that, my father resisted the corruption of Dragon Cloud City with his own power. Even though this corruption originated from the woman he loved the most by his side, his family and power. He hovered in this balance all his life. Thales and Little Rascal listened quietly. Such an Archduke of Black Sand region was rare. Since we were very young, Harold and I were brought back and forth between Dragon Cloud City and Black Sand region by our mother. Archduke Lampard exhaled. His eyes were filled with nostalgia. Until we came of age, until Harold took over the governance of Black Sand region. Harold? Thales' heart skipped a beat. The name seemed a little unfamiliar. He is. Lampard paused for a moment. Harold Lampard, my eldest brother. Gloom and mockery flashed in the Archduke's eyes. A ridiculous fool. There's no one more foolish than him in the world. He said faintly. Little Rascal seemed to recall something. She stared at Lampard with a slightly pale face. Thales sensed a different emotion in Lampard's tone. You don't have a brother, do you? Lampard's gaze was still fixed on the sword. A few seconds later he said desolately, How lucky. Thales raised his eyebrows. He remembered the 2 small stone jars in the Jade Star family tomb. His elder sister and brother in name. Lydia and Luther Jade Star. Lampard gently pulled out his saber. The Archduke's expression was complicated. His fingers gently stroked the sharp blade. Until 12 years ago. Lampard raised his head slightly and looked at Thales. His tone turned cold. Everything changed. His action sent a chill down the prince's spine. Wait a minute. Thales' brain began to work. 12 years ago. 12 years ago again? That means... An unprecedented civil strife broke out in Constellation. It was extremely chaotic. Lampard's voice rang in the carriage, narrating the history that Thales was all too familiar with. Since the Fourth Peninsular War,
Xianxia has been waiting for a rare opportunity in 100 years. To unify Northland and completely eliminate the threat from Broken Dragon Fortress. Thales stared at the sword in Lampard's hand in a daze.
Nuven is ready to send his troops south. He has contacted almost every archduke.
As a response, Harold, as the heir of Black Sand region, was sent to attend the meeting of all the archdukes in Dragoncloud City. Lampard inhaled a mouthful of cold air slowly and continued.
An accident happened.
Thales thought of something. One of Harold's followers suddenly went berserk and assassinated Nuven's eldest son. Lampard's rough voice was deep and dignified, as if there was a hidden power in it.
He snorted coldly.
Prince Soria, who thought himself infallible, was cruel and bloodthirsty, and was practically carved from the same mold as his father, died in Harold's group.
At that moment, Thales' heart skipped a beat. The second prince digested Lampard's story without moving. Little Rascal's grip on his hand grew tighter and tighter. He had heard this story before. Last night. The news reached Black Sand region.
Lampard pressed on the hilt of his sword.
His expression was cold. Father was even prepared for Nuven to make a big fuss and start a war with Dragoncloud City. Unexpectedly, Harold, who was supposed to be responsible for this, was not reprimanded at all, let alone imprisoned or detained. Nuven comforted him with soft words and personally exonerated him. He even allowed him to participate in the conference and sent him back to Black Sand region with great courtesy.
Lampard sneered.
Even though Nuven lost his most important eldest son, Harold was not put in a difficult position. Father felt that something was wrong at that time.
Lampard stared at his saber, but his gaze began to lose focus, as if he was looking at something else.
I still remember the day Harold returned. He told Nuven's opinion at the dining table and advised Father to support Dragoncloud City. He even wanted to allow the king's officials to be stationed there in preparation for the war.
Father and him had a heated argument. I had to stand between them so that they would not draw their swords against each other, the Archduke said slowly. It was also on that day that Father suddenly realized that Harold Lampard, the eldest son and heir he had high hopes for, had become the strongest supporter and follower of Dragoncloud City and the common elected king over the past 30 years, just like his youngest brother Caslin.
Thales frowned deeply. Just like Beacon Illumination City?
Poffert's despairing expression appeared before his eyes.
Lampard turned to him expressionlessly. Thales' heart clenched. Just like Beacon Illumination City, he calmly confirmed Thales' words.
Father could not accept this fact.
Father felt that if this continued, when Harold inherited Black Sand region, it would only be a matter of time before we became the king's vassals.
Lampard's expression was cold and threatening.
Even the position of Archduke of Black Sand region would soon become a vassal matter that Dragoncloud City could decide with just a word. Sincere talks, threats, scolding, lecturing, and even having me advise him from the side. Father tried everything to change Harold's mind. But it was all in vain. Little Rascal shrank behind Thales with a pale face. The terrifying Archduke of Black Sand region lowered his head. His expression was rather gloomy. Finally, Father made up his mind to take back Harold's right of inheritance. Things became chaotic at that time.
Lampard shook his head slowly.
Father briefly mentioned this idea in front of the vassals, and he was immediately met with fierce opposition and admonishment. That's not all. From the day Father insisted on stripping Harold of his inheritance rights, the harvest decreased, the finances were in trouble, and the trade routes were blocked. Strangely, the troubles in Black Sand region increased. What happened in Beacon Illumination City is now happening in Black Sand region. Lampard sneered. There was a deep sarcasm in his tone. It was only when the entire Black Sand region was in an uproar that my father realized with a start that in the past 30 years, the Lampard family's bloodline was not the only thing that infiltrated Dragoncloud City. Nuven did not just rope Harold to his side. Harold refused to yield, Father refused to compromise, and the situation in the territory worsened. The forces supporting Harold, both inside and outside the territory, had already exceeded the scope of Father's control. He became more and more desperate and haggard. Lampard's tone became deeper, and the emotions in his words became paler. Black Sand region was not Dragoncloud City's match at all. Finally, on the day the king's messenger came again, Father, who was both mentally and physically exhausted, called me to his room.
Thales felt a chill run down his spine. He could not help but think of Chapman Lampard's famous, or rather infamous, or even notorious deeds. Lampard raised his head and looked at the streets of Dragon Cloud City outside the window. I still remember Father's eyes. They were filled with determination and darkness. Thales could not help but tighten his grip on little rascal behind him. He talked to me for a very, very long time. The Archduke of Black Sand Region's gaze became colder, and his tone became calmer. I hugged his thigh and cried. I begged him with all the words I could think of. I even pulled up my sleeves and showed him the wound I got when I was hunting when I was 14. Harold dragged me out of the mouth of a snow leopard. The Archduke's words became flatter. But Thales' heart became increasingly tense. Archduke Lampard narrated as if nothing had happened. Child, we are Lampard, the bloodline of the rebellion king. Father said, our clan's motto is never yield, whether it's to the outside world or to the inside world. Double quotes. Whether it's to the emperor or to the king. The Archduke exhaled. The darkness in his eyes was incomparably deep. His tone was firm and resolute. We will never yield. Thales listened to Lampard's words in a daze. Little rascal widened her eyes. Lampard snorted. He lowered his head and looked at the weapon in his hand. In the end he gave me this sword. It was an old weapon with a worn scabbard and a worn hilt. It was as if it was his most important treasure. A week later, I challenged Harold to a duel in front of everyone, and my father approved. Thales held his breath. He did not even dare to breathe loudly. Mother knelt in front of the study room and cried for the whole night. Father sat in the study room with the light on for the whole night. Lampard slowly turned his saber around and caressed the emblem of an iron fist on the hilt. Until Mother fainted and was sent away by the servants. There was a moment of silence in the carriage. For a time, there was only the sound of wheels scraping against the ground. This is... Thales opened his mouth with difficulty, but was interrupted by Lampard. On the day of the duel, Harold had at least 3 chances to end my life and his brother's life, the Archduke said calmly, but his voice was a little hollow and trembling. At least 3 times. Lampard's hand, which was caressing the hilt, stopped moving. His voice became ethereal, as if he was speaking from a very, very far away place. In the end, when I pierced his heart, I saw his face clearly, the Archduke said flatly. He was smiling. Lampard took a deep breath. With his head lowered. His expression was hard to read. It was the same smile as the day he dragged me out of the snow leopard's mouth. Thales sighed. This is simply... Harold pulled my collar and whispered his last words into my ear. Lampard snorted softly, as though he was telling a story from someone else's dinner. Remember. Chapman. Lampard shook his head, and he looked at Lampard. We will never yield. Lampard chuckled, unable to discern his emotions. Thales raised his head and stared at his sword in a daze. The sword that belonged to the Archduke of Black Sand Region, the one that killed his brother. On the second day, Lampard's voice traveled into his ears. Mother jumped down from the highest lookout post in the castle. On the third day, Nuven ordered me to go to Eternal Star City and declare war on all of Constellation. Thales and Little Rascal did not move. A wordless sorrow permeated the carriage. The story of Lampard's family filled him with mixed feelings. A month later at Raymond Pass, when the kingdom's wrath broke through the encirclement with the last of their courage and arrived in front of my father did not dodge or raise his sword. He allowed Mu to break his neck. Lampard chuckled softly. It was only later that I suddenly realized that my father was probably seeking death. Perhaps he could reunite with my mother and Harold under Hell's River. Lampard did not speak anymore. Thales exhaled slowly. So, everything you did was for revenge? He frowned and asked in surprise and bewilderment. Do you want Nuven to pay the price, or do you want Dragon Cloud City to be destroyed? Lampard sneered mockingly. He slowly leaned back and revealed his face under the light again. Hatred? That ridiculous thing. Don't compare me to a coward like Pofrit. Thales furrowed his brows. Then why are you telling me this story? The prince asked, puzzled. Don't tell me that you just want to talk to a dying man. The Archduke of Black Sand Region's gaze slowly darkened. Lampard looked at him condescendingly and shook his head slowly. His voice was low and cold, and his words were chilling. You are indeed very special, child, but your vision is still stuck at the level of those mediocre people. As for what I really want, compared to self-preservation, revenge, the death of a king, and the destruction of a territory, Lampard inhaled slowly and said in a firm tone, I want a little more than that. Thales stared at Lampard's face seriously, quickly trying to figure out what he was thinking. Of course. Lampard snorted softly. You were born in the Jade Star royal family, and lived in the era after the virtuous king. You will not understand this kind of sorrow. The Archduke's words ended there. Lampard closed his saber and said no more. Thales was slightly stunned. The virtuous king. It was not the first time he heard this title from the Northlanders. The last time he heard it was from King Nuvan. At that time, Thales did not react. But this time, Thales remembered. He subconsciously touched his chest. The virtuous king, Mindy's Jadestar III. One of the 3 kings of Constellation. A king is not respected by his bloodline, but his bloodline is glorious because of the king. Why did King Nuvan and Archduke Lampard mention this supreme king of Constellation from more than 100 years ago? What did he do? And what did Lampard want? Thales lowered his head deeply. I don't understand. Thales panted rapidly, trying to sort out everything that was confusing. I thought everything that happened last night was just a desperate counterattack that you had no choice but to do to protect yourself. It was a quick move that you made to fight back with your life on the line. If Black Sand region did not do this, then Dragon Cloud City would. Lampard turned his gaze and looked at him thoughtfully. Thales bit his lower lip. You roped in other forces like Xianxia, mobilized so many troops into the city, replaced them right under the secret room's nose, and even bribed assassins to assassinate the king. The second prince raised his head and said anxiously, Your plan was not thorough at all. If it was not a coincidence like the invasion of the calamities, which caused the king to leave the protection of the White Blade Guards, you would not have succeeded at all. At this moment, Lampard snorted coldly and interrupted Thales' words. Coincidence. The Archduke of Black Sand region's gaze sharpened again. Indeed. Normally, my flawed plan would not have stood a chance at all, Lampard said calmly. The common elected king, heavily protected by the White Blade Guards, sits in the tallest building in the city, Heroic Spirit Palace, controls the indestructible Dragon Cloud City, controls the most abundant and valiant soldiers, enjoys the best supplies and weapons, and even has eyes and ears like the secret room. Even if all 2,000 of my men are supreme-class warriors, it is impossible to kill him under these circumstances. Thales was slightly stunned. So, you're right. If there were no accidents brought by the calamities, chaos in Dragon Cloud City, negligence in the city gates and gatehouse, the king's enlistment ban, the White Blade Guard's mistakes, the emptiness of Heroic Spirit Palace, and martial law in Shield District, Lampard said softly. Then it would have been impossible to accomplish this with just the cooperation between me, Shiles, Vlad, or other allies. Thales' gaze froze. He heard another hint in Lampard's words. Thales' expression slowly changed. What do you mean by this? The second prince asked slowly and with great difficulty, using his most cautious, careful and light-hearted tone. No. Impossible. Lampard sneered faintly. They didn't tell you anything, did they? The Archduke of Black Sand region's tone was as if he was mocking an ignorant child. Whether it was the arrival of the calamities or the assassination. Calamities? Assassination? Little rascal instinctively felt that the atmosphere before her was not right. As expected in the next moment, with an incredulous guess in mind, Thales suddenly leaned forward and instantly raised his voice. Who are they? Who else is working with you? Lampard shook his head slowly. His eyes were full of disdain and sneer. Take a guess. The Archduke of Black Sand region's voice was very calm, as if this was a very relaxing conversation. What kind of allies and forces of power could cover up everything for me, make connections, formulate a plan, and even create an almost impossible coincidence, like the calamities for me to support me in accomplishing such a magnificent feat? What kind of existence could stir up such a storm in Dragon Cloud City? Thales was dumbfounded. He did not dare to think about the answer in his heart. It can't be. It can't be. At this moment, the carriage stopped. Thales snapped out of his daze and glanced outside the carriage.
This isn't Heroic Spirit Palace.
The second prince was stunned for a moment.
What do you want?
Lampard exhaled slowly.
One of my collaborators wants you alive.
Thales widened his eyes.
Why don't we take a look?
The Archduke of Black Sand region opened the carriage door and said coldly, "What price can you sell me for?"
Constellation, Eternal Star City, an unknown underground area. The torches were gradually extinguished.
The first ray of sunlight freely passed through the iron window, which was smaller than a palm, and cast a shadow in the shape of a hashtag on the ground.
At this moment, a rough voice came from the sealed prison cell.
It's sunrise. Outside the prison cell, the strong figure sitting on the chair paused for a moment before he slowly raised his head.
Yes, the strong figure wearing the crown said flatly.
It's sunrise.
I guess you're not the kind of person who can sit across a prison cell door for half a night with a traitor in between you and him.
The Duke of Northern Territory in the cell asked in a mocking tone through the sluice on the cell door. What happened? The figure on the chair said in a heavy and imposing voice. You noticed?
Whenever you have something on your mind, you sit alone in a daze.
Valorant snorted softly.
I still remember when you were sent to Western City Police Station for an internship because you caused a ruckus in Red Street Market. On your first day on duty, you came back with a bloody nose and a swollen face. That's how you look. The muscular figure trembled slightly. At that moment, his voice was mixed with a hint of liveliness and laughter.
You know, Jianghu is very strong. The Duke of the Northern region replied with a disdainful snort.
Silence. After a while, the well-built figure rubbed the Jade Star badge on his hand.
Wow, will you miss them?
The prisoner behind the small gate seemed to be slightly stunned.
Who?
The Duke asked in a low voice. The muscular figure revealed a pair of tired blue eyes, which were filled with unknown emotions. Family, he said calmly. His voice was still deep. The people we are used to, but only remember after we lose them. The person in the cell did not speak. Thus, the muscular figure continued. For example, old Duke Arund, your brothers, Lohan, Kul, Nuranor, your sister, your wife, your eldest son and second son. Boom! A loud hammering sound came from behind the cell.
Enough! The Duke was panting heavily. He had been suppressing his anger for a long time.
What's the point of saying all this now?
There were a few seconds of silence.
No, this is meaningful.
The muscular figure slowly stood up.
It's about time, he said faintly. The prisoner behind the cell did not answer.
I came here to tell you, the visitor outside the cell slowly said. The culprit who caused the Northern Territory to turn into a river of blood 12 years ago. The King of Xianxia who gathered his army and invaded the south.
The Duke of the Northern Territory behind the cell door paused for a moment.
His face reappeared at the opening of the gate.
His breathing became heavier.
Over there. He looked outside the prison cell at the Supreme King of Constellation, Kessel V. With his tall and sturdy posture, he spoke in the coldest and most terrifying tone in his deep voice. The man who massacred the city for 3 days after breaking through Broken Dragon Fortress, and then marched his army into the Northern Territory after spring. The sinner who hung your father on the city gate, chopped your brothers into meat paste, caused your sister and wife to go missing, your 2 sons to die, and your youngest daughter to be paralyzed. The tyrant who burned, killed, robbed, raped, and plundered your family's land in the Northern Territory.
He committed numerous crimes.
The hateful enemy who made Constellation's disaster even worse. Boom! The Duke of the Northern Territory's hands grabbed the iron bars beside the gate.
His knuckles were pale, and his fingertips trembled slightly. What did you say?
The Duke's voice trembled. Nuvan Walton VII died a violent death last night, Kessel V said coldly and unquestionably.
The so-called born king has already paid the price for his atrocities. There was dead silence.
It felt like a century had passed before the Duke's heavy breathing slowed down.
What did you do?
Val raised his head and cast his most incredulous gaze at his former close friend, the current king.
Cal, how did you do it? What did you do?
Kessel did not answer. He only stared coldly at the Duke and spoke slowly.
Last night, dragon's blood flowed on Northland.
Xianxia's chaos began, and the kingdom of the great dragon will fall from now on. There was a terrifying chill in the king's voice.
With a blood-red glow, the long-dimmed stars will rise once again. The light is resplendent. Even better than before. As soon as Kessel finished speaking, he turned around without hesitation and left the compartment. He paid no attention to the Duke of the Northern Territory's hysterical questions. Expressionlessly, the Supreme King pushed open an iron door and walked out of the corridor. There, an old figure dressed in a black cloak and holding a cane bowed slightly to the king. "Did everything go smoothly?" the king asked coldly. "Of course." The Black Prophet Murat, the chief of intelligence of the kingdom and the master of the kingdom's secret intelligence department, smiled. He raised his body, and his tone was relaxed and calm. "Your Majesty. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.